and AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
And AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. And it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
Hi, good morning. We will start in a few minutes. Thank you, all of you, for your patience. We are waiting for the Honorable Minister, whose arrival is expected by 10:30. So just be with us for a few more moments and we'll start. Thank you. You can also help yourself with some tea and snacks. You can get tea on your tables. Also, meanwhile that you're waiting, we are all there. You can follow the AIMA pages on social media. All the event will be live streamed there. You can tag us on Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, even Twitter. Thank you.
चेक 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 आ रही है बैंक ठीक ठीक आ जा हमिंग सही तो नहीं सही आ रहा है ना आ जा
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you. On behalf of the Young Leaders Council and AIMA, I, Anupriya Agarwal, as an executive board member, YLC AIMA, extend a heartfelt gratitude for joining us at the inaugural edition of AIMA's Young Leaders Summit. Today, we come together to explore how we as young leaders are shaping the future in this ever-evolving world. We are honored to host a distinguished lineup of speakers, esteemed dignitaries, and exceptional audience. And what is in store for all of us? AI and India's digital future, innovation for impact, young leaders driving the change, investing in young leaders, fintech frontiers, crafting the legacies, leadership lessons. We are confident that all the sessions will be insightful, inspiring, and brimming with valuable takeaways. Here, I would also like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors, without whom this convention was not possible. Our co-sponsors, Transport Corporation of India Limited, our associate sponsors, GLA University, ICP Hubs Network, SPJIMR Vice-Tech, UEM University of Engineering and Management, and our corporate contributors, ANOVA, Beacon Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Concart, MEPSC, Management and Entrepreneurship and Professional Skills Council. Thank you for all of you for contributing to this convention. The summit is being live streamed on AIMA's social media channels, including YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. Don't forget to tag us. Also, there are QR codes on your table and standees so that you can participate on social media and tag us again. Please make sure that you're wearing your delegate badges throughout the program. Also, please, it's a request to put your phones on silent during the sessions. There are question tips available on your tables. Feel free to write down your queries and hand it over to us. Thank you again for patiently waiting. We are waiting for the Honorable Minister to arrive. As soon as he arrives, we'll start the session. So I would just like to ask, as you know, I can see all these amazing, beautiful faces early in the morning. Any of you want to share what do you expect from today's summit? What do you expect? What are you looking forward to? I'm sure all of you have seen the agenda. Anything that anybody wants to share before we start the day? Yes, please. Can we give the hand mic? Oh, udhar.
Good morning, and good morning to everyone. So I'm representing GLA University, and I have my 6 colleagues with us. A total 5 means hum log 6 hain. I have 5 more. So as a university, the ask and the expectation is to seek new ideas, the practical methodologies, which we could take back and implement with our students. That's it.
I think practical methodologies is something that we're all looking for as young leaders. As much as we can apply all the theory and all the interactions that happen, I think that's what we are all looking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wants to share what they're expecting? Yeah.
I'm Dr. Diwakar Goyal. I'm Chairman, Aero Academy, Aviation Science and Management. What I feel this summit, the young managers are here. Today we all talk about artificial intelligence a lot, every day chapter, chat GPT and all. Let the new generation be aware about the negative aspects of this artificial intelligence. Dependency too much on artificial intelligence is really taking a very negative impact on the young generation. And they are totally dependent on everything. They open the mobile, say chat GPT. I'm an author. You type my name and ask chat GPT how many books Dr. Diwakar Goyal has written. Some books will come which I never wrote. I'm sorry to tell you.
Thank you. That's an interesting way of putting the expectations. Yes, please. Do we have the hand mic here?
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am. I'm Parag. I'm from Technical Institute of Advanced Studies. We are into academics. My expectation is that we look forward for certain tips on how to bring the AI to the common use of everyone. Because talking about AI and actually implementing is quite a different thing. So I would like to have certain, because I think Mr. Rajiv Makhni is also there. So I would expect him to throw some light on how to implement it for the common man purpose. That's all what is our expectation.
Thank you. I think AI is the new member in the room that everybody is trying to get to know better.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Sumit Chaudhary from Third Millennium. My question is, what will this generation, the AI generation, how will they reverse mentor our generation? What do they have for us in their plans, That would be my query.
I think this also defines the whole setup that AIMA and Young Leaders Council has. We are mentoring and reverse mentoring each other. AIMA being the base for all of us, the young leaders. Thank you so much for that one. Yes.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vikas Jain. I'm a speaker, podcaster, and founder of Vikas Jain International. I'm building an application, Gen AI-based application for exceptional talent assessment of software engineers. So I'm here to understand that what other is happening in the Gen AI industry, which can be included in my application. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah. Can we have the mic here?
Ma'am, I would like to put a question to. I'm Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sudhana, and I am representing SDIMT Institute, which is affiliated to Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak, in Faridabad. My question is, management is a decision-making science. And when we talk about management as a decision-making science, there's a human element attached to it. Can AI or ML replace that human element? Are we so dependent on machines and artificial learning and all these kind of things that we are forgetting the natural intelligence? So this is something which I'm looking forward to, and I hope that this conference addresses this question.
Anybody, can I quickly have a show of hands who is also looking for the human element when we talk of AI? A quick show of hands. Anybody has a similar thought? There will also be a lot of questions that we'll ask between the sessions, and you can vote with your QR codes. You can participate, and then we will also show the results on the screen. So make sure to keep yourself involved in all these activities that we are also going to do between the sessions. Yes, anybody else wanted to share? Yes, please, there's this young girl here.
Good morning all. I'm Nakshatra RK. I'm a student from Christ University, Delhi, NCR. So as a student and as a future leader, I want to know how technology affects finance and also how our decision-making process changes in the future. So yeah, that's what I'm expecting.
Okay, thank you. There's somebody at the back. Sir, I'll come back to you. Yes.
मेरी एक्सपेक्टेशन अभी इससे ये है कि अभी रिसेंटली हमने एक बहुत सैड न्यूज़ सुनी जो अभी हुआ सुसाइड के बारे में. सो आई जस्ट वांट कि हाउ एआई कैन हेल्प दोज टाइप ऑफ पीपल जिनको मुश्किल होती है किसी थेरेपिस्ट तक पहुंचने तक. सो आई वांट कि कोई इस तरीके का एआई का इंटीग्रेशन करे जहाँ पे लोग इजीली अपनी बात या फिर अपने इमोशनल प्रॉब्लम्स को प्रॉपरली समझ सकें या प्रॉपरली प्रोपोगेट कर सकें.
Yeah, I think we will delve into that startup ecosystem where people have these ideas. And as all of you know, that we are also doing a pitchathon during the summit. So I'm sure that you'll get to know a lot of startups who are already delving into AI and making sure that they deal with the human mind as well. Can we get the mic here? इनको आप पहले पीछे दे दीजिए फिर.
I am Gursimran Singh Oberoi. We are running an institute where we train candidates for private sector banking jobs. So I am here to learn what exactly more to inculcate in the students regarding AI and what other skills the banking industry is requiring for. So,
okay. Thank
you.
Please, Agit.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am from Nepal, Anupagrawal, representing Nepal as National Chairperson for AIMA YLC Nepal. And thank you so much, AIMA YLC, for taking this historic step for establishing one chapter in Nepal as well. Namaste from Nepal once again. My expectations, apart from all learnings, is, ma'am, networking. Because I personally believe that your network is your net worth. So I came all the way from Nepal with all my friends here for a good networking with good leaders from India, and we could learn a lot from cross-border interactions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So your network is your net worth. All the young people available here, I think this is one thing that you can take back. Yes, please.
Hello. 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 Yeah, good morning, everyone. I am Chirag Khandelwal, and I'm from Christ University, Delhi, NCR. As a student of FinTech, my question is, there are a lot of regulatory challenges which are coming. So how those regulatory challenges will be mitigated in the future?
Okay, thank you. Please make sure that you are also writing these questions on the question slips during the sessions and handing it over to the AIMA team. Anybody else? Yes, please, can we get the mic?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ansh Anand. I'm from Indore. I'm from a jewelry retail firm called Punjab Jewels. What I'm looking forward to in today's event is, learning from leaders of our country who have been doing business for many decades now, and to get inspiration and ideas from them as to what are the right steps to take at our age and at our stage, so that we avoid the mistakes that they might have made, and how to succeed in a competitive landscape like India, and what holds, what the future holds for us as the young generation, and how we can become leaders that the rest of the world looks up to, and we don't just talk about young leaders within India, but we have people from other countries come and they look up to young leaders of India as well.
Okay, thank you. So I think we have a room full of people of different ages, different places. So this is the best place that you can delve into all these interactions. Thank you. Anyone else? I'll just take one last. Yes. I mean, we can keep talking till the guests arrive.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Sarkar from Slide, ex-Chief General Manager, GAIL. Ma'am, my thought process was a little instigated because there were very, very varied questions about artificial intelligence. And probably this is the time that India as a country looks forward to being a powerhouse of artificial intelligence and its implementation, not only AI-based, ML and other, I would say, accessories of AI, and they cater to the world. This is going to be a great marketing exercise for India as a very substantive powerhouse of implementation of artificial intelligence worldwide, and we can gain tremendously from the point of view of employment generation, skills generation, upgradation of skills, as well as learning and unlearning, which is also an integral part of the education system within India. Okay. So thank you. This is my thought process, which was instigated because a lot of people have spoken very variedly about artificial intelligence just now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our guests will be here anytime. So just another 5-10 minutes of patience and we will begin. Thank you.
Good morning to all. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning with the opening plenary of the Young Leaders Summit. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Mansukh Mandavia, the Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports for the Government of India. Dr. Suneeta Reddy, President AIMA and Managing Director of Apollo Hospitals. Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General for AIMA. Mr. Santosh Kumar, National Chairman for AIMA Young Leaders Council. And Mr. Arun Pandit, Vice Chairman for AIMA Young Leaders Council. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to light the ceremonial traditional lamp to mark the inauguration of the first Young Leaders Summit. Thank you, everyone. May I now request Mr. Santosh Kumar to deliver the welcome remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great day for us all at Young Leaders Council at AIMA. I'm so excited to look at this event, and it's an honor and privilege to welcome you all at the AIMA Young Leaders Summit, our first flagship summit on focusing on the young leaders of India today. Right? On the dais, we have some of the best speakers that we can have. We have distinguished leaders in our chief guest, Shri Mansukh Mandavia ji, Union Minister for Labour and Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. His tireless efforts are driving India's next generation. Right? Honorable Minister, thank you so much for joining us, and we are privileged to have you here, and we look forward to listening to your kind words. Thank you, sir. We also have Dr. Suneeta Reddy, President of AIMA, and she is also the MD of Apollo Hospitals. Her leadership exemplifies the power of vision and execution. And with me, we also have Ms. Rekha Sethi, the Director General of AIMA. She is the driving force behind AIMA and YLC today, right? And the transformation initiatives that you're looking at, what we are doing today, is thanks to her. I extend a warm welcome to all the esteemed audience here. We have industrialists, we have visionary founders, entrepreneurs, we have academicians, we have young leaders who are driving India's next-gen growth here. Thank you so much for joining us here. Your presence essentially underscores the importance of this event, and we look forward to having a great session today on this. Right? This summit's theme, Shaping the Future of Young Leaders, is actually a call for action. Right? As we stand at the forefront of global transformation, I firmly believe that this is India's decade. Do you all agree or not? This is India's decade, right? And this is the time when our young talent has to really step up and deliver the unprecedented growth that we are looking for here. Right? It gives me immense pride to announce a couple of our new initiatives. We have our new chapter at Nepal, our first international chapter. We also have AIMA SPJMR Startup Pitchathon event that is happening parallelly here. Finally, I also want to express deep gratitude to our sponsors who made this event really successful for us. To all the young leaders and visionaries in the audience and who are watching us from various parts of the world on YouTube and Zoom, I really want to bring you all to the summit. And also I look forward to looking at all of you contributing to the India's growth. Thank you so much. With that, I officially welcome you all to the AIMA Young Leaders Summit. And let us make this a memorable and impactful event together. Thank you, everyone. May I now invite Dr. Sethi to address the summit.
Good morning. Honorable Minister Shri Mansukh Mandavia, Dr. Suneeta Reddy, Mr. Santosh Kumar, Mr. Arun Pandit, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you all here with us this morning for the first ever Young Leaders Summit, which AIMA has put together. Thank you, Minister, for joining us for our inaugural summit. May I request you all to welcome him with warm applause. It is a privilege to have you with us, and many, many thanks for agreeing to address the summit. You are an outstanding leader, and your achievements are an inspiration for India's youth. In your relatively short but impactful career in the government, you have provided invaluable leadership across various ministries, including road transport and highways, ports, shipping and waterways, chemicals and fertilizers, and health and family welfare. Currently, you hold the charge of Ministries of Labor and Employment along with Youth Affairs and Sports. We are looking forward to your address, which I'm sure will energize all of us. Thank you so much for joining you, and once again, a very warm welcome to you. Suneeta, many thanks for joining us for the first YLC Summit. You've made a special effort to be with us and come just all the way from Chennai for just this event. Thank you so much. An outstanding business leader, you are an inspiration for India's next generation. You run India's premier healthcare chain, and you provide outstanding leadership to AIMA as well. I'm sure this audience will benefit from your thoughts today. It's a pleasure to have you, and a warm welcome to you. Santosh, Arun, congratulations on anchoring the first AIMA YLC Summit. As the YLC chair and co-chair, you bring enthusiasm, energy to the council, and we look forward to seeing YLC grow in membership and in its programs under your leadership. Thank you both for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 years ago, AIMA established its Young Leaders Council as we felt the need for a dedicated platform for the leaders of tomorrow. We realized that the young leaders needed their own space to speak to each other, share concerns and ideas, and build global networks. During these few years, YLC has grown tremendously in membership, geographic presence, and international engagement. YLC has become a coveted platform to find mentors and business partners. Today's summit is an important milestone in YLC's growth journey, and I'm pleased that so many outstanding young leaders are here with us today. During the summit, we delve into the most important economic, technological, and leadership issues that the young leaders care about, and we will explore ways to develop young leaders to shape the next future. Today, we live in a young world, and it is only natural that young are claiming leadership positions and roles. The success of young tech entrepreneurs and innovators has changed the mindset from reserving leadership for the experienced to inviting those with fresh perspectives to lead. However, there are still pockets of economy and society that need to graduate from the age-first culture to ability-first culture. Both the old and young leaders need to learn from each other, and the choice of leaders must shift to who is best suited to lead at a particular moment from who is younger or older. The key to leadership today is asking the right questions and not just providing the right answers. Having a fresh perspective is becoming more important to effective leadership than experience. As the world grows more complex, no leader can monopolize information, understanding, or decisions. Increasingly, the older leaders are seeking out the young for reverse mentoring, and the young founders are trying to build multi-generational leadership teams that can help them turn their disruptive startups into lasting businesses. The success of young entrepreneurs has fueled the demand for young CEOs, but there's a substantial demand-supply gap. New young CEOs face a very sharp learning curve as they suddenly become responsible not only for their own performance, but also the fate of all stakeholders. AIMA's YLC tries to fulfill that need by offering peer learning, mentoring, and global exposure. AIMA's Management Education Wing also offers a slew of courses to prepare young leaders for steering growing organizations through complex business environment. Today's young leaders are mostly products of the ongoing technological revolution, and they cannot stop learning new tech and tricks. AI has emerged as the most transformative technology, and it promises to change both the business and leadership. The leaders of today and future need to figure out ways to manage a human-machine hybrid business. The young leaders also have to accelerate energy transition and sustainable business models to avoid a climate catastrophe. It is their generation and their children who will bear the brunt of extreme living conditions, and they need to develop a new economic culture to enjoy greater living standards and healthy longevity. I'm sure that today's discussions will throw up useful insights and ideas for making better leaders for a better future. I welcome you all once again, and now I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Suneeta Reddy to say a few words. Thank you.
Good morning and namaste. Thank you, our Minister for Labour and Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports and Government, Mansukh Mandaviya. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, Santosh Kumar, National Chairman, AIMA Leaders Council, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure to be with you this morning and to have with us our Honourable Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, the Government of India. I have to say that in my, a few years ago, we've known Mr. Mansukh Mandaviya as Minister for Health as well as Chemicals. He is indeed a role model for all of you to learn from. Before the age of 80, he was not only an MLA in Gujarat, he was an MP in the National Parliament and a Minister for State in the Union Government, and now he has also been Minister for Health and Family Welfare, and he has excelled in this role. He is indeed a true role model, and the reason I say this is because he brings experience, he brings wisdom, and he brings energy and commitment to everything that he does. So thank you again for being present with us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to join you this morning. It shows that AIMA has ready to create a platform for young leaders that has found resonance with the youth. It is particularly vital to create a channel where we transfer our experience, our knowledge, and our networks to this next generation of leadership. I hope that you will find the AIMA platform a very useful way to do this transformation. I have to recall the programs that Rekha has created. She has worked, spent so much time building relationships with universities abroad, in California especially, where she leads the GMP program. There's also the program that she did just a month ago in Dubai, and what she's planned for the future, visits to Abu Dhabi, a program with Wharton and maybe someday Harvard, but to have her as Director General, who's always thinking forward, how do we absorb the best from the world? So as leaders, I think you have a huge responsibility. Your responsibility in today's world is not just about creating a better future for India, but it is recognizing that you have the talent to make an impact on the world. And I say this with confidence. If you look at India, everyone knows that we have the youngest population in the world, but everyone is debating whether this is the demographic dividend that we have. I believe it is so. I believe that with this demographic dividend, that you can really contribute not just to India's GDP, but more than anything else, if you look at the indices, if you look at per capita, we're only 150 when you compare us with the rest of the world. And this is an area that I want you to focus on, which means creating growth, transformation, not just for those who are living in cities, but to think of India. And the work that you will do is something that should impact the world. In terms of gender, we're only 140. So to all the women in the room and all the men in the room, I think this is your challenge. How do we bring the women into the workforce in a way that, and you have to be a role model, because I must say at our level, we've tried, but we've not done enough, we've failed. But all of you have the capacity to do so. So we need to move up in these rankings, because that is how the world is judging us. And this is the best time in India's history. You've seen quarter-on-quarter growth in GDP. Yes, the last quarter was slightly lower, 5.8%. But going forward, as we move from being the 5th largest in terms of GDP, we are going to be the 3rd largest. But as we become the 3rd largest, let us become the most inclusive. And I'm sure we can achieve that with all of you working together. I think my next learning is really about how do we work together. India is famous for startups, and the government has played a huge role in encouraging startups. We've really taken that forward. We're registering the most, we've increased the number of patents that we've registered, but we're nowhere near US or China. And last week when I was in Singapore, the one message that I heard at this conference is that India cannot innovate. What does India do? It does process innovation. But we do not innovate. And I was talking to Rekha this morning, and I said that's shocking, because in India, we have the best intellect. In India, we have the most opportunity to learn from our own old Vedic system. And do you know that before the rest of the world even realized that we were around, that the world was round, if you look at India's, not mythology, but if you look at the evolution in Bhagavad Gita, it shows that the world is round. There is so much learning from our own Vedic text. And if you were to combine that with what you, in an interconnected world, with what you have access to, we have to become the center of innovation. We've become low cost, we've become cheap, but that's not enough. Our next journey is how do we create new models of innovation and scale them, not just in India, but across the world. And I'm sure, just looking at your faces, that all of you have the capability to do so. The other thing that we are blessed with, this is a country of great culture, of respect for values, for respect for wisdom and knowledge that comes from the elder generation. It's also a country that, where we have immense respect for the talents of each other. So as we work together, I think this importance of working with teams, bringing this collaborative strengths of other people with you is really going to, make you very, very successful. We've seen that many people from India have gone to the US, Silicon Valley. If you look at, some of the great trillion-dollar companies also, there's Indian leadership. So this is what I expect from you, that not only will you, that you will go abroad and probably lead these great companies, but you will build these companies for India. And you will do so working together, learning from what we have, but also absorbing the best from the West, because sometimes that is the easiest way to do so. You can skip the learning curve and you can improve on what they have done. But that again is process innovation. And I'm sure that being here, being who you are capable of original innovation. The focus in today's world is about the environment. So if you look at Gen Z, they are focused on improving the environment, and I think that is a very good place to start. We must remember we are ancestors to the next generation, so we must leave the world a better place. This is the fourth challenge that you have, besides improving per capita index. I think that gender equality, this is today's challenge, but unlike the rest of the world, if you saw yesterday's papers, India is doing it in a much better way, where we're focusing from today on moving from, where we're moving to improving the environment, and the government is doing a lot of work to encourage both innovation as well as this move to a cleaner environment. So having said that, I want to say that this is a time when, if you look at what's happened in the US, the world around us, people are pessimistic. What we have in India is unique. It is a time when we can really make a difference. You have every reason to be optimistic. We have a stable government. We already have a strong engine of growth. You have cooperation at every level. And the minister's presence here today shows that they are committed to making sure that our youth prosper. With this, I'd like to just close with a mention of my understanding of Darwin. So Darwin said that humans are an evolution from the apes. And if you look at the DNA, the difference between an ape and a human is only 1.3%. On the other hand, I read Palkiwala, and he said you have a choice to be the descendant of the ape, or you can be a fallen angel. And I think that 1.3%, if you look at it, the difference between us and really an animal is really our ability to have intelligence and to have consciousness and to have a value system. And this is really what makes us great. So my wish for you is that you use this intelligence, you use this consciousness to build industries that have a purpose that give back to society. So what you do is not just good for India, but is good for the world. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, ma'am, for your impactful words. May I now invite the Honorable Minister to deliver the inaugural address.
AIMA द्वारा आयोजित यंग लीडर समिट 2024 के अवसर पर हमारे बीच में उपस्थित सुनीता जी, रेखा जी, संतोष जी, पंडित जी, सभी उपस्थित युवा भाइयों एवं बहनों, मुझे 2 दिन पहले बताया गया कि एक शेपिंग द फ्यूचर ऑफ यंग लीडर्स पर कार्यक्रम है और आपको उपस्थित रहना है। मुझे लगा कि यूथ के साथ रिलेटेड कोई भी कार्यक्रम हो, छोटा हो या बड़ा हो, लेकिन एज ए यूथ अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर के रूप में मुझे जाना चाहिए। और जब मैंने संतोष जी को पूछा, जो यूथ है वो ज़्यादातर एज ए कंपनी से होंगे, अपना एस्टेब्लिशमेंट होगा, स्टार्टअप वाले होंगे, तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि 50% यूथ स्टार्टअप से है, बाकी और भी यूथ है। मुझे अच्छा लगा। कोई भी देश को आगे बढ़ना है, प्रगति करना है, तो इतिहास गवाह है, हमेशा लीडरशिप यूथ करते हैं। और ये यूथ को आप सही दिशा देंगे तो यूथ सही रास्ते पे चल जाएंगे। दुनिया में एक एकलौता आप और मेरा देश जिसका नाम भारत है, जिसमें एवरेज एज 28 ईयर्स है। 20 में से 13 देश के नागरिक बिलो 35 है। ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी विरासत है। ये हमारे फेवर में है। डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड है। सवाल है हम उसको कैसे हार्नेस्ट करें। और ये हार्नेस्ट करने के लिए लास्ट 10 ईयर से प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो इनिशिएटिव लिया गया है, एफर्ट करा गया है, उससे आज बहुत बड़ा बदलाव हम देख रहे हैं। मुझे पता है जब हम कॉलेज में पढ़ते थे तो विदेश में पढ़ने जाना या तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए विदेश जाना, कुछ करना है, रिसर्च करना है, इनोवेशन करना है, हायर एजुकेशन लेना है, रेपुटेड डिग्री लेना है, तो दुनिया में जाना पड़ेगा, यूरोप में जाना होगा, अमेरिका में जाना होगा। अपने करियर को बेस्ट बनाना चाहते थे सब लोग, यूरोप और अमेरिका के रास्ते पे चले जाते थे। लेकिन 10 साल में हमने ये माइंडसेट को बदला है। मैं 10 साल से भारत सरकार में मिनिस्टर हूं। मैंने कई मिनिस्ट्री देखी है, मेरा 7th पोर्टफोलियो है। जो पहले हम अपेक्षा रखते थे बाहर जाने की, वैसे अनेक यूथ जो विदेश में गए हैं, वहाँ पढ़े भी हैं, या तो वहाँ उन्होंने अपना कुछ न कुछ कारोबार चालू करा हो, या तो कोई कंपनी के सीईओ हो, या कोई बड़ी पोजीशन पर हो। आज आके कहते हैं हमें इंडिया आना है, इंडिया रिटर्न आके यहाँ हमें हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज लगानी है, स्टार्टअप करना है। जो भी उसके मन में इच्छा होती है, उसको लगने लगा है कि इंडिया के लिए, इंडिया में इंडियन के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी ओपन हुई है, देश बदल रहा है। दोस्तों, देश आगे बढ़ रहा है और नया भारत का निर्माण हो रहा है। भाषण ये देश में बहुत हुए, सालों तक हुए, और भाषण देना कोई बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं होती है। जब हम गाड़ी में बैठते हैं तो हमारा सहायक होता है, पीए होता है, एक चिट्ठी दे देते हैं और हम आधे घंटे भाषण ठोक देते हैं। ये बहुत सरल होता है भाषण देना। भाषण देने से देश नहीं बदलेगा, एक्शन से देश बदलेगा। और एक्शन ऐसे होने चाहिए जो मेरे देश के यूथ को दिशा भी दे, उसके हाथ में काम भी दे, उसकी अपेक्षा और उसकी आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के लिए उसको उड़ान भरने की व्यवस्था भी दे। और इसलिए उसमें से ही स्टार्टअप इंडिया है। आइए आप स्टार्ट करिए, सरकार आपके साथ है। अरे आप में कोई इनोवेशन है, खड़ा होना है आपको, लेकिन आपके पास आर्थिक सुविधा नहीं है, स्टैंड अप इंडिया के द्वारा आप खड़ा हो, हम आपको मदद करने के लिए तैयार है। आप में कोई रिसर्च करना है, इनोवेशन करना है, लेकिन यहां सरकार में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की और व्यवस्था की कमी नहीं है, लेकिन सरकार की लैब है तो सरकार के अफसर ही जा सकते हैं। कोई प्राइवेट, मेरे यूथ कोई प्राइवेट स्कूल में पढ़ने वाले, प्राइवेट कॉलेज में पढ़ने वाले, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी में कोई पढ़ता है तो उसके लिए विंडो ओपन नहीं था जी, नहीं। आज देश की सारी रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट देश के हर यूथ के लिए ओपन है, वो अपनी इच्छा के अनुसार वहां रिसर्च कर सकता है, ये व्यवस्था करी गई है। आपको खेलना है, खेलो इंडिया। चलो आप में टैलेंट है खेलने की, हर व्यक्ति में कोई ना कोई टैलेंट होती है, टैलेंट को हार्नेस करनी होती है। तो खेलने की इच्छा है, खेलो इंडिया। देश में खेलो इंडिया अभियान चल रहा है। आपको कुछ करना है, इंडस्ट्रीज लगाना है, सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम से आप मेक इन इंडिया के साथ जुड़ जाए। इंडिया में आइए, इंडिया में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करिए, और उसका नतीजा है आपका फ्यूचर एज ए यूथ बहुत ब्राइट है। आज एकलौता एक इंडिया ऐसी कंट्री है जिसकी इकोनॉमी 7 to 8% ग्रो कर रही है। आप जाइए यूरोप 1-2% पर रुकी हुई है, अमेरिका बिलो 3%, चाइना बिलो 5%। आज जिस देश के हम वासी है, ये देश की इकोनॉमी 7 to 8% ग्रो कर रही है। जब 7 to 8% इकोनॉमी ग्रो करती है, उसका मतलब यह होता है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर ग्रो कर रहा है, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर ग्रो कर रहा है, सर्विस सेक्टर ग्रो कर रहा है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है। एज ए होलिस्टिक देश में खर्च होता है, तब जाके देश की इकोनॉमी बढ़ती है। और जब देश की इकोनॉमी 7 to 8% रेट से बढ़ती है, तो आपके लिए जॉब की अपॉर्चुनिटी ओपन होती है, नंबर ऑफ इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट होता है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट होता है। दोस्तों, आज ये देश में हो रहा है आपकी इच्छा के अनुसार। हमारा हर स्टेप देश के युवाओं को एड्रेस करता है। सालों से ये देश में यूथ फेस्टिवल मनाया जाता था। तो यूथ फेस्टिवल में क्या होता था, स्टेट में कल्चरल कंपटीशन होती थी, और कंपटीशन करके हर स्टेट अपने प्रतिनिधि को भेजते थे, और एक स्टेट में 20-25 हजार युवाओं को इकट्ठा करा जाता था, और कोई लीडर आके उद्बोधन कर देते थे, यूथ फेस्टिवल खत्म हो गया। दोस्तों जी नहीं, हम समय के साथ बदलते रहना हमारी सरकार की कार्यशैली बनी है। मैंने इस बार एज ए यूथ अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर के रूप में तय करा कि जब मोदी जी ने कहा कि हम 2047 में देश को विकसित भारत बनाना चाहते हैं, किसके लिए है? जो यहां मेरे सामने 20-25 बिलो 30 के एज के यूथ बैठे हैं, आप 2047 में 50 के होंगे। आप देश का फ्यूचर है। न्यू इंडिया विकसित भारत का नागरिक के रूप में आप विकसित भारत को एहसास कर सको। आपकी इच्छा के अनुसार विकसित भारत होना चाहिए। आपकी पार्टनरशिप विकसित भारत में होनी चाहिए। आपके नजर से विकसित भारत कैसे होना चाहिए? क्या केवल प्रधानमंत्री जी अपने मन में सोच लेंगे, हम कैबिनेट को बिल पारित कर देंगे और विकसित भारत बना देंगे? जी नहीं। मोदी जी ने कहा कि विकसित भारत हमें बनाना है तो हमें 5 प्रण लेना है। और जब देश आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा था, उस वक्त 2023 के रेड फोर्ट से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपने उद्बोधन में कहा कि हम देश को विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए देश के नागरिक 5 प्रण लेते हैं। देश को विकसित भारत के साथ जोड़ा। 5 प्रण में पहला प्रण कहते हैं, हम संकल्प लेते हैं कि हम विकसित भारत बनाएंगे। विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए दूसरा प्रण लिलवाते हुए मोदी जी ने कहा कि हम गुलामी की मानसिकता और गुलामी के प्रतीकों का त्याग करेंगे। ये देश 2000 साल तक परतंत्र रहा है। कभी हमारे पर हुणों ने शासन करा, कभी हमारे पर शकों ने शासन करा। 1000 साल तक हमारे पर आक्रांताओं ने शासन करा, 240 साल तक अंग्रेजों ने शासन करा। उनके बाद उसका कई प्रतीक, हम पार्लियामेंट में अंग्रेजों ने बनाई हुई पार्लियामेंट में बैठते थे। आज मैं गौरव महसूस कर रहा हूं, भारत के आर्किटेक्चर, भारत के लेबर, भारत के इंजीनियर ने बनाई हुई पार्लियामेंट में हम बैठ रहे हैं। हम राजपथ पर परेड निकालते थे, जी नहीं, मोदी जी ने कहा कि राष्ट्रपति भवन में बैठने वाले कोई राज करने वाले नहीं है। ये डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम में वहां राष्ट्रपति भवन में बैठ के अपना कर्तव्य का निर्वहन करने वाले लोग हैं, इसलिए इस रास्ता का नाम कर्तव्य पथ बनाया गया। दोस्तों, ऐसे कई टाइप के मैं पार्लियामेंट में 2012 में आया था। जब 2014 में मोदी जी की सरकार बनी, तब देश में 1200 कानून अंग्रेज सरकार ने बनाया था, वही कानून से हमारा गवर्नेंस होता था। आज ये सारा कानून बदल गया है और भारतीय कानून बन गया है। इनोवेशन आया, बदलाव आया, समय के साथ हमने बदला। तीसरा प्रण लिलवाते हुए मोदी जी ने कहा कि हम विरासत से प्रेरणा लेके विकसित भारत बनाएंगे। ये देश की विरासत बहुत जाजरमान है। ये देश में ब्रेन पावर, मैन पावर, टैलेंट, क्षमता की कोई कमी नहीं थी, लेकिन हम नया भारत बनाने में निकल पड़े। और जब देश आजाद हुआ और भारत को बनाना था, उस वक्त हमारे नीति निर्धारकों ने देश को बनाना है तो कैसे बनाएंगे, तो दुनिया में जो बेस्ट था वो लेने की कोशिश करी। उसमें मेरी कोई दो राय नहीं हो सकती है। हमारा शास्त्रों ने हमें सिखाया है कि सृष्टि में जो श्रेष्ठ है उसका ग्रहण करो, करना चाहिए। लेकिन हम भूल गए हमारा श्रेष्ठ था उसको लेके आगे बढ़ने के लिए। हमारे में बहुत कुछ श्रेष्ठ थे और श्रेष्ठ है। हमने कहा कि विरासत से प्रेरणा लेके आगे बढ़ेंगे। और चौथा प्रण लेलवाते हुए मोदी जी ने कहा कि हम हमारा कर्तव्य का निर्वहन करेंगे। देश के हर नागरिक, 140 करोड़ की जनता, देश के प्रति भी हमारा कर्तव्य है। हम एज ए सरकार विकसित भारत के लिए हम हमारा कर्तव्य का निर्वहन करने के लिए आपके सामने खड़े, और इसलिए हमारा एक्शन ऐसा होता है कि हम विकसित भारत में के लिए, देश के लिए हमारा कर्तव्य क्या है। और 5वां प्रण लिलवाते हुए मोदी जी ने कहा कि हम सब एक संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। एक संकल्प यानी कि एक व्यक्ति जब एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ता है तो व्यक्ति एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ सकती है, लेकिन 140 करोड़ की जनता एक संकल्प के साथ जब आगे बढ़ती है तब देश 140 करोड़ स्टेप एक साथ में आगे बढ़ जाते हैं। हम सब लोगों ने साथ में मिलके विकसित भारत बनाना है, और इसलिए मैंने विकसित भारत में युवाओं की भागीदारी को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए मैंने कहा कि इस बार मैं यूथ फेस्टिवल ऐसे नहीं मनाऊंगा, लेकिन मैंने युवाओं के लिए एक माय भारत प्लेटफॉर्म मोदी जी ने बनाया है। उसमें 2 करोड़ यूथ रजिस्टर है। एज ए माय भारत प्लेटफॉर्म आप भी जाके देख लेना। उसको आने वाले दिनों में मुझे सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम बनाना है। आपको जॉब चाहिए, आपको कारोबार करना है, आपको कोई एक्टिविटी में पार्टिसिपेट करना है, आपकी कोई आकांक्षाएं हैं, आपकी कोई महत्वाकांक्षाएं हैं, आप में कोई विजन है, उसके लिए कहां कनेक्ट होना है। जैसा आज कोई सुबह में खड़ा होकर व्हाट्सएप पर जाते हैं, मेरे देश के युवा सुबह में उठ के माय भारत प्लेटफॉर्म पर अपने स्वयं को जोड़ के अपनी अपॉर्चुनिटी को ढूंढे। इस टाइप का एक रोबस्ट प्लेटफॉर्म हमने खड़ा करा है, और ये ही प्लेटफॉर्म के द्वारा मैंने तय करा, और मुझे आज सेटिस्फेक्शन हुआ। 25 नवंबर को मैंने एक विकसित भारत यंग लीडर डायलॉग करके क्विज की कंपटीशन कराई। 10 दिन में 28 लाख यूथ ने उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करा कंपटीशन में। आज मैंने उसको दूसरा मैसेज भेजा है। 28 में से 2 लाख जो विनर है उसको आइडेंटिफाई करके मैंने कहा कि विकसित भारत के लिए 10 टॉपिक दिया। उसके पर आप ऐसे लिखो, वो ऐसे लिखेगा, उसको हम एग्जामिन करेंगे, उसमें से उसका प्रेजेंटेशन होगा, और टैलेंट, देश की टैलेंट यूथ 3,000 यूथ 11-12 जनवरी यूथ डे के अवसर पर माय भारत मंडपम में प्रधानमंत्री जी के सामने विकसित भारत के लिए युवाओं की भूमिका या तो यूथ की भागीदारी या तो मेरे सपने का विकसित भारत, ऐसा करके 2 दिन प्रधानमंत्री जी के सामने प्रेजेंटेशन रखेंगे। प्रधानमंत्री जी स्वयं इस कार्यक्रम में युवाओं के साथ 2 दिन रहेंगे दोस्तों। तब जाके देश बदल सकता है, तब जाके। और ये युवा कहेंगे कि विकसित भारत ऐसा होना चाहिए, विकसित भारत में सस्टेनेबिलिटी पर यह काम होना चाहिए, स्टार्टअप पर यह काम होना चाहिए, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेक्टर में यह काम होना चाहिए, कल्चरल सेक्टर में यह काम होना चाहिए। हम यूथ से सुनना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि यूथ ही देश का भविष्य होता है। और इसलिए आज शेपिंग द फ्यूचर ऑफ द यंग लीडर्स, यंग लीडर के भविष्य को शेप देने के लिए आज डायलॉग का आयोजन करा गया है। आयोजकों को मैं अभिनंदन देता हूं और आपने उत्साहपूर्वक पार्टिसिपेंट करा है। आप सबको भी मैं हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मैं अपेक्षा करता हूं कि आपकी डिस्कशन और डेलिब्रेशन से जो पॉइंट निकलेगा वो अवश्य मेरे सामने रखिए। मुझे भी सरकार की नीति पॉलिसी के लिए उसका उपयोग हो सकता है। आप सबको मेरी ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your insightful and inspirational words. May I now request Mr. Arun Pandit to deliver the vote of thanks.
Great morning, everyone. Honorable Minister, distinguished dignitaries, and the august gathering. It's my privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this inspiring session of the AIMA YLC National Youth Summit. On behalf of AIMA YLC and everyone present here, I extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Shri Mansukh Mandavia sir, Honorable Union Minister of Labour and Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. Sir, your presence here has truly elevated the stature of this summit. The youth may not constitute the 100% of a nation's population, but it constitutes the 100% of a nation's future. Your insightful address highlighted youth empowerment, employment opportunities, and leadership has not only resonated deeply with the audience, but also ignited a renewed sense of purpose among the youth gathered here today. You talked about leadership with respect to youth. You talked about the average age being 28, which is not our constraint, it is our superpower. You talked about the change of mindset from Indian people thinking of going to foreign countries to the reverse thing where foreigners want to come to India because they see potential here. You talked about talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. It's all about actions. It's all about direction. It is all about guidance. And it is all about resources, which the Startup India initiative takes care of. You talked about Khelo India. You talked about Make in India for manufacturers. You talked about the strong economic growth across the world. You talked about Viksit Bharat for current youth. And you also talked about the 5 prans which are required in order to make the Viksit Bharat. You talked about the 2 crore youth that have onboarded to My Bharat platform, which is an inspiring number in itself. You talked about the Viksit Bharat dialogue, where 28 lakh people, youth, were enrolled for a short span there. And you also talked about the National Youth Day coming on 11th and 12th Jan, in which the Honorable Prime Minister would himself spend 2 days with the youth, which is in itself a very big thing. Your leadership and commitment to empowering youth and fostering their participation in the nation-building process sets an exemplary standard. We are profoundly grateful for the time you took from your busy schedule to grace the event and share your invaluable perspectives. I would also like to thank Dr. Suneeta Reddy, President of AIMA, Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General of AIMA, Mr. Santosh, National Chair of AIMA YLC, and the Executive Board of AIMA to make it happen. It's moments like these that spark change and create pathways for a better tomorrow. Your keynote has inspired everyone present here, and personally, I cannot resist saying, Nanna Munna Rahi Hoon, Desh Ka Sipahi Hoon, Bolo Mere Sang, Jai Hind, Jai Hind. Once again, thank you, Mr. Mansukh Mandavia, for your inspiring words and unwavering dedication to the progress of our nation. We are deeply honored by your presence and guidance. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to give a big round of applause to all our speakers today. Thank you all for a wonderful start to AIMA's Young Leaders Summit. May I now request President AIMA, Dr. Suneeta Reddy, to present a memento to the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, sir. That brings us to the end of the opening session. We will now be moving on to the next session. Kindly remain seated. We will start immediately.
Before we begin with the next session, which is AI and India's digital future, the first question of the day is coming towards you. Our technology has exceeded our humanity, was said by Einstein. Do you agree, disagree, or you can't say? I invite all of you to participate and share your opinions. Also, we were not able to take questions in the inauguration session as the Honorable Minister had an engagement to go to. So I'm really sorry that we could not take those questions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Rajiv Makhni, the tech guru of India, managing editor NDTV, who will also be moderating the session. Our panelists, Mr. Rahul Agarwal, managing partner, Sense AI Ventures, Kartik Sharma, past chairman, AIMA YLC, and founder and CEO, Agnitio, and Mr. Umakant Soni, Chairman, AI Foundry and co-founder, Art Park, who will be joining us through Zoom from Bangalore. May I please request Rajiv to please take the session forward.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I hope this is your wake-up session. And thank you, everyone, for coming. Let me just quickly set agenda. What are we going to do out here? You must have heard at least 1,000 other panels or seen YouTube videos about AI. It is the buzzword. It is the one thing that everyone keeps talking about. But what we're trying to do today is dramatically different. So, I think tech dominates in everything you do, right? Today, when you're out there walking around and you maybe fall down and you hear a crack, right? You usually hope that it's your bone and not your phone, because the phone is far more important right now. Or when people say, by the way, have you ever gone naked running? Have you? Never? I can guarantee you that you both have, okay? Let me find out from the audience. Sir, do you think you've ever gone naked running? Okay, but again, I can guarantee you have. Because in the world of tech, naked running doesn't mean that you go running without clothes. It means you go without any devices. If you don't have a phone on you or a TWS or a headphone or something, it's called naked running. Because the reason I'm talking about all this is just to say that how much tech dominates every single conversation of ours. And if you think that you can think whichever innovation, invention, whichever was the most important thing that has impacted human life till today, it could be, let me find out. What do you think is the greatest discovery or invention since the dawn of mankind? The internet, okay. What about, let's say, let me find out from you. What do you think, ma'am? Yeah. Which one? What do you think? The greatest invention or discovery since the dawn of mankind would be? A mobile phone. So a smartphone, internet, it could be the fire, it could be the wheel. But let me make a profound statement out here. Whichever one you think has had the most impact on human life, pales into insignificance with what AI has already done and will be doing in the next year or two. And it is incredible, but it's not just the greatest magician that has ever been born. It also comes with a lot of negatives. And that's what we're going to try and really go through today, that AI may be the greatest savior, but is it all good? What do we have to be careful about? Does it need governance? Does it need to be reined in? Is it a wild beast that has been let free, or do we need to tame it a little to make sure it works for us as humanity? So I'm going to just open out with the panel. Rahul, I'm going to start off with you. By the way, Rahul and me have done a very similar event, spoke about different things out there. I have to tell you one thing about Rahul. I was told at that event that he has only one formal jacket, the one he's wearing right now, and he's been, because he has this, it's called his stage jacket. And since college, whenever he has a formal event, he wears the same one. The only question that we have for him now is that does he ever get it dry cleaned? That's our first question. Since college, have you ever, or is this a new one you bought? It looks different,
Yeah, that went,
oh
went
my God.
threadbare.
Threadbare, okay. So I'm going to open out to both Rahul and Kartik. My first question is, and we'll keep it really simple, short, more anecdotes, more things that, you've really seen happen. What excites you the most about AI? What do you think is really going to be the game changer AI will do? And what's the one big negative you already have started to see? You with the fact that Sense AI is, a venture capital fund that only invests into AI and real AI, not the gimmicky AI, right? You're talking to people doing AI on a daily basis and some really good stuff, right? So what excites you the most? What do you think AI will change the most? And where's the greatest negative?
Sure. So I think, as you said, I think AI is going to be the biggest innovation we've ever seen. It will impact our lives the most as well. We are seeing in business adoption happening across the board. Even in personal lives, it's already started to impact, right? So changing from whether it's marketing to whether how products are made, all that is changing. But that, I think, is only at the surface. That's what we are seeing today. So if I have to look forward, right, as to what I'm most excited about, I think we'll live longer, healthier lives because of AI. To me, that will be the biggest change. Today, our understanding of the human biology actually has been not great. All medicine is basically chemistry, not really biology. That is changing fundamentally. I mean, the mRNA virus, the vaccine that we saw during COVID is just one of the first few things which have come out. You'll see new medicines come out because of AI. Already they've been developed, there'll be more released. But the pace of innovation in biology is fundamentally shifted, and that is massive. So to me, that's the one I think I'm most excited about. Of course, we invest across the board. So from internal processes like audits to how you sell products, all that is already changing, and we, of course, will invest in all of that as well. From a negatives perspective, so one, I'm a techno-optimist, right? I mean, if you think about my day job, that's what I have to believe, that technology will do better, so we focus on that. But of course, there are risks, right? Every technology, I mean, internet had, so social media can be seen as one negative and how it impacts people's lives. But to me, the key fears around whether it is people losing jobs, whether it is, all the dangerous things, use cases of AI that will happen. And some of that is bound to happen. While we should be thinking about governance and putting the guardrails, please understand actually the controls are still human. We build this AI. It's up to us to build it right. So to me, that is the key piece which I want people to carry back, right? Don't think this is an out-of-control beast where we do not have control levers. It looks like a black box. It looks like we have no control. But actually, everything that went into the black box was put in there by us. So once you start realizing that actually the level of control you have, you may not have it on, when you ask it a question, what answer it gives back, you may not be able to tune that completely. Actually, you can. You just don't want to. Because imagine then doing that for billions of those same questions. It's not scalable. So you need to figure out guardrails, and that to me is the key piece which is evolving yet and not in place. And that's the negative externalities that come because of not having great guardrails today. That's the risk. But it'll get covered. Much like internet was pretty wild in the early days of the internet, if you remember.
So,
Okay. All right. Kartik, the same question.
for me, I think the thing which I am most excited about is that AI democratizes a lot of things, whether it's access, whether it's about building things. You were telling me backstage, right, that for a mainstream media channel with highest TRP over 10 years would reach maximum of 17 million households. But now I can just create a digital twin of you using AI, and I could reach 23 million users, all of your audiences, in few minutes. I can build back in the day when I was at IIT, I remember IIM folks would come to us and say, hey, we need a tech co-founder because I have a great idea, I have distribution sorted, but I'm not a tech guy. And many of those ideas I have seen get killed over the years because people did not have access to technology. Technology was limited to only people who had fancy engineering degrees. But now anybody in this room, if they have a great idea, there are AI tools available to solve for your sales, your marketing communications, operations, customer support. Like I have seen times where people would need a multilingual 24/7 call center support to manage their ops. But now with people like him, he has invested in a company, I won't take name, but there are tools available in which I can set up a multilingual 24/7 customer support with a single agent, right? Or I can create an army of AI agents, right? So to me, I think that democratizing that anybody can today do anything in a shorter span of time is super exciting to me individually as well as a society. But that in the same breath is also something which is worrying because what happens then is that everything becomes commoditized. So I was having a chat with somebody on the topic of like AI SDRs are hot, right? Like sales development representative using AI, like AI calling you is pretty hot these days. So we were talking about it and then this guy says, a young college guy, he said, but sir, who will this AI agent call? Because everything is done by AI on the other side also. So then we were like, okay, so the AI agent will call probably a AI agent at the customer end. And after a while he said, then sir, what will happen? Everybody will have their AI agents. They will talk and they will sort out. So like, and I didn't have a solid answer to it because 5, 6, 8 years down the line, maybe that's what's going to happen. Like our digital twins are going to be interacting. They have been trained on our memory layer. So they know what we will speak, how will we respond. So that way, and everybody would have access to it because AI democratized it, but at the same time, it also commoditized a lot of these things. So I think that's like a double-edged sword for me.
Okay, great. So, lots of food for thought. I think just your opening answers gives me the next 45 minutes, but we'll jump a little, right, and get down to one thing that you said was that, look, it's not a black box where you're just throwing things in. It's still humans that are doing it, and therefore, but humans have never been good. They get very, very excited when they can either make a lot of money, or they seem to think that they can change the world. And that's where I think AI's greatest problems is. So let me just throw out the 2 or 3 big negatives that are typically given, and I'll play devil's advocate for, I think, everybody in the audience. The amount of power, in terms of electricity and kind of, computing that is required just to, we are very excited when, generative AI throws out an image or a video or, text, but the amount of power it's taking behind, right, is unbelievable. Just for us to get something back, some server somewhere is doing a great amount of computing to be able to throw us that magic. So that is one that at the present moment seems to be out of control. And as he's saying, eventually when it becomes everywhere, where AI agent will talk to my AI, I think assistant is what we're going to be. Every one of us will have an AI assistant and everything else. These are all going to be power. So the power problem. The governance problem, they say, okay, let's do a quick poll out here. Please do raise your hand one way or the other. How many of you, because of the movies we've seen or the books that you've read or the amazing documentaries you've seen, that one day you think AI will become more powerful than humans? How many are the yes? Okay, so I think so we've divided the room. It's exactly 50%. Huh? Oh, All right. Sorry, I didn't know that you joined, Umakant. Thank you so much. I think the same question I'm throwing out to you also, the one that we started off with. So do let us know what excites you the absolute most and what do you think is your greatest fear?
Thank you so much for having me here, and wanted to actually be there in Delhi in person, but couldn't, unfortunately. So
You
very
could
quick
have
background
sent
of
your
mine.
AI double.
No, I was actually
We just
thinking, but
predicted it,
was.
right? So okay,
Yeah, I think
next year for sure.
next year, definitely for sure. But I mean, it is always fun to interact in person. So, I mean, I think I would still take the opportunity to fly down there. Very quick background of mine. I've spent almost 23 years in technology space. Last 15 years have been in AI space. First as an entrepreneur. Exactly 14 years back, we released the first AI chatbot, almost 2 years ahead of OpenAI, called Maya. And it was for customer support. So this conversation sounds like, wow, it took us a long time, but we're finally there. Then post that, I set up the first AI-focused venture fund called Pi Ventures, invested around 17 plus companies in AI space, set up a not-for-profit together with support from Government of India called Art Park. Art Park stands for AI and Robotics Technology Park, incubated at Indian Institute of Science. And we're supporting around 30 companies through that. I'm working very closely with government in shaping the policy narratives, especially with two large missions by Government of India. One is NMICPS, National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System, and another one is the India AI Mission, which just recently got launched. And together they represent around close to $1.75 billion of investment into AI research and innovation ecosystem by Government of India, which is unprecedented. So from two perspectives, it is interesting and exciting time. One is that so much of amount of investment has gone in compute, in the whole data ecosystem, that we are seeing this massive, we literally collapsed the entire internet into a massive brain, right? And today it is available to you on your mobile phone in form of a chat GPT kind of interface, right? And that is like phenomenal, right? So in one sense, if I have to actually take a step back and understand, right? When industrial revolution happened, the brawn got democratized, right? Women and kids could actually work in factories. Not that it was a good thing, but yeah, they were able to work, right? With this new technology that is coming in, intelligence is going to get democratized and it will be available on the tap. And that actually poses very interesting questions because this change is happening very fast, right? So fundamentally, how we change ourselves as a human being to this mode where we will have bursts of intelligence depending upon whether you're on a plus ChatGPT Plus Pro, or now you've got Sora, right? Which just got released, and I was reading and talking to a few people about that. So I think that burst of intelligence, which is available on tap, is changing things fundamentally, right? And just like we have this, AIMA, which is about management. When we say management, it only denotes people, right? I mean, we manage people. Maybe by 2030 or so, we're predicting that 30 to 40% of the workflows will be done with AI agents, right? Now, so it will be management of people plus AI agent, right? And that's how you probably will, get ahead in time, right? So that's an interesting thought process. That also raises the challenge that you were mentioning, that I think AI safety is something that we've been talking about AI ethics for a while, but it's important that I think we segregate this AI safety part and we talk about it. And we've been actually trying to, talk about this as a part of India-UK collaboration on AI. That AI safety will become increasingly important because imagine this, right? You have this, just like the human beings who could go rogue, corrupt, and maybe decide to veer off the path that we have laid out for them, AI agents with human-like intelligence could go rogue, could get corrupted. Models may not work as we intended them to work, right? So how do you bring that, perspective and say that, okay, just like the way, we talk about safety when it comes to, human. I mean, of course, human beings, when they go rogue, you can put them behind bars, right? You can take them out of circulation in some sense, right? But how do we do that with AI agents? And that is something that, right now as a society, we are struggling with. And I think that remains my biggest fear and challenge, that, one, we have this, I mean, just like the human beings who could go rogue, corrupt, and maybe decide to veer off the path that we have laid out for them. AI agents with human-like intelligence will become increasingly important because imagine this, right? You have this, I mean, just like the human beings who could go rogue, corrupt, and maybe decide to veer off the path that we have laid out for them. AI agents with human-like intelligence will become increasingly important because imagine this, right? You have this, how do we navigate so much of change in such a short amount of time, right? Like when Industrial Revolution happened, we still got 300 years or so, right? When the Knowledge Revolution happened, we still had like 40, 45 years or so. This AI revolution may happen in 15 years or so, right? So one thing is that the only way human society we know how to navigate is through wars, right? I mean, war is typically communication in haste, right? So are we going to see unstable geopolitical scenarios, right? That could be a big challenge. The second one that I see is, yeah, AI safety. I mean, how do we integrate safely into our human society?
Okay, great. So you put 2 or 3 questions at the end, but not given the answers. So I'm going to come to exactly that. So when I had done a very quick poll, I think we pretty much got a divided room. About 50 to 60% hands were up. So let's quickly get all 3 of you to answer the first part of it. In our lifetime, including the youngest person here, in their lifetime, our lifetime, can AI go sentient? And all those science fiction, that thing that we were, suddenly there is a beautiful white room and there is a glowing orb in the middle that takes over the entire world. Is that going to happen in our lifetime?
I personally don't think so, right? I don't think that's the direction AI will develop into. That's partly one because of the concerns we all have, right? These concerns are real and these concerns are common. A lot of people have these concerns, including decision makers, including the top executives at the firms pushing AI, the AI agenda. The top AI researchers have spoken about these. Which means what? Which means that we will build up the guardrails. But where are we in the AI journey? I mean, mostly people, when they think about AI, they think about Gen AI, ChatGPT. That's 2 years old, right? It's like a baby. Today, and this partly answers your power question also. A baby takes up, it cries most of the time. It needs to be, fed, bathed, done everything, and it smiles maybe for 20 minutes in a day, and that's the joy portion, right? Rest of it is just consuming. But ultimately, that child becomes bigger and then gives you back becomes a productive member of society. So wait for AI to grow up. AI is yet to grow up. We are excited by what we see in terms of the potential, but that is basically saying what it can do ultimately. We are not there yet. How much power it consumes today? Already if I did a graph, it just had, it defined a unit of intelligence. The power consumption per unit of intelligence, the graph looks like this, right? So the problems are there, but we will solve the problems. Internet, okay, can you imagine today you don't even think about opening up your phone and seeing a video on YouTube. Friend sends you a link, you click on it. Go back 20 years, when you were doing dial-up to internet, you could not even think of doing video, right? It just was not
This is a young person, young leaders. You'll have to define what dial-up means. It's the same as giving them a rotary phone and, telling them to actually make a call. And most people will just keep punching that rotary button. So anybody here who doesn't know what a dial-up modem is? Anybody who's embarrassed to actually say, I don't know what a yeah, because no one's hand went up. So okay, carry on.
So that's the point. To my mind, we are at the early stages. To predict so much into the future that is the kind of AI we'll develop. Why should we? We've all been fed enough on science fiction to realize that risk is real. Why will we go down that path?
All right. Kartik, in our lifetime, do you think it could go haywire?
Okay, you changed the question from sentient to haywire. So
sentient, haywire, both. I mean, the sentient going haywire is really where most of the science fiction comes from.
Right. So my personal view is that in our lifetime, we would see very organized self-orchestration of multiple agents. What that means is if some of the tech people in the room have seen things like Microsoft AutoGen, for example, on steroids, wherein you would actually, and to that I would also slightly have a departure from his view that we control everything. I think once the self-orchestration of agents becomes mature, there is limited direct impact you can have as a developer to control that orchestration. Right now, it's at a very premature stage. So, you can sort of control the weights and tune the model, micro agents. So you feel that you have control. But the moment that swarming, which we say swarming AI, that becomes more and more mature, there would be limited control we could directly have, because in that sense, you would not be using AI for a particular purpose. Right now, you use AI for, hey, I'm giving you an input, get me a response, or take a action. But with self-orchestration agents, it would actually understand something, call another process, do something, execute it autonomously without your involvement, which may involve as many as, let's say, 100 plus agents. Once that level of sophistication gets achieved, which I feel it would in our lifetime for sure, or maybe in next 5 to 6 years, then there is a limited control you have on the outcomes and the correlation between these orchestrations. And then there is a higher risk of unintended outcomes. I will not say whether it's haywire or not, because as humans also, we may not be in the know of things that this is the most optimum way to do a particular process. So we might think it's haywire because it's a deviation from my thought process. But maybe AI is optimizing some other function.
So, let me respond to that. So I actually agree with your vision as to what will happen with AI and how much it will develop. Absolutely all the stuff you described will happen, right? That's actually not even too far into the future. Autonomous agents acting and orchestrating and swarming, all that will happen. But we will also create AI which will control the rest of the AI. AI police. How do we control human beings? How do we do it? How do our laws work? We have somebody who makes sure that the other people are not stepping out of line. If you're doing it at scale, the only way you'll do it is use technology. So technology will also develop these similar safeguards. If you go back in human history, we didn't have all these structures in place when we started out. It was pretty much the Wild West, right? So we evolved, and AI will evolve in the same way.
But you've also said that this is uncharted territory like never before. So there may not be, you're throwing past legacy into a future that is still very much uncharted territory. So there is that dichotomy. So Umakant, if we can get you back, the room was divided, the two panelists are also divided. You get the final vote here.
No, I think I love the way it was expressed. I think my sense is that in my lifetime, for sure, we are going to, maybe, what you're talking about, sentient or non-sentient, I don't know, but I think people are normally quoting it within AGI, parlance. That's the word that gets bandied around. I think it's going to happen. Definitely within my lifetime. I hope I live that long. Sure, but my sense is that
if Rahul gets the AI part, he's got it right. Then the longevity, the fact that aging is a disease and AI will solve all of that also. So then that might just be part of it, Umakant. So you've got 100 years to go.
Maybe I will be living as with the brain inside a robot of some sort, right? So in that, technically, it might still be my lifetime. But I think it's still some time away. I think till we actually get, really good quantum compute to work, I think that is a tough, it looks like tough. Although having said that, even if you get maybe not artificial general intelligence, but the kind of, ASI that we are talking about, right? Which is good enough. In the phase one, what we did, we actually, boiled the internet into a giant brain, and then we made it available in form of ChatGPT of sort, right? Stage two, what I see very clearly is that we are putting it inside, these agent kind of workflows, right? So the brain works, and with that, you're able to solve problems which, has to be done in steps, right? And then, of course, you have to interact with humans, and so that basically are more complex problem, right? And that is significant portion of our universe, right? Phase three is where we probably are going to put that inside actual robots and physical agents, and we are going to have these, robots running around together working with us, and maybe it might be a city full of robots and humans working together, right? Maybe that would be the stage three. But even with, stage two, as was pointed out, right? I think we are going to see, significant output. Whether, I'm still divided over the fact that, if you take a step back and understand that this Earth is run by maybe a higher intelligence than us, right? We still are not able to predict weather, right? So definitely that intelligence is way better than us, and it has not killed us, right? Maybe so far it has not killed us. So I wouldn't say that the real challenge or threat is going to be us getting exterminated by AI or a sentient AI. But I think the real challenge is going to be that a really powerful AI combined with human stupidity is still a very potent combination, right? And we have seen that we have the capability to destroy the earth with our natural stupidity. The challenge is that will AI, which is unchecked and not really brought into the purview, could run amok and maybe give us because all of us have biases, right? The way we are born, we have biases, right? The only challenge is that with technology, these biases can scale massively, and that's a challenge.
Right. Okay, no, great answer. And I love Umakant. He uses all the buzzwords to do with AI, right? Okay, we boiled the whole of internet into a single brain, and you're really flexing, yeah, Umakant, I have to say. Okay, we have lots of things to discuss, very less time. So even though this wasn't supposed to be quick fire, but I'll do the last 3 questions in quick fire mode. So a sentence or 2 for each, right? Give me a quick example of something that uses AI that is really impress you, so that the audience knows that it's not we always are very dismissive about generative AI, right? All you've seen is this. Tell me about AI. It can be any, it could even be generative, but something that is not familiar to everybody, that has really blown your mind.
So I'll talk about 2. One which he mentioned, the AI SDR, right? So we funded one. I'm amazed at the emails it sends out, right? I did an introduction to the founder, to a third person for sales. So what did he do? He didn't write the email. He got his AI SDR, which is what he's selling. That's his product. But he got the AI SDR to write the emails when I did an introduction. And I was CC'd on it. And I was like, wow, this is so nice. I mean, this guy's, I know that guy obviously because I've done the introduction. And the mail was so relevant. And I was like, wow. And then I asked the founder that, good job. And he said, no, the AI SDR did it. So that change, that context, AI can get your context and speak to you like another human would if he really understood you, to me is a huge jump, right? It is not just well crafted, but it is personalized really well. The other thing which I'm excited by, and a lot of people may not be excited by, but one of my big problems in my life is email, right? I mean, I have multiple accounts and I get thousands of mails a day, right? I just cannot keep up with it. And some of you would have similar experiences. And I saw recently a AI first email box, right? It's fundamentally different. I mean, I can go on describing it, but it just shifts the game. It is no longer, I mean, you think about email, everything is coming on email, right? The mails which are actually emails. Then there's others which is like from whether when you make a booking on, buy something on Amazon, then all the 3, 4, 5, 6 mails that come, oh, order is done, order is shipped, order is delivered, XYZ. To anything to do with your bank statements. All these are different nature, right? Today, emails look at everything the same way. All email, you have a box which has mails. But they shouldn't be represented that way. So this guy just showed me a completely new way of looking based on the data, the content inside it, the mail changes. These are simple, but so powerful ways to change how we work, how we live, that you'll be surprised.
Okay, good examples out there because this affects daily life.
Yes.
And a huge part of our daily life. Kartik?
So one of the things I have seen is what we are also building along with Grok, not the Elon Musk wala, the other GROQ one, wherein using their LPUs and working closely with them, we've been able to develop a conversational toy for kids. And what has amazed me, because there's something which we've done a lot of R&D along with them to build it, wherein it's not only a conversation. So right now there are a lot of tools in which you can do a sort of give input, get response sort of a conversation, right? But what it can do now is it has a memory layer. So after a while, it can start initiating conversations on its own, depending upon your routine, your behavior, what's happening in your life. And to me, that's very powerful because like he jokingly said that all of us would have AI assistants. You can have an AI assistant right now, but it would only execute a particular task when it is initiated. But imagine an assistant that is auto-triggered and can manage conversations on your behalf or even with you, like your alter ego of sorts, which over a period of time knows everything about you, has the entire sort of context refresh done, and it can be like your alter ego, and it can execute tasks on your behalf. That is something I used to think it's like few years down the line. But what I have seen in last 6 months working with them closely is that it's something which is available right now, which we could apply even in a sales and marketing scenario or in personal lives. I think that will be a truly game changer. And the latency is amazing. I mean, like, it feels like a natural human conversation, less than 1 second, no lags, no delay. And it also can understand now. So the problem with, sorry, I'm taking maybe a minute more, but one of the biggest challenges with most of the NLP models in voice is that it cannot distinguish the kind of statement is it, whether it's declarative or it's a question. Like I can say, Rahul, you took my phone. Or I can say, Rahul, you took my phone. Or I can do acquisition. Rahul, you took my phone. Most of the agents today will just process it as, Rahul, you took my phone as a text
Statement,
and do processing on it. But if you are able to better curate from the tonality and what the person is really intending to ask, I think that is a game changer which I'm seeing now happening in the more mature conversational agent space.
So is this toy already available? It's already available.
Yeah.
It can initiate conversations based
It can
on
initiate conversation.
your
it knows
time,
about
lifestyle.
it. Yeah. So the more time you
it's
spend
learned.
with it, the more it can understand about you and initiate
What is it called?
conversations. It's called Scooby's AI. It's what we have built. And the toy is called Pookie in a stuffed toy format and Kiki in a robotic format. So we have two avatars.
And what is the cost for this?
8,999.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. Umakant, one example, AI that completely blew your mind.
I think it's interesting. I think when LLMs, burst through the scene and we had ChatGPT, one of the things that first shook me up was I was actually during these general elections that we had, right? And I asked it to predict how many number of seats BJP is going to win. And the error ratio of that prediction just blew me off because it was actually very, very close to what eventually numbers panned out. And that just gave me an indication that, wow, these models are really good at predicting future outcomes. That was one. The second one actually is a test for the audience, and you can try it. If you've been using ChatGPT or any of these agents, right? Just ask a question that, share with me something you might have learned during, my interaction with you, which I may not know myself. And that answer to that question was very, very interesting for me.
Okay, so in fact, this is a very interesting one. So do try it out, not right now, but do try it out, share with me something about myself to do with my interactions that I may not, the key that Umakant has told you that I may not be aware of myself. You will be very, very surprised at what you get back. It's very insightful, right? Okay, we are here for a very interesting event, this entire seminar that we are having out here, which is to do with young leaders, people that are here to maybe just start off, and this is management. A lot of people say that technology has done amazing things for people, but only those that are touched by technology. Those untouched by technology, either by language or by geographical position, tier 2, tier 3, villages where those got very far left behind. Now with the compounding, overall effect of AI, one statement that a lot of people make is that if you use AI, you will be 10x faster and 10x better, which obviously corresponds to if you're not using AI, then you will be 10x slower and 10x worse, which if you compound it is into thousands, right? So those untouched by technology will get even far left behind, right? What's the best advice you would give to people, especially young leaders in the management situation? What do you mean by I see a lot of advice that people give, understand AI and, start using it every day and, start implementing it in every part of your. What's the best advice you can give? How do you get started with AI? Not just using it as a tool for your daily interactions or, generate a video or something. What do you mean by use AI? What's the best advice you can give?
Sure. Though I'm going to also respond to your hypothesis that it will get the people to stay further behind. Actually, no. See, if you look at AI, we all know how to type. Everybody, I think, in this room knows how to type. But if you go to your grandfather's generation, nobody knew how to type. Why is that? We learned to type to deal with technology. The reason people are getting left behind is because they don't know how to, they've never grown up with computers. They don't know how to type. They know how to speak. Because that's how you deal with other humans. So they all know some language or the other. But they may not know how to type and use a computer. That problem goes away with AI. Technology till date did not allow those who couldn't type to really interact. AI completely removes that barrier. It doesn't, as he said, it can anticipate and it can actually interact with you. Of course, you can talk and talk to it and it will respond. So that to me is the big change AI brings. It helps those people catch up. Education, health, you look at how delivery will happen to those people, fundamentally changing. We have startups in our portfolio like Kioskin, which are absolutely attacking the same segment that people are scared of getting left behind. Coming to the advice I'd give to young leaders from using AI perspective. So if you, depends on the industry you're in, right? Today, if I divide it broadly into two big halves, it's not really nuanced, but if you'll get what I'm trying. One is more traditional, less digital industries, right? And these are industries which felt that they've been left behind by from technology. There's not enough technology in them. I think there's a massive opportunity. In fact, one of the things we are doing now is looking for companies that are attacking these industries because the delta available there is huge, right? The parallel is, of course, in India, we went straight from not having any phones to having, internet, smartphones, right? This jump is the same happening. AI allows you to get out of inputting data. AI itself captures the data for you. It automatically analyzes it for you. We've done this in construction. Construction today, why? Because you have blue-collar workers, people never use technology there. How do you use technology on a construction site? Who will input the data? How will technology work? Completely changing that, right? So for traditional industries, look for these leaps. These leaps are available. Look for places where you do not have good data available. Actually, now look for AI which will help you capture the data itself. So think data first and think where in your organization you need better data and find AI solutions for that. I think that will be one simple way to look at it from a traditional. When you look at it from the digital world, now you have lots of data. You already have lots of technology. But now look at where the interaction pieces are repetitive, right? Why get people to do that? There's, technology offers a cheaper, better, give people more interesting work. Move your people to, like talking to a customer is very interesting for humans, right? Advising him, consulting with him. But what about all the data entry that goes with that? What about all the proposal making that goes with that? How much of that can be offloaded to AI? So think from that perspective.
Okay, no, great. So some very good advice out here. I'm also going to do questions from audience. They've been handed to me right now. So this one is for you, Rahul. If I get this right, this is NK Sethi, the organization is ITPO. Rahul, how long will it take for AI to take over from you all, which means the replacement for me as the moderator, you as the panelists? As a VC, no. They want to know that when will we have an all AI seminar like this where there are no humans on stage at all? How long? Quick prediction, Rahul. This is time-based.
5 years.
5 years, Kartik? Okay, Umakant?
It's already here.
It's Umakant, how do we now check whether you're human or not? Like, is there a test we could try out? Is there a particular way? Is there a way to know that this is not a digital twin that is already on?
Yeah, in India, we built the best platform, Aadhaar, right? So That actually is a pretty decent one. I mean, people appreciate that, I mean, we don't have to go through the, Sam Altman startup on, trying to figure out your biometrics. We already have that. So I think the other part of the question that you were asking previously, right? I feel India is a kind of like a supermarket of problems, right? We have all kinds of problems, right? I mean, in Bangalore, if you come, the average speed is 18 kilometers per hour. If you go to Delhi, the air quality is super seriously bad. So most of so all problems are here, and you have this technology that is coming along, which is allowing you to leapfrog things, right? So I think it's a great opportunity for people to build stuff, and I do feel that I think people are underappreciating the impact it will have on the longer run part. I think it will really democratize intelligence at a level we have not seen. I mean, I was reading this prediction, by Hugging Face CEO that the legacy companies, their valuation will be going down in half. And I think he might be spot on. I mean, that might happen. So there is a great opportunity for all the young people to maybe start new startups and, disrupt the, old legacy companies.
Okay, I have a question for you from this Umakant for you from Anand Raj. How do we work further to nurture AI, keeping Indian ethos in mind, rather than blindly following imported benchmarks? Is that important, the throwing in the nationalistic part of it into AI? Or is that the very thing that we need to break from?
I think one thing that is important is that, see, if I look at culture, right? I mean, culture is kind of like a set of practices which have proved sustainable over a period of time, right? I mean, culture is sustainable adaptation to the environmental changes, if I were to put it in a very blunt way, right? It's a longitudinal data set of practices that have worked well. And I think it's important that, if you are digitizing or, carrying forward those practices, because they have proved to be successful and sustainable, let's say in India, right? I think that would be the most easy way to integrate AI into the society, right? Like if I were to go to maybe North Pole, right? I may not wear the kind of clothes that I'm wearing right now because it will be out of place, right? I may freeze to death in a few hours, right? If I were to wear the same thing. So similarly, I think, the culture has evolved so that we are able to adapt to the environment and how it changes around us. So I think it's very important that I'm not saying that you bound it within the nationalistic the boundaries. I mean, machines have no concept of a nation. I mean, a nation is an abstract notion that we humans have, right? I mean, but machines don't have, right? Having said that, I think it's useful that if it has to solve the problems that we see around us, that we actually do spend time in developing that ecosystem ourselves. I think that's very critical. Having said that, I think the opportunity for young Indians, we have 900 million of them in the demographic potential, right? Is that AI is going to change not just India, but also US, Europe, and everywhere, right? So since we have a younger population, we can adopt much faster. So it opens up the sort of the playing fields to the whole world. So whatever innovation that I've seen companies do in some of my portfolio, and I'm sure Rahul must be seeing it in his portfolio as well. They started from India, but they've gone global now, right? And that's a very consistent trend because India, you have a lot of data. You can, get maturity in the model fairly quickly. But then you realize, there are bigger price points to be had outside India. And so they go global. There's a company called Pixis that, got invested as part of Pi Ventures. And, the customers are Fortune 500, companies. I mean, the Louis Vuittons of the world, they're all their customers. So I see very clearly that this is unprecedented. I was in this session together with all the SaaS founders, and I was telling them that, now all these SaaS companies are going to become Ask companies, right? AI agent as a service. So the playground remains global. And I think the boundaries are going to come down even faster. So the faster we adopt, better we learn to build the ecosystem here, more chances we will have that, we will reach to that elusive 30 trillion or whatever trillion that we might want to aspire by 2047.
Okay, no, great answer. Thank you. Okay, Kartik, you have the last one. First, great advice that you can give to people starting off right now, young leaders and people from management. How do you truly adopt AI for whatever you're doing right now and into the future?
I think one of the things which I keep discussing with not only young people but even older people around the use of AI is that whole debate between two prongs of it. One is like, do we build something on top of an existing model or a platform or a foundation structure available, or do we build something from the scratch, right? That's a key debate which happens between a lot of people, and it's partly promulgated by the VC community, because a lot of times VCs ask, what's the moat, what's the IP? And I see a lot of founders then getting distracted into building something fundamental in AI and then applying it into a use case. And then they lose out on time, because you cannot compete with the large foundation model building companies. So my advice on that front would be to build on top of something to begin with, and not waste a lot of time focusing on a war which, you know that statement with by Sam Altman that you will not be able to win, but it's your right and to try. So that's one. On second front, I think I see a lot of times in management, people sort of having solutions chasing problems, that, oh, I saw this interesting AI tool now, where can I fit it into my organization? So that becomes a bit counterproductive. Rather than that, I would partly agree with what Rahul was saying, that if you can figure out a use case in the organization, mostly around scale or skill. Like in India, cost is a iffy, because many times you would see that on a transaction level, it's actually cheaper to have a non-AI solution because of the local wage rates. But skill, definitely, like in the example of SDRs or sales, the way you can train an AI model to handle conversations on your behalf 24/7 concurrently to n number of connections with a more personalized level of conversation, that is something which a human agent cannot do repeatedly day in, day out for 9 hours or 10 hours. Like AI can do it for 24 hours. So I think wherever it's about skill, and secondly about scale, like you have a process or a business which you are not able to scale because of paucity of resources, therein AI gives you an opportunity to explore that astronomical scale using some of the tools. So I think first start with problems which you're facing in your business, rather than looking at some fancy gimmicky tool in the market and then trying to force fit it in your setup.
Again, great answer. That's pretty much all the time we have. Thank you so much to all the three panelists, and thank you all. I'm sure there are many, many more questions you have. The panelists will be available, one-to-one maybe if they're around for a short while. And thank you so much for listening to us. Quickly, I don't think I'm going to use what we usually do as a sign-off. Hope to see all of you next year, because the probability is that it'll be our AI agents. But just little food for thought, it could be our AI twins here, and you could be deploying your AI assistants to actually be sitting in audience. So that's one of the worlds that we may be going into, good or bad. I leave it for you all to think about. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Thank you so much for that session. I think a lot of our answers we are already getting. We started with talking about the human element AI. So thank you so much. I would request Rashmi Mandloi, one of our executive board members, YLC AIMA, co-founder, Lead Up Universe, to please present the mementos to our dear panelists. For Umakant, I believe it's an AI version of our memento for now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would request everybody to please be seated, as we have promising young leaders coming up for the next session. And I hope you're also participating in the poll. The results will be displayed on the screen in a bit for the first question. A big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. That was wonderful.
So,
thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start a very interesting session on innovating for impact, young leaders driving change. So the poll question for this session is, should organizations prioritize hiring young leaders to foster creativity and innovation? Do you agree, disagree, or can't say? We invite all of you to participate and share your opinion. Please do scan the QR code to answer the poll question. And may I now please welcome on stage the moderator of the session today, Parikshit Luthra, Senior Editor and Chief of Bureau, CNBC TV 18. May I now invite our panelists, Ankur Warikoo, the founder of WebVeda, content creator, WariCrew, and a renowned speaker and author. Dr. Arshi Ayub Zaveri, Senior Investment Advisor for the Royal Family Offices of UAE and the CEO of Trust with Trade Group, UAE. Mr. Deepak Goyal, co-founder of Cruisefare, ICP India Hub. May I now request Parikshit to take the session forward. A huge round of applause for all our speakers today.
Thank you very much, everyone in the audience, for joining us, and to AIMA for inviting us here to speak about our experiences. And I'm sure this is going to be a masterclass for all young leaders out there. We're speaking about driving change, innovating for impact. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to begin with some examples. I was thinking about the topic while I was on my way here, and three names which come to your mind, and I'm sure you have lots of names out there. Jeff Bezos was someone who conceptualized the idea of Amazon at 30. Brian Chesky was 27 when he launched Airbnb, and Steve Jobs was 25 when Apple went public. You have plenty of examples out there about young leaders bringing about disruption. And that's exactly what I believe, that you have a lot of young leaders today questioning what is normal, questioning how things are done. They have a bigger risk-taking ability. They're able to take feedback better, and somehow they have a very strong vision, and they're driven by that. And clearly that's why we need to bet on our young leaders more for the future. But I won't waste more time. I want to open up this discussion to three very successful entrepreneurs and leaders in their own right. I'd like to begin with Arshi. Ladies and gentlemen, Arshi is somebody who works with the Royal Family Offices of the UAE. She started her education in the UAE. She studied at the HR College in Mumbai. She's worked in EduComp. She's worked in the real estate sector with IIFL. She's worked with the UN. She's founded Oxygenate, a company which is into renewable technology. She's also the CEO of Trust with Trade. So the list goes on. And I'm breathless speaking about it. But Arshi, I'd just like to ask you about what keeps you going. And ladies and gentlemen, what you'll find common in this panel is that all three individuals wear many hats. How do they keep this going? Arshi, let me begin by asking you, what has really driven you through the course of your career?
Thank you so much, Parikshit. It's such a pleasure to be here, especially on this prestigious panel with my young fellow panelists. Thank you very much to AIMA for hosting us always with so much of generosity and warmth. The entire team deserves a very huge round of applause. AIMA young leaders, I would want to start with that. Thank you for putting the lady on the spot to ask what exactly drives us, Parikshit. Let me put it across my individual perspective. I haven't known it any other way. I think when you start working in a sector which is traditional, conventional to the stereotype that society holds today across the world, not just the region, but across the world, you don't know it another way. You don't know how to not do it. You have to do it in order to grow. You have to do it for your intellectual advancement. So it has never been an option for me. Plus, I have always prioritized self-learning over everything else. I have prioritized constantly learning from everybody I meet. I learned a great deal from you, from also talking to my fellow panelists doing incredible work in technology and across. So it has always been a process of self-learning, of not having a choice but to grow, and not having, I think, the ability to not accept. I think today we are living in a time where women have to come up, be vocal for what they want, be extremely negotiable for what they need and where their merit stands. And of course, the UAE leadership has transitioned the success and prosperity of women across all the vertical economies. Today, we have a 27.8% cabinet representation held by female ministers. We have the Federal National Council that hosts more than 50% female. We're talking about senior management position and board members who are female. And they are not there by the virtue of gender. They are there by the virtue of merit. So I think we don't know it another way. That would simply answer the question. Thank you.
You know, one very basic thought that I feel is very relevant in your case and for all women leaders out there, and why women have to work sometimes much harder to prove themselves, is that law, whether it is in India, UAE, or anywhere in the world, all the laws were made by men. When you were making laws, you were sitting in a room full of men, and that's how our laws and constitutions were made. And that's why perhaps we need greater women representation and women need to work harder. Ankur, quickly coming to you, and ladies and gentlemen, when I think of Ankur Warikoo, I only think of one individual who's constantly disrupted himself every couple of years to make a better Ankur. He became a content creator in 2005 when being an influencer was not a rage at all. I didn't know what an influencer was way back in 2005. I know it now over the last few years that it can be a very good career, thanks to Ankur and many more people like him. But Ankur, what was something that drove you? You know, you've said in your posts that in your 20s, you couldn't make it to IITs. You joined a startup, you got fired from there. You left a scholarship in the United States to come back, not knowing what to do next. You really experimented and changed yourself every couple of years. What's been your success mantra?
Thank you, Parikshit, for your kind words. Thank you, AIMA, for having us and encouraging a conversation around young leadership. I will narrate a story to try and answer your question. So our 7-year-old daughter, her name is Uzma, she's in the school swimming team. And one of her very tedious jobs in her life right now is to go to school every day at 5 a.m. for the swimming practice. And she hates it. She wished that she hadn't done that or signed up for that school team. And one of those days, she just completely broke down. She's like, I don't want to go. It's just too painful and so on. And both Ruchi and I, my wife and I, we were quizzing her, what's wrong? What is it that you don't really enjoy? And she said, it's gotten really boring. My friends are not around, no, it's 5 a.m., it's dark now, it's really cold. But the bigger thing that she kept repeating was, it's really boring because we're doing the same thing over and over again. And I know how to swim and I can manage my way through and so on. And that's when, I kid you not, Ruchi and I looked at each other and instantly felt like this was our moment to show that we are really good parents because we don't rarely get those moments. And what we told her, which I don't think she fully recognizes, but that is truly the way that I live my life, is the day you fall in love with the boring is when you have a shot at being successful. Because when it starts getting boring, that is when 99% of people will check out. That's when they'll be like, no, I need variety in my life. I need something new. I need something exciting. Because we always love to start something new. We love to hang out with new people. We love to work on new projects. We love to have new goals and new targets for our life. But if you look around, whether it's somebody that you're inspired by, that you would want to be, you'll constantly look at that common thread that they are pursuing the boring. From a distance, it'll feel like, why are they even doing it? Like, why does Mukesh Ambani get up every day and go to work? Why does Elon Musk have to do all the things that he does? Like, it would be truly so boring to sit in a workshop or in this meeting and trying to do whatever they are. But I personally in my life, and I would perhaps say for a lot of others who've made it, and I don't claim that I've made it in any measure, is that I have the ability and I genuinely feel that I'm so boring in my life that I love it. I can do the exact same thing every single day. I can wear the same clothes every day, eat the same food every day, show up at work and do the same thing every day. And it never gets to me that I want to do something exciting. And what has happened surprisingly because of that, Parikshit, is when you commit yourself to a journey that you have no idea where it will take you, new things just start coming on their own. You don't have to plan for it. And Deepak and I were talking about this, that maybe there is destiny, who knows. I'll perhaps find out when I pass away, hopefully, that all of this was just destined, but there is this uncanny way for the universe to throw opportunities at you when you're just doing your own thing. And it's amazing that 20 years back, I was a PhD student studying astrophysics. 15 years back, I was a management consultant. 10 years back, I was an executive of a large tech MNC. 5 years back, I was a founder of a venture-funded business. And today, I'm a bootstrap founder, living my life so differently from what I thought I would be 20 years back. And I think it's largely because I fell in love with the boring.
So stick to the boring. That's great to hear. Great to hear opening remarks from both you and Arshi, Ankur. Deepak, getting you in. Deepak is someone who began his journey from Ludhiana, somebody who has studied with Bhavish Agarwal. Bhavish Agarwal, the CEO of Ola Electric. So IIT Delhi, in a way, has produced some of the brightest minds in the country and in the world as well. But Deepak, speaking about your journey, you worked in the West, you worked with Alstom, now you are helping startups. Give us a sense of what's been your biggest motivator so far. You know, you're dealing with a lot of young people who are in Web3 technologies, Web3 startups. What keeps you going and what drove you into starting this business?
So I'll just, again, I'll also give a small walkthrough about my own journey. So I'm a dyslexic, which is, I think now majority of the world knows about it. So when I was in my early years, there was no such assistance existing, but my mother was very persistent about it. So I failed in my 10th, 3 subjects, I clearly remember. And then my father somehow figured it out that something can be done. So I was into cricket, professional cricket. So he just said that if you go through the regular journey, you won't end up anywhere. So just look at the examples of somebody like maybe Anil Kumble, Srinath, who ventured into engineering, and through that, they could find their true calling. So I'd like, Dad, just give me a challenge, which is the best college in India. He said, like, get into IIT. So from there onwards, a dyslexic kid, really finding it difficult to even read a word.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Like,
you just decided to get into IIT and you got into IIT?
Because I really wanted to play cricket.
I tried 3 times.
So again, during my preparation years, I met Bhavesh, so we both used to prepare together. Quite a centric person, and he kept me motivated because he was very focused. So we competed with each other. He went to IIT Bombay CS, I went to IIT Delhi CS. So we were pretty lucky that way that we both kept on pushing each other. Passing out from college, like mother was not keeping well, so I came back to India, started my own education venture. And whenever I used to find it difficult to cope with the students, my mother always used to give me this example that you should be the last one cribbing about all these things. Because if your journey has been such a big turnaround, I think you can turn around anybody's life. So I ventured into that, saw that certain restrictions were there, sold off my startup, made good money. And then I felt that technology maybe is something where India as a country has still a long way to go. The biggest challenge that we faced was that in India, industry basically leads the academics, which is the other way around in the West. So if there's a prototype happening in the West, the industry equivalent would come maybe 2 decades later. But in India, if something big happens at the industry level, only then it gets picked up at the academic level also. So this is where we thought that we can maybe bridge the gap. We can go to the academics again, can teach them about the latest tech, and can also identify the startups which are ready to build something big in India, as far as Web3, blockchain, all these technologies are concerned. So far, it's been challenging, but we've got some amazing response on the ground. Been able to develop almost 5,000 Web3 developers so far, coders, certified coders, and been able to incubate around 15 startups, and it's quite a journey. And some of them are almost putting up at my place because this is the best way I could have maybe structured their journeys better, and it's quite a challenge on a daily basis to balance out things, but I'm really loving it and looking forward to this. Thank you.
Amazing to hear, Deepak. Amazing to hear those stories. And we'll now just drill a little deeper now. Ankur, if I were to ask you, you know, it's very clear that when you want to think about something disruptive, you know, I'm a journalist, and I've been in the media for 17 to 18 years, and I've always felt that this is an organization, and I felt it even 17 years ago when I joined, 17, 18 years ago when I joined as an entry-level correspondent, that there are a lot of young people, and the company wants to give opportunities to young people because, you know, sometimes they will do something where a senior reporter, senior resource may have his reservations or may not be able to bring to the table for whatever. And you respect the experience of the other person, definitely. But, you know, keeping in mind where we are right now, our ambition right now as a country is to become a developed nation by 2047. I hope it can happen much faster. But what is the importance of young leaders when you have such an ambition? Today, there are geopolitical challenges, there are technological challenges, there are industrial supply chain challenges that you're looking at. But looking at people like you, like Arshi, like Deepak, why do we need more younger leaders in the country to solve these problems and become a developed nation as fast as possible?
I think it's a great question. Firstly, some statistics. There are close to 300 million Indians who will join the workforce over the next decade. And this number is unprecedented in global history. There's no country in the world so far that has ever seen, within just a 10-year span, 300 million people join the workforce. Because we are a young country, our average age is 27. We'll only peak by about 2048 or so. So we have nearly 30 years or so of just growing age and, of course, a working population. So whether we like it or not, we are a young country and we'll have a lot of young people joining the workforce, perhaps completely unaware of what corporate environment is, how should they navigate through that, how should they think about leadership, and so on. So it's inevitable that this room is symbolic of how do you see them, not as people that don't know much, but as potential leaders that will carry this country forward. And now then, it begs the question, what's the difference between young leadership and not young leadership? Because it's not age, clearly. It's not that somebody suddenly becomes young or old by an age parameter. It's how their mindset is how they approach things. Because if there's somebody who's willing to challenge the status quo, somebody who comes in with no set notions of how things should be done or not done, someone who embraces change and is willing to say, hey, there is Web3 coming up, and I don't know why I'm putting my shoulder on Deepak's hand here, but Web3 is coming up, and it's a whole new way of looking at something which has been so embedded in us as the right way of doing things, but let's look at it and see if this brings us to a different conclusion or not. That's a young leader. And that could very well be somebody who is 50, 60, 70, and could very well be somebody who's 25, 30, 35. However, what a 25-year-old or 35-year-old not have is the experience that all of you have. So I believe it's the responsibility of everyone in this room, and I'm not classifying you by any measure as old leadership. Please look at yourself as seasoned leaders. You have two really big opportunities and responsibilities. Number one is to define the role of a leader for somebody who does not know what leaders are and what leadership is. Because how you conduct yourself is how they will see leadership to be. It's like we will learn parenting from our parents. And a lot of who we will become as parents will be a reflection of how our parents treated us and conducted themselves. It's going to be the exact same thing when it comes to corporate managers and leaders as well. So if you think that your job is done once you are out and retired, no, you have left a footprint forever. And that is going to define how they think leaders will be and should be. So that's number one, and please do not take that lightly. I often say this, leaders are celebrities. The words you use, the way you conduct yourself, the way you respect others, the way you treat people is exactly going to be the standard that the company will have and hold everyone to. You may think you can get away with something in a close quarter. No, it is going to travel beyond your wildest imaginations. And the second responsibility that you have is to encourage somebody to come and challenge the status quo. It may not align with your worldview. It may be so far departed from you. You may be, no, that's exactly what I experienced in my teaching around personal finance. There's an entire generation that thrived on just keeping their money in fixed deposits because it was safe, it was predictable. And the stock market was this really crazy maverick place where people just lost money and was satte ka bazaar tha. But there is an entire generation today that is being raised on stock market, even crypto. And that needs to be embraced because your world may be different and was different from what they are experiencing. So don't dismiss them just because they come up with an idea that is so wildly different from yours. If you allow for these two responsibilities to be truly embedded in yourself, you will nurture a generation which will be raised on the right foundation of what leadership should be. And that becomes our responsibility just as much as you are parents towards your kids. You are the same equivalent leader parents to this younger generation that will go on to define the 300 million potential leaders that is going to enter the country in the next decade. And please do not take that lightly, because trust me, I say this again, and I know I'm being repetitive, you have no idea how much your role as a leader today will influence the future of this country, because everyone who look at you will look at you as the definition of what a leader should be.
You know, that's very important. And, you know, I had a conversation with Rishad Premji of Wipro recently, Ankur, and he said something very similar, that when he looks out for hiring someone, he doesn't think of complementarities or similarities with that person. He looks for somebody who can challenge his worldview, his thought. Because if you don't hire people who think differently, then what else are they going to bring to the organization? So that's a very, very valid point. Arshi, coming to you, and as you're somebody who has roots both in India and UAE, what's the potential for India's youth to do in the world? We've got a very skilled demographic workforce in the IT sector, in different professions. How can we leverage this much better and make leaders out of them, according to you?
Firstly, I want to add to one of the Ankur's points where he mentioned about boring is fine, boring is okay. That's not called boring, Ankur. That's called aging. You are aging. Let's accept it. All of us are aging, and we should be proud of that.
We are all supposed to be young leaders. You all are supposed to be young leaders.
I mean, if you want to call that young, fine, but all of us are also aging. And having said that, like he rightfully pointed out, there's no age barrier in leadership. But also very important to understand that we define leadership within the barriers of the corporate world. We have to stop doing that. Homemakers are also leaders. We have extremely young people who are coming up with these innovative ideas, like he mentioned, are also leaders. Leadership cannot be compartmentalized. We cannot just put it out in the lens or the purview of corporate management or, for that matter, a certain function in the media space. Everybody is a leader. We cannot deride the contribution of a homemaker to each one of you here. Male, female, including both. Each one of us is a homemaker. Each one of us is doing fantastic work in the corporate space. So we have to respect that line. When it comes to leveraging the youth's potential, let me tell you from what I have experienced, because I'm not very theoretical like Ankur, but I can only share my personal experience. So I started out very young at the age of 17, like most people already know about that. And the fact that the leadership has given us the wings to get ourselves into multiple different fields, not just the vertical economies, but also the modern ones now with AI, robotics, machine learning, which is becoming so much more prevalent in India now. But this has been there in the Emirates for the last almost a decade. And this is the reason why most men and young men and women have forayed into the sector in virtual reality, gaming, understanding their implementation with the conventional economies. Now, for a country that has predominantly been an oil economy, or for that matter, the Middle East is perceived as the nations where the oil wealth has enhanced their resource and their intellect. But you have to understand, it is also the vision. If you didn't envision such a future, which is based on the digital economy, on entrepreneurship, on leadership coming from every space and every stature, you cannot live the reality that you are living today. We're living in exceptional reality, a remarkable vision of the UAE President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who has put together the ambition for developing a competitive knowledge-based economy, for putting together the D33 agendas, 100 digital transformational projects that will add 100 billion dirhams to the UAE GDP in the next 10 years. We're talking about trillions of dollars put into enhancing foreign direct investment. That is the reason for the youth to start getting themselves educated and capitalizing this opportunity which is growing in the region. It's in India as well. India is growing at a massive rate with the Indian leadership, and the Indian relationship with the Middle East has only become better. with the government, with the present administration, it has only gone from strength to strength. Why isn't the youth capitalizing this opportunity? Content creators need to start becoming a little more vocal about how they can do this. Ease of doing business, strategic positioning, taxation exemptions, so many opportunities for the young people to start foraying in. I started with sustainability in, like we spoke about, in 2018 when we started the company, in 2020 registered in UAE. In 2022, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum was given the presidential honor for his vision on leadership. The Dubai stands as a marvel for not just architecture, but its sustainability vision. The second awardee was me. Nobody stands close to the Dubai ruler, but we have to understand the respect and honor which is given to individuals who are doing this kind of work, who are advancing their own capacity. Now, I come from a very traditional background in mining, commodities, and complete trade work. For somebody like me to talk about sustainability, to talk about brain-to-computer calibration today, is very advanced for me as well. It is extremely modern for us today, but we are doing it. The nation is standing tall on innovation, on technological advancement. Why isn't the youth capturing this opportunity? There are Indian academic institutions that are partnering with government, the Ministry of Economy, Youth Council, the Arab Youth Center, the Muhammad Barashid Center for Government Innovation, the Muhammad Barashid Center for Space, the Hub 71. These are some institutions that youth from across the world can apply for. And these are not Emirati initiatives. These are initiatives for the world. You have to utilize these initiatives not just for grants, but also to talk to an audience that comes from more than 200 nations. Your access, your visibility, and most importantly, the relationships that you create in the space of these advanced economies can really, really help you grow. So the youth needs to understand this first. And let me tell you, Middle East, very specifically UAE and Saudi Arabia, has a population, expatriate population, as well as citizenship, which has 80% of the people under the age of 40, right? So this is a predominantly young population, and we have to understand this fact that the altruistic planning of your own future needs to be in your own hand. You have to be more active. You have to be extremely open to taking up new challenges. And one of the spaces is by media, content creation, and leaders like Ankur, and of course, what I hear from Deepak in terms of blockchain that is very advanced for somebody doing it in India. We've been doing it since 2016, but I'm glad that with the present leadership, it has taken up very well in India. But of course, digital infrastructure is essential. You can't run a digital company without digital infrastructure. And the UAE has had an active blockchain policy. It is having government administrations running on blockchain from 2017. So make use of these initiatives, understand them.
You know, Arshi, one question for the benefit of all the young women leaders in the audience. You know, you've had a remarkable journey. You were extremely talented and you were recognized by the royal family for the work that you did. And full credit to you, but there must have been certain challenges that you faced in your career, in your lifespan. What did you learn from them? And is there anything that you'd like to share with our audience today? Because it's not easy to be a woman in a boardroom, in a government, in a parliament. And while we celebrate your success, we must also remember the fact that there are still very few women CEOs in the world. The women representation in governments and boardrooms has to be much more than what it is right now. So give us a sense of the challenge that you faced, one big challenge, and how you overcame that.
I mean, come on, Parikshit, this is not even a question. Any woman in this forum can answer that. I mean, this is the most common question that a woman is faced with. And all the women over here, it would resonate with them, is that we have to work harder. We have to be far more present. We have to be even constantly updated about what's going on than the men. Because like we discussed, the norms are very patriarchal. And if women have to take up these leadership positions, they have to be working twice harder than the men. And I'm not deriding the contribution that my male counterparts have. I am thriving because of my male counterparts. I have to say that. We have an official space as well as colleagues who are not just very far-sighted, but the leadership, His Highness and the family are very rewarding of women and their contribution to workspaces, extremely respectful of the boundaries that you create, the fact that you have ethical ways of operation, and the fact that you are extremely trustworthy. And not to say that men are not, but let's be fair that women will always work harder to prove their worth. Men just have to go to office and do that. So let's be fair about that. It's the biggest challenge is also, for me especially, I think has been the presumptuous nature of people. I see a lot of presumption when somebody sees me for the first time. The easiest way to say it, she would be very traditional and can you speak English? I mean, come on, is this even a question anymore? We've worked harder to learn a language which is non-native to me. We've worked extremely hard on our soft skill. We've worked extremely hard to understand how we can advance ourselves with people of the world, because UAE sits at the hub, as the hub of the world. It's not just the hub of the Middle East, it is the hub of the world. So you have to really move with the times, and a woman has to work harder. Because remember, we also have families to handle, and you have to understand that a woman is the primary caregiver, not to say that a man is not, but it is the truth, biologically, scientifically, and every man in this forum will agree as well.
Multitasking is not a choice for Deepak, coming to you now. In Web3, you're dealing with a lot of startups. Your company is an incubator for a lot of startups in the decentralized internet and blockchain technologies. Give us a sense of the kind of young leaders you are motivating or grooming for the future, or just helping them grow their startups.
First of all, I resonate with what Arshi has said. In fact, my own journey started in Web3 because of my wife. So she got incubated by a Dubai-based blockchain way back in 2022. So she's running a successful startup in that space, and that kind of motivated me. The way because she was having a home team because of the constraints with the kids and all. So because all that was in my ears all my day. So they kind of pushed me that the domain I am into is maybe its time is up and I really need to move on. So then took a hard call in 2023 to basically venture into something completely new, but definitely she was the inspiration there. The challenges that we have faced and the kind of people we've interacted with, the biggest thing that we have to understand is, if we talk about the ethos of the tech in general, so Web 2 is more inclined with the kind of ethos we have in the West. So it's a more centralized kind of an ecosystem from where the freemium to premium version works well for them. Because if you're putting up in the US, I think the more taxes you pay, the more access you have to the emergency services also. It's structured like that only. Web3, on the contrary, is a more community-driven tech. So basically, you have to decentralize everything, means it is more democratized in that sense. So India, as a country, gets more aligned with that kind of an ethos, because communities play something which we are born and bred with. We've been in that ecosystem since the time we've been in this world. So this has come pretty naturally to the people. So the understanding and the onboarding at the first level was not that difficult. Like, I've been to more than 100 colleges in person, have interacted with majority of them. What I have seen as a pattern is in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 colleges, the adoption rate was much higher. The reason has been the COVID. During the COVID, these college students were primarily at their native places only. So they felt that this is the time where they can take a leap forward and can basically outrun their counterparts in the top colleges. So Web3 seemed like a logical way forward for them. So the majority of the global technology workforce in Web3 is primarily from India, and that too from tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 colleges. And they're immensely skilled. The kind of startup ideas, the kind of acumen that they have, the exposure, they're leaps and bounds ahead of their counterparts in IITs, IIMs. If I've like talked to both of them, the people from the top tier also and people from the relatively so-called lower tier also. And on the contrary, to the popular belief, people from tier 3, tier 4 colleges are much better equipped, having already a head start of good 3 to 4 years, where they have seen the cycles of technology, the bear and the bull run. They've built startups, raised money through grants and stuff, and are ready to take it a step forward. Whereas on the contrary, the top colleges, like if I talk about my own alma mater, people are not even aware of the basics. Like in computer science today, as far as IIT Delhi, IIT Bombay are concerned, the first and foremost aim of every computer science student is to get into high frequency trading. So this for them is the only focus that they have, because they are the most highly paid jobs, but they are not even looking at big tech for that matter. Like even the craze for AI, generative AI, and all those things are not existing. So talking about something which is remotely away, like Web3, is not even on the horizon right now. But as I said, a majority of incubations have been through my interactions in these colleges. We have also targeted some of the working professionals, and people have come up with some crazy ideas, like healthcare data, democratizing the healthcare data and basically building an entire ecosystem on top of it. There's an entrepreneur, I asked him to join me for today's event. He's building a dating app. He's sitting in the crowd somewhere. So he's a college student right now. So yesterday he was having his college exams. So he completed his college exams at 5, boarded the bus, came here for this event, because I just wanted to give him a taste of what exactly is there. And he's building a dating app, is already having more than 10,000 students pre-launch on his product. And these are the kind of exposures that we're getting. And he's not from a tier 3 college also. So this is, I think, going to be the way forward for the Indian ecosystem, that people themselves, because of COVID, have realized where the tech future lies ahead, and they have kind of married their ethos to the core ethos of the technology also. And I think in next couple of years, once there will be a lot more clarity around the policies, as she also mentioned that Dubai have clear blockchain policies. So if I'm very sure something of that sort will come up in India also. Once we'll see that happening in India, there will be an ocean of startups coming up. So people who are building the stealth mode startups would suddenly come up, and we'll see that India would be in a position to take things forward in a bigger manner, and maybe they might be the world leaders in this.
You know, absolutely. And one thing that, as you were talking, and it came to my mind, and I was talking to Arshi also about it just before we began this panel discussion, you know, I think there are about 3 or 4 major problems that we face today as a world, and they're common to every country. One, all of us need supply chain resilience. We need to win the technology battle, and it is often said that India can win the Gen AI revolution, and climate change is a common problem. Perhaps these are the problems which will give youth their greatest opportunities. And I'll take the final set of questions before we quickly open up the questions to the audience as well. Arshi, your final thoughts. Giving us the example of what's happening in the UAE, how do we have a fertile ecosystem which allows young leaders to be nurtured, to grow for the future? Clearly, we have problems. The youth or a youthful mindset is going to give us those solutions. So how do we have an ecosystem, a regulatory ecosystem, which supports that growth as well?
I think one of the most important aspects of creating that fertile ecosystem is awareness. There are several agreements in the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement that India and UAE share that can be leveraged by the youth in terms of enhancing trade and investment. There are several opportunities in real estate, in the technological advancement that also very well put together by Deepak. One has to really just take that plunge, travel, and very important to also, which I highlighted before, is the understanding of the culture of the economy. I think if I come over here with an Emirati mindset and say I have to work in India, no. It has to be with an Indian culture understanding. Similarly, when the youth or any professional travels to the UAE, they must not have a very transactional mindset. It has to be a mindset deeper than that in order to create that fertility, in order to enhance that relationship, spend more time, have an understanding, create a relationship that goes beyond just your individual work. And I think that would be having far more longevity than creating just that one particular good or service in the country. Leveraging understanding and taking heed to all of the initiatives that the government, both the governments are running a lot of initiatives in order to enhance this ecosystem. And today, we're sitting at this exceptional place with the India-UAE relationship that has gone only really from strength to strength. I urge all the leaders that we compartmentalize you, all of you today, and also your friends and families, to understand that moving to the UAE for work, for financial stability, for social stability, for technological stability, for growing your ideas and flourishing has become the most standard norm. It is the most natural place for your progression, because the UAE is not just for Emirati or the world. It is now a home to Indians sometimes as the first home and not just the second home. So one takes a lot of pride in the coexistence and the tolerance that the government is extending to people, and the fact that there are several initiatives, incentives, subsidies that are extended for enhancing this cooperation. There's a lot of information in the public domain, and one must go through that. Sometimes the reservation is that maybe we might not be accepted, but you don't know until you try. So really just apply. I can guarantee you, you will get the responses. Thank you.
Right. Final thoughts, Ankur?
Anything in particular or just broadly?
Just about what is the major lesson that you'd like to leave our audience with? And as a country, how do we make sure that we have a more nurturing ecosystem for the youth?
I generally believe that it's not so much the government's responsibility as much as it is the individual's responsibility. And I would implore all parents in the room here to nurture kids in the right manner. How many of you here have kids between 13 to 20 years? Okay, some of you, right? Which are truly the most disturbing and challenging years for a parent, because that's when the kid is becoming more rebellious and suddenly believes that the parents don't know anything and they're far better, which all of us have, by the way, gone through. But it's a very interesting age because it's going to, in many ways, set, as I said, the foundation of how they would look at the world. And the only thing that I would love for you to focus on in a conversation with your colleague, of course with your kids, friends, whosoever it is to encourage them to believe that the world is a positive-sum world. What I mean by that is that nobody has to lose for somebody to win. We have unfortunately grown up in an environment in India which was, at that point, truly a zero-sum game, where the only way that you topped the class was if the topper on the day of the examination had some severe problem and they couldn't deliver their best. Or the only way that you got a job was because somebody else did not get the job. There was a time when the demand was insanely high, there wasn't enough supply of the right opportunities, but no longer the case. So don't ever raise anybody or have a conversation with anyone saying that, hey, for you to win, somebody has to lose and you have to be competitive, because then that sets up a very rat race and a crab mentality that has, frankly, for the longest time affected this country in many ways that we did not desire. This is no longer the crab mentality country that we have seen it to be. Everybody can win. There is space for everyone. There isn't space not just in our country, but as she said, across the world. The world's our playground. And as a young country, I genuinely believe that the next 2 decades are going to be such a fascinating period where you could be sitting anywhere you want in the smallest of cities with the internet connection and a laptop and serve the entire world, and nothing will stop you geographically and certainly not intellectually. But you have to believe that the world is a positive-sum game and not a zero-sum game. As long as you nurture that, I think we're good.
Right. We're already getting a lot of questions from the audience, so I'll take one final question with Deepak. Deepak, any final advice that you'd like to leave our young leaders with?
Yes, I think one thing I would like to highlight is that one philosophy that I think that people should take up is nipping things in the bud. Like, so with generative AI, I personally feel that it's almost been 20, 25 years of inputs that were already gone in, because all the data sets that they've been trained for ages are not sitting in India right now. So they are with the big tech. So building anything big on generative AI is now, for me, is a little foregone conclusion. But if we can basically leap forward towards technologies which are still in their infancy, I think that is the way forward for us. Because this has been our history also. Like, we moved from 2G spectrum to 4G spectrum. We never entered the 3G spectrum era. And that is the only reason we took a leap forward in the internet age. So Ankur himself is a byproduct of that internet phenomenon that has happened in India. And we by far are leading the world in that particular thing today, because we never stuck to the traditional stuff. We were visionary enough to take a step forward to basically nip things in the bud when the technology was in its infancy. With Web3 also, the reason why I jumped out of Web2 and went into Web3 is this, because the technology is still in the ideation phase, and this is where I felt is the right time to build the infrastructure, build the ecosystem, when the world is still not being able to embrace it fully. So just one advice, like for any young entrepreneur, if we could actually figure out, instead of following the herd, if we could actually figure out ways where we can be the trendsetters, we can leverage on upcoming technologies, I think that would be the way forward for country as a whole.
All right, so let's open up to the audience, and we have questions coming in from Arpit Sharma. He's a partner at AAA LLP. Arpit, can we have you here with us? And can the mic go to Arpit as well? And Arpit wants to do a rapid fire. Who would you like to do it with, Arpit? Why don't you come right here in front? Who's giving the mic to Arpit?
I wanted. Hello.
Yes.
I wanted all the panelists to answer these questions.
So we have 15 minutes, and we have to take in more questions. So you'll have to choose one panelist.
Okay, one panelist. So that would be Ankur WariCrew. So what was the biggest personal failure in your life?
My entire life, man. I can go on and on. I don't know if you know, I have an entire failure resume. It's public. You can go and Google and search for failure resume Warikoo. You'll see my failure resume. Everything that I failed on. It's a laundry list. I wouldn't even go into it.
Oh, what would be that big one which you would like to share with us?
It hasn't happened yet.
Oh, it hasn't happened. And what was the biggest success that you
hasn't happened yet.
Okay. Okay. So the last one would be when would you feel that this is it, that you have had enough?
Right now, precisely at this moment. And I'm kidding you not. Like, this is not a philosophical answer. I genuinely believe I have enough, and I wouldn't want anything more. I'm super content with my life.
Okay, very good answer.
Hey,
Thank you.
Thanks,
you so
Arpit.
much.
Let's get in Ankur. This is a question to Ankur, actually, and this is coming in from Anup. Anup, who's the chairperson of the Nepal AIMA Young Leaders Association. Anup, can we have your question? And ladies and gentlemen, we need more questions for the audience. Hope you're listening. Otherwise, I'll come to the audience with a mic to ask you people.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for allowing me to question. This is to Mr. Ankur. As you said, like India is looking for a job opportunity for 300 million by the next decade. But what earlier panelist says that with next 3 to 5 years, we won't have a human even in the panel discussions. So how do you see like both can collaborate? It seems contradict now. How the new young people will get job when AI is coming so aggressively?
The best thing, Anupji, is we have always been a country of entrepreneurs. The big difference is that entrepreneurship today is looked at a very tech lens. We think that the entrepreneur is only that person who's sitting in peak Bengaluru, working out from a Starbucks, has a MacBook, has raised money from people. But if you really think about it, self-employment is entrepreneurship. Almost every family in this country has somebody who owns a shop or some sort of a small business or a trading outfit. So we are a country of entrepreneurs. What technology has done, which is to the credit of Deepak and everyone else who's supporting it in such a big way, is you make it mass. You make it not like the only option out of college is to get a job. It is to create your own job. And I genuinely believe that we are at the cusp of that as a country. So I personally believe that the government's pressure of creating job, as much as they have it and they should feel it, should not be the only entity that feels the pressure. 90% of people who are graduating from a college could very well be opening their laptops and literally creating an income stream sitting on their laptop with an internet connection with nobody else having to employ them. And that will be the new India, where literally everyone thinks of themselves as an entrepreneur, and having a job is not the only career option that they have.
Yeah, it's about the mindset. Big round of applause. Yes, please. No problem. No, of course, please go ahead.
Oh, you're disqualified now.
So, first of all, thank you very much to all the panelists for sharing your knowledge and insights with us. Now, I'm a bit hesitated right now. There are butterflies in my stomach, and there's a reason behind it. One, because I'm asking question. And second, because I'm seeing Ankur WariCrew in front of me. And this is actually special. Before I speak what I wanted to share, what I wanted to ask, I just wanted to check quickly from the audience. How many of you are following Ankur on any of the social media platform? So I think these butterflies are in their stomach as well, and especially the youth. Ankur, words are less to express, but I must say, when you are so positive with what you share on any social media platform. It is one of the things that has come true for me because ये भी एक vision था, एक aim थी to have you face to face. So one side when I'm seeing you there, it seems some YouTube video is going on. And the other side when I'm seeing you, I'm so grateful that I could have this opportunity. The thing that I want to share, that the thing that you're doing, everybody knows you who is following you, personally, professionally. I know your sister, very good dancer. Your story about your daughter, your failure resume, we all know. Yes, there is nodding. So the connection that you are having with people by the work that you're doing is so impactful, whether it is teaching them SIP, because I was learning that as well from you. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank you so very much for inspiring us.
Thank you so much. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. That's really, really nice.
I am Richa, if you remember. My name is Richa Batla.
I will certainly remember that, Richa. And you will have the check by this evening. It's almost felt like a sponsored poster. It's like, thank you so much, Richa. Thank you so much.
Lots of.
It almost felt like we have to start following Ankur now. I mean, come on. Why do you have to have butterflies? You are an exceptionally confident woman.
Absolutely.
You're talking to a man who is doing great work, and so are you. So be proud of that.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great thought, Arshi. Thank you so much. So we're getting more questions, lots more. Yeah. Let's do one thing. All the people in the audience who are asking questions, why don't you come to the front of the stage? It'll be quicker, and we'll be able to take questions more quickly. And keep your questions brief so that we can pack in more. Yeah.
Sure. Ankur, question from you. I have built up something to solve a problem.
Ankur's been asked a lot of questions.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much that
So from all three of you who can answer this, I found a problem and I found a solution to it, that I can watch a movie in my language wherever I'm in the world. How do I go viral?
How do you go viral?
Again, this is something that I have very limited interest in going viral. I mean, that might just go viral. But I think this answer is best by Ankur.
इसका एक Web3 solution होगा दीपक के पास.
Like, I have a Ankur WariCrew story also. Like, my wife met him in one of the events, and she just was curious to know about like how YouTube works. So Ankur just came up with a very small advice, and he said, build it like a passion as a side hobby, but don't build it like a mainstream thing, because it is going to take you at least a couple of years to have something relevant on YouTube. I don't know whether she followed it, but I followed it. Because I've been passionate about cricket, as I mentioned, all my life. So I started my own YouTube channel. And based on that, and like luckily it's doing really well. And I just recorded once a week for an hour. And whenever like we have a meeting, I just go to my physical office once a week. And whenever we sit down at the end of the meeting, we generally discuss cricket. And it's like a meditative thing for me. And instead of discussing it, we just record it now. And we put it on internet. We have decent followers now. So I think what I have learned over the years is about virality is, again, having the discipline, being ready to do the boring thing, being consistent for at least a couple of years, and then you'll start seeing the results. Because people have made it big, like my co-founder, he also kind of started his digital journey almost at the same time when Ankur did, made a lot of money in the last Web3 wave, was again a pretty successful YouTube influencer in fintech space, but more related to Web3. And the same thing was there also, like consistency, discipline on a daily basis, and ready to like give some time to it, like maybe a couple of years.
Ankur, very quickly, how to go viral?
Iconic movies, iconic scenes, no more than 30 seconds in the top 7 languages of the world. That's what you have to do.
And have Ankur WariCrew in the frame with you.
Make him a collaborator. Okay. Now we've completely run out of time, and I've been told by the organizers to wrap up. 2 final questions, if we can get from the audience. Yeah, and also Gursimran Singh Oberoi. Okay, please come. Just ask your questions, and then we'll take the answers.
It was really a very fantastic discussion on a very important topic, a topic which we normally keep on discussing. Artificial intelligence and what's happening to the IT sector and all. But rather than what has been discussed, that artificial intelligence would be creating more jobs, but I personally think that it would be replacing a few jobs also. And it would be creating jobs only in certain specific fields. Like, for example, if I talk about management, it will be creating more jobs for areas like finance, could be for business analytics. And if I talk about engineering, it would be creating more jobs for CSIT people or electronics people, because I have seen there has been a drop in the enrollment.
Sir, just come to the question.
There has been a drop in the enrollment in mechanical engineering, civil engineering, and other fields. So I would like you people to address this question because it's very important.
Yes. Arshi, you go ahead.
So, I mean, there's a lot of debate and dialogue in the public domain about the future of jobs with artificial intelligence, but you have to understand, and all of us together will be responsible for the replacement of jobs, because our understanding of AI is very botched up. Artificial intelligence is your assistant and here to augment human ingenuity. It is not here to replace you. And we start using that as a replacement because we think that it will eventually replace us. But the truth is that you have to use it intellectually, you have to use it intelligently. The moment you realize that this is here for your augmentation and assistance is when you start, and when you stop having that fear of replacement. It will add up to more than 300 million jobs worldwide, and we have to understand that the downside of any technology is in its usage and not in the concept. So I don't personally think that it will replace a lot of jobs, because we do use AI and generative AI like Deepak mentioned, and it is not replacing what the human mind can do. It is impossible to replace the human mind and what human beings can accomplish.
So maybe different kinds of jobs and not lesser jobs per se. Gursimran?
Sir, we run a banking institute where we train candidates for retail banking branches. So we have 26 centers across 13 states in India, train 10,000 students, and we have mission on 1 lakh bankers by 2030. So my question is, retail bank branches exist karenge because of this AI and this? Because some countries I have seen ke kuch downfall aaya tha branches mein, but because of these frauds and cyber security issues, फिर लोगों को लगता है कि बैंक में जाके ही काम करवाना है. So, because our business is based on all, as a teller, customer service officer.
Deepak, do you want to quickly address it?
I'll just give an analogy to it. I think EdTech mein hua hai. If you've seen it with education also, during COVID, everything moved in the online space. And people thought that schools, offline institutions, all these things will become irrelevant. And post-COVID, we all know what has happened. So all the big EdTech giants, they've completely vanished. So I don't think so. The technology would be able to replace the human element, but it is going to just empower it. And even talking about the traditional branches, because I've been into education sector for all my life, mechanical, civil, all these branches, the demand in India has been decreasing. The only reason is, if you talk about these branches, they are specific branches. So in India, the BTech ecosystem is really good, but the higher study ecosystem is not that good. So if you really want to do, like for example, if you want to get hired in the West, masters is a mandatory thing. And that ways, people know that if you want to settle down after BTech, computer science only makes the logical sense forward. Otherwise, they would have to at least look for higher studies abroad. So that is the primary reason why our other sectors are suffering. It's not because technology infusement hasn't happened there and the scope of technology is not there. Right. So technology is only going to marry the traditional thing. It is only going to enhance it further.
Okay.
This is the way I see it.
So Deepak, Ankur, Arshi, it's been a fantastic conversation, and just a couple of takeaways. If you have to be successful, stick with the boring, ask a lot of questions, be ready for failures, and don't be bogged down by them. Be very determined once you've decided to do something, and there is no alternative to hard work. Keep yourself updated, keep yourself aware, always build yourself with more knowledge, be ready to learn and listen. Being a patient listener, a good listener is extremely important as a young leader as well. We'd leave it there. I know all of you have a lot of questions, a lot of fans in the audience for all our panelists, especially Ankur. So a big round of applause to all our young leaders here in the panel and in the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a very interesting session on how young leaders can drive change. I can confidently say that all of us are taking some learnings from this session. May I now request Dr. Sarthak Bakshi, AIMA YLC Executive Board Member and Founder and CEO of Riza IVF, to present mementos to the speakers. नहीं वो प्लान Once again, a big round of applause to all our moderator and panelists. Thank you once again for an enriching and enlightening session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch, which is being served here in this hall at the back. Please note that lunch will close at 1:45 sharp. And we shall start our lunch next session also at 1:45. So please use the QR code to get the agenda, speaker's profile and poll questions for the sessions. Again, the lunch is at the back. And we will start our next session at 1:45 sharp.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
And AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. And it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
The lunch has been served. It's a request for all of you to please have your lunch and settle back by 1:45. We are looking forward to hosting Mr. Suresh Prabhu at 1:45. Request all the guests to have their lunch. I would request all my speakers to join us in the Allure Hall, right outside this hall once you walk down the lane. Thank you. Please request all the speakers to join us in the Allure Hall and all our other guests to please have their lunch. Thank you.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
May I please request all the young leader council members who are there right now in the hall to quickly come for a photograph right near the stage. The YLC team, especially the ones who are about to leave, we'll just click a quick group photo of the YLC members. If you can spot Rhythm in a yellow sari, just come near Rhythm for a quick YLC team picture. Thank you.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
And AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. And it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
Every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
And AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. And it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
And AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. And it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
And AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. And it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
I request all of you to settle down in the next 5 minutes, as Mr. Suresh Prabhu has already arrived, and we will start the session in the next 10 minutes. Please settle down. We are just going to start in next 2-3 minutes, not even 10 minutes now. We'll start in next 2-3 minutes. Please settle down. A humble request to quickly finish your lunch and settle down.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
I would request all of you to please settle down, as we'll be starting in the next 2 minutes.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Everybody standing at the back, I would request all of you to please take your seats. And all those sitting, I would announce the next question for the poll. Is leadership potential in young people often overlooked in favor of experience? Is leadership potential in young people often overlooked in fear of experience? Agree, disagree, or can't say? I would request everybody standing to please settle down in their respective seats. We are going to begin in next 2 minutes. I will repeat the question, the poll question, which is there on the screen. Is leadership potential in young people often overlooked in favor of experience? The results will be displayed after the session. A humble request for all those who are still standing at the back to please settle down. Thank you. I would like to quickly thank our sponsors once again, our co-sponsors, Transport Corporation of India Limited, our associate sponsors, GLA University, ICP Hubs Network, SPJ IMR, Vice Tech, and University of Engineering and Management, our corporate contributors, Anova Corporate Services, Beacon Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Concard Infratruck Private Limited, Gainwell, and Management and Entrepreneurship and Professional Skills Council. Thank you for being a part of this event with all of us. A final request to all of you to please settle down. I request everybody to please settle down quickly. Mr. Suresh Prabhu is just on his way. So please settle down quickly and we'll begin in the next 1 minute. Half a second. I would request all of you to please put your phones on silent as they keep ringing in between the sessions. It's a humble request to please put your phones on silent. Mr. Suresh Prabhu is just here, so please settle down.
Hi everyone, can we please sit down? Mr. Suresh Prabhu is here. We would like to call him once everyone is seated. Could you please sit down? Again, a humble request to be please seated. We can take pictures later on also,
We can
please.
take the pictures later. Please settle down. रहने दो. Once I introduce, then you can take it. उन्होंने ले ली already बहुत सारी. To all those standing, it's a humble request to please settle down. As we are waiting for all of you to settle down so that we can call Mr. Prabhu inside the auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on the stage Mr. Suresh Prabhu, former cabinet minister and leadership mentor, a global strategist and a policy architect. A huge round of applause for Sir. Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, Mr. Santosh Kumar, National Chairman AIMA Young Leaders Council, and Mr. Arun Pandit, Vice Chairman AIMA Young Leaders Council. I now invite Mr. Santosh Kumar to deliver the welcome address.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you are ready for a very interesting post-lunch session. Can I have everyone settle down, please? All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a truly honor for us to have Shri Suresh Prabhuji join us, a former cabinet minister. He's handled multiple cabinet portfolios, and he's very passionate about the young leaders of India today, right? He's been actively involved in various other initiatives across the country. He's been propagating how the youth can really propel the country into a different stage. And as we look at India being the third largest economy, right? We are on the way to become the third largest economy. In this era, what's more important is the leadership that will drive, from the young leaders side, how the young leaders can really drive the country to become the third largest economy. And today's session is titled as Investing in Young Leaders, Scaling Leadership for a Mega Economy. This comes at an opportune moment for us where India's demographic dividend, which we always kept complaining that it's not yielding the right dividend, but today if you look at it, India's demographic dividend is ripe with potential. Right? I have a lot of young founders who have been part of the Pitchathon, and if you look at those innovative minds, this is really exciting to see how India can really move into the next level of taking care of the global transformation, not just India's transformation, right? And this session essentially aims to empower the young leaders, how to mentor them. Sir is going to also talk about these young leaders who are going to drive the economic progress of the country, and with bringing in the element of innovation and inclusivity. While we talk about innovation, we can't have an inequality seep into it, right? We've had session about AI, we've talked about innovation, but what's important is when we have all of these new technologies come in, how do we ensure that the whole country is together? And this is where we need to, as young leaders, lead it with passion, perseverance, and also a lot of compassion. Right? While passion is important, I also want to have a lot of compassion built into it, and that is what Sir is going to walk us through about his ideas around how to really propel the country in this coming era. And we're also going to have discussions around the strategies and policies, how this can really enable the country to propel forward from here on. Right? May I now invite Director General of AIMA, Ms. Rekha Sethi, to introduce our speaker, Shri Suresh Prabhuji. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I can see that your minds are still somewhere else after a nice lunch, I hope. But could I have your attention, and could we just listen to the speakers instead of talking amongst ourselves? Thank you. I'm delighted to introduce a very dear friend of mine today, Mr. Suresh Prabhu. Mr. Prabhu, it is a privilege to have you with us today, and I really can't thank you enough. You changed your program and you accommodated your program to be with us today. I'm really very, very grateful that you have been able to join us for AIMA's first Young Leaders Summit. You're a dear friend and a great well-wisher of AIMA, and we have always counted on your support through many years now. We are all eager to hear your thoughts on developing young leaders and enlarging India's leadership pool. A distinguished policy architect, you have shaped several economic reforms in the country and introduced transformative policy innovations in many critical centers. You've been a member of the Parliament 6 times, and you have led 10 union ministries, including the Ministries of Environment and Forest, Fertilizers and Chemicals, Power, Commerce and Industry, Railways and Aviation. A renowned global strategist, you have influenced the course of international thinking and action on trade, industry and environment. You have been the Prime Minister Sherpa to the world's most powerful international bodies, G7 and G20. A keen academic, you are the founding Chancellor of Rishihood University and a visiting faculty at London School of Economics and Political Science. a much sought-after speaker around the world on diverse issues. You have delivered lectures on government policies, geopolitics, international trade, climate change, sustainable development, education, and so on in more than 120 countries. We want to tap into your immense knowledge and wisdom that you have gathered during your illustrious and diverse career, and we are looking forward to hearing your address on how India can invest in young leaders and scale up the country's leadership capacity for massive and still growing economy. Many thanks once again for joining us, Mr. Prabhu, and with these words, may I now request you to address all of us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. I attended many programs in different parts of the world country. Also attended many programs of AIMA. In fact, I was just telling Director General Rekha Sethi that unknowingly, by mistake, I signed I owe you paper with her so that I owe it to AIMA to attend program whenever they call me. So I'm very happy to be here because the programs of AIMA are of top class and of real value addition that comes out of it. So for me, I learn a lot when I come from and meet such programs. And in fact, it's always the other way around. People come here and speak and you are supposed to listen. If we change a little bit of format that youngsters will speak and elders will come and listen, world will be a better place. The problem is we always feel that I know better than you and you listen to me. In fact, it is like a father who is just on his deathbed, calls his son and tells him, sorry my dear, I did my best to do everything possible for you and my family. But in the process of doing all that, I accumulated some debt, which now I'm going, so obviously you'll have to repay. The child won't mind, because the child has experienced the love of his father. And child knows where the money has gone. So he'll feel, okay, it's no problem, it's my obligation to pay. But generally in society, it is not true. That when the elders in the society come and tell the youngsters that please do something better because this is your world. The obvious question the youngsters can ask an elder person, rightly so, why did you do all this? Why did you create this mess for us to clear? If you had done something that you are telling me to do, I didn't have this big obligation, I would have been in a much better place. And that is really true, honestly, if you look at any situation. We use more natural resources than what was supposed to have been used. We created more and more stockpiles of armaments globally. We ensured that there will not be a peace in the world. And now, after doing all that, we'll come and tell them, oh, this is your job to restore peace. It is your job to make a better world. And environment is a big problem. How to correct it is also your responsibility. So this is so unfair to do that. But we have to accept the fact of life. That is what always happens. That it looks like the previous generations are responsible to create problems, and a younger generation has a responsibility to solve the problems. And I'm sure after a few decades, you will face a similar situation. One of you will come here and tell your children, other generation, please try to correct it. Now therefore the question is, why should we to begin with have a situation wherein we ask the generation to follow to solve the problems. Can we not create a situation wherein we will not create a problem to begin with? And therefore, if you really look at it, societal problems. Now, individual problems will always be there. You start a business, you lose money, you accumulate debt, and then that's a problem. You have a problem in personal relationship, whether marital or otherwise, that's a different problem. But can we not look at societal problems? Why should we create the problems to begin with? And therefore, the real issue would be, and that's a challenge in my opinion for education, is how do you make sure that we can actually have an early warning system of the problem that are likely to happen. The other day, I keep speaking every day on something or the other. Rekha knows that she must be wondering, she thought when she decided to be my friend that he's talking to some sane person. But then she must realize he's an insane person. My wife always tells me, when I was telling that day I'm going to a doctor, she said, which doctor? I said, dental doctor. He said, you're doing a mental, not dental doctor. So I keep talking on many subjects all the time. So one of the points I just came to my mind and I was saying, look at it like this, that the first university of the world, where it was created is a debatable issue. But it's certain that first university was created several centuries ago. What is the job of the university? Is to study, to understand, to also create some models. Of course, that time the modeling may not be as sophisticated as it is today. But still we knew this. And if you look at it, all the problems that we are facing today happened after there are multiple universities in the world. There are top-class Ivy League universities, centers of excellence, and still the problems are coming. So what is the thing that we need to do? And in this AIMA Young Leaders Summit, you should actually, in my opinion, think only about one thing. Rather than solving a problem, how to identify a problem, whether it manifests itself as a problem, and to how to make them take corrective steps through various means. You can use social sciences, you can use technology. Now AI has come, the first session was on AI. How do you actually make, I hope AI itself is not a future problem. That's a different thing. So I'm not getting into that. But how do you then use all the tools at our disposal to find out and identify a problem before it becomes a problem? Again, I repeat, societal problems, larger global problems. And there really is a very important issue. I hope you all should think about it and debate on it and really work on that. Now today, I just asked Rekha ji, she said we have to talk about investing in youth, correct, no? For development of our future economy, something like that, correct? See, firstly, I am absolutely sure, and when I was a Commerce Industry Minister, I had actually prepared a roadmap as to how do you prepare and prepare ourselves to be a $5 trillion economy. Now, whether we have to prepare to be a $5 trillion economy, yes and no. Why yes? Because if you don't prepare, how will it happen? And why no? Is that the speed at which Indian economy will grow at a very modest level of even 6% will be a $5 trillion economy. It might take longer time than otherwise, and if you really work on it, it might even be hastened, the process will be faster, but still will become $5 trillion economy anyway. And then to become $10 trillion is another matter of time. So we'll become 5 and 10 for sure. But so are the other economies going to happen with the same case. See, China is 6 times of India's economy. And China's growth rate has slowed down to say 4%, 4.5%. But if you have 4% of $16, $17 economy, and if you are growing at 6% of $4 trillion economy, Who is adding more output? So when US grows at 2.5%, people say, oh, US is only 2.5%, but 2.5% of almost more than $20 trillion economy. So therefore, reaching a particular level of 4 trillion, 5 trillion, 10 trillion is a matter of time. It is bound to happen, definitely going to happen, and I always believe in India. It will definitely happen faster because unlike other cases, if not all countries, at least few countries, we have entrepreneurs which no other country, not no other country is the wrong word, but many countries don't have. The entrepreneurship of India is simply phenomenal. You find any other person, he's always an entrepreneur. He's thinking about new ideas. He's trying to put all his efforts to make that idea happen. So entrepreneurship is fantastic in India, and therefore the new India growth story from now on, it has always been, of course, but it was always constrained by various controls that the government was imposing. Henceforward, the new development will happen through entrepreneurship of the people. And who will be that entrepreneurs? All the young people. The ideas are always born in the mind of a young person. He thinks about them things. There's a story, as you heard, that a young boy is telling, I want to go and get that moon. He's telling his mother, whatever happens. So every child asks mother for something. Sometimes asks for milk, sometimes for food, sometimes for a toy. This boy is telling, I want to go and get that moon. So mother said, are you crazy? How can you get moon? But just imagine that idea that was born in that child's mind of going to the moon has happened in reality today. So the idea was born not in a grown-up child, that some PhD, postdoctorate person saying, I want to go to the moon. That idea was first born in the mind of a very young child, not even a child, an infant. So young children will always come out with new ideas. But the challenge is that you should not therefore discuss this idea with a person who will always discourage you that is a stupid idea. In fact, the best way, of course, to know that whether the idea is good or not, talk to somebody, and when you hear that is a stupid idea, that's your very good idea. I'll give you an example. When I was a railway minister, I used to go time and again from here, there, every place. So when I was on my visit to, I think it was South, one young, not young but middle-aged engineer told me that we used to run trains called Talgo, which was made in Italy. And we were doing the trial runs because its technical name is train set. Because we wanted to find out how the speed can be increased on the existing track. It's cost effective, time saving. And then that person asked me, so why are you running this Talgo? We can make this. I said, what do you mean? He said, yes, I can make it. So when I came to Delhi to my senior colleagues, they said, sir, it is not possible. So then I was convinced it must happen, can happen. Because they are not saying no and this person is saying. So I called him for a presentation. They announced in my budget speech, in the railway budget speech, because I was the last railway budget speech was delivered by me. In fact, the first two full railway budgets of Modi government was presented by me. So in that I announced that will run a train called Train 18. You know what is the name of that train today? Vande Bharat Express. So that was the thing that we actually worked on, and I can give you hundreds of such examples. I am not here to talk about that anyway. Just came to my mind. So I am telling you that a future of India is very well secured. I mean, I can tell you hundreds of examples about how I got to know from youngsters like you. And luckily I was in the government, so I could put into action many of these things. Anyway, I had 10 cabinet positions. Each of that, I got benefit. In fact, before that, when I was chairman of the largest cooperative bank, when I was, of course, 31, one day I went and said, one young officer, he told me, so you are doing all this, and you are, I have already started computerization. Why not we work on total computerization? This is, I'm talking about 1987, just imagine. No bank had a computer. So then I, of course, talked to our clients at that time. So no, everybody said, what company you have chosen? This company nobody knows. And by the time you put everything in computer, this company will go nowhere, nobody will know where it has gone. You know what is the name of that company? Infosys. So their first product, Finacle, were used by us in my bank, and we did it. But that's that apart. So today, I'm convinced that we are going to be a very large economy, and that will be driven by entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurs will have to be necessarily youngsters like you. Only thing is that we have to provide that conducive atmosphere. Like you will be telling me how much difficulties you face when you are a young entrepreneur. So when I was Commerce Industry Minister, we had worked on that. I used to call all the regulators on one side and all the entrepreneurs on one side. Say fintech entrepreneurs, then who are dealing with regulation on financial services. Healthcare on one side and then medical regulators on the other. Just to remove regulation. So if you work on that, we'll definitely be growing at a much, much faster rate and actually solve societal problems. My request to you is, when we talk about a startup, you always think about some high-tech idea. Think about an idea which can even be scaled up even more than all these fancy startups that we talk about. All startups are good, I'm not even running down any of them, but I'll just tell you. See, we have so many social problems. We have a problem about water. We have a problem about sanitation. Just imagine, a startup starts addressing those social problems for business. You're not saying that I am going to do it as a charity. If you want to do it, it's good. But that part aside, you can think about a business idea which can actually ensure that our societal problem will be solved. By doing that, what happens? Every startup, or for that matter, every business, their only preoccupation is customer acquisition. Here you have got a captive customer available. Because they're facing this problem day in and day out, the water problem, the sanitation problem, and so many other problems. So just imagine, you address those problems through an innovative solution. You already have customer base waiting to join you. So immediately you'll scale up your operations on a substantial level. So just think about taking a break from that unless I become very extremely high-tech and do something which only rocket science can understand, and then only the startup will succeed, it may be true. It's not that it's not right. But going beyond that, in India, you can have a huge customer base. In fact, I remember when there used to be, when I was in Modiji's government, but when I was in Atalji's cabinet, people will come and say, sir, demand is slowing down. And some economists will come and say, oh, there's only way. Why don't you go and penetrate rural economy? There are more customers there, which is absolutely true. But just imagine that at that time, you wanted to go into rural economy, and that's how many of these FMCG companies went there, seeing that great opportunity. But just imagine, we have such a large population which is deprived of such essential basic services, and if you offer them a product, what type of a scale-up and what type of a huge upside that your business it could have. So you should really think about it very seriously. Also, this $5 trillion economy, you must really take into account one very important reality. Even today, we are the 5th largest economy. So in terms of size, only 4 countries ahead of us, US, China, Japan and Germany. So forget the top 2, it will be difficult to go there in the near future. But remaining 2 are very marginal ahead of us, so we'll surpass them very soon. But even then, what would be your per capita income? All of you are just now have a smartphone, right? You can find out in a second. Just find out. What is per capita income of India? Just find out. My friend is doing that. No, that is per capita, in the terms of ranking. What is the ranking of India's per capita income ranking in the world? $129. So it is little even low, but anyway, let's take 129. Are you happy with this? That of third largest economy, going to be fifth largest today, and our per capita income is 129. That makes you, any one of you, proud? Does it make any of you happy? So you should focus on investing of youth in future. What you should focus on? How to increase per capita income. And if per capita income goes up, automatically GDP will grow. But if it was conversely true, then we are the fifth largest, our per capita income also should have been the fifth or seventh or 11th or 12th. So how do you do that? Think about it. Again, I had told you, I should not be speaking, I should be sitting there and listening to you. But I'm just giving an experience. Don't accept it, but just experience, reality. I don't know whether on this platform I've spoken before, but I'll just share that with you. When I was Commerce Industry Minister, I was also obviously concerned like this. So I said, can we do one thing different? I told you something like make addressing social problem as a business activity through startups. One part, but that's one part. But secondly, I was trying to deal with this. If you make each and every district of India start growing at 5% more than what it is growing today. Suppose a district, Haryana, take next door, growing at say 7-8% today, grows at 11-12%. Or take district Muzaffarpur, which incidentally we have taken in Bihar. It is growing at 3% and you make an effort to make it at 8%. What would happen? If all districts start growing at 4-5% more than their normal growth, where will that growth will be ultimately going? All districts' growth will be the state's growth, all states' growth will be the national growth. So automatically national growth will increase by 4-5% more. But because it is focusing on district first, the district growth will happen in the district first, so people will benefit. We'll have to actually map the available resources in that district. What is the human resource? What are the natural resources? What are the kind of industry that can come up there? And if you do that, automatically first growth will happen in district and later on will happen. So first per capita income will grow and then automatically GDP will also grow. And we started this program, I'm not telling theory. I asked Indian Institute of Management to prepare the report because I said let them do it a very objective, dispassionate study. And we selected 6 districts. One in north was Varanasi, our Honorable Prime Minister's constituency. In south was Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh. In east, it was Muzaffarpur, Bihar. In west, it was Sindhurga Ratnagiri, which used to be my Lok Sabha constituency 4 times. And Solan in Himachal. Incidentally, I come from Himachal last night. I was telling you, I had gone to seek blessings of His Holiness Dalai Lama. So all these districts had the potential and they are growing. They are growing at that time. I wish that program could have continued. So it was a pilot project. If you do this all over, you can imagine the kind of change that can happen. And to do this, also importantly, today our target is decided at our national level. Once you decide district level targets, entire district administration will be focused on that because that is their primary responsibility. Today their only responsibility is law and order, making here and there, running. But now there will be economic growth will be their priority also. And then the alignment of district, state and central government happening at the same time, working towards a common goal. All these challenges of bottlenecks Many of them that you face as an entrepreneur will go because now he thinks that about this person's problem, if I don't solve, my target of GDP growth will not happen. Because where is your industry located? All the startups, somewhere they are located in some district or some city or somewhere. And there is no alignment of that administration to the national administration. So this we started actually. I used to go to all the districts, talk to the district administration, explain to them this. I did it as a mission. So I think you should think about differently. So youth have that capacity to think differently and work on a manner that can really transform our society, economy at the same time. And therefore we must have this target. How to make GDP grow, how much per capita income grow, how social disparity goes away, how we solve the social problems. Economic growth will happen, but our social problem will remain. How is it sustainable? And therefore, if you work on this, we can have a much, much brighter and better future. And therefore, I wish you all the best. I am actually a chancellor of a university where I am supposed to go and do. That's my first time in my life I am wearing, because they gave it to me. They say, you must wear this as a uniform. I never worn it. I took oath 4 times as a cabinet minister. Always I was wearing shirt and trousers, normal clothes, nothing more. So I had to go there. But I want to congratulate you. Once again, congratulate AIMA and their young leadership. Rekha, of course, she's my real good old friend, for doing something like this year after year, engaging with youth, engaging with management professionals, engaging with all the stakeholders to come out with a real solution to the problem that we are facing today. And a real problem, if you look at it and oversimplify it, you can say management is the only problem. Everything else is not a problem. If you manage everything properly, it's not a problem. If you manage it wrongly, then we create more bigger problem than what we had before. So management has to be an intervention, and through which we can address this problem. So anyway, thank you very much. Congratulations, my young friends. I am sure in the years to come, I'll be able to see many of you shining as a great successful entrepreneurs. All the best to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words. I think he's given food for thought to all of us to path our own ways as youngsters. I would request Arun for his concluding remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to begin by expressing our heartfelt gratitude to Suresh Prabhu sir for sparing his valuable time and sharing his invaluable experience and inspiration with us today. Sir, your presence here today, despite your numerous commitments, is a testament to your belief in nurturing and investing in young leaders. Contrary to what others may think, stalwarts like you, those who have scaled great heights, are often the ones who are most willing to mentor and guide those who even have a small spark of greatness, even when they have not achieved anything significant. It is said that the universe loves a stubborn heart, and your encouragement today serves as a beacon for those striving to make a difference. You remind me of a profound quote from the famous movie Kung Fu Panda. When the student is ready, the master will appear. Your mentorship, sir, echoes this sentiment as you have graciously appeared to guide and inspire the next generation of leaders when we need most of it. During the keynote, you emphasized on the importance of scaling leadership to meet the demand of mega economy, fostering innovation, collaboration, and resilience among young leaders. You talked about AIMA adding real value to the entire, you can say, youth ecosystem. You talked about flipping the role, that is elders speaking, and from elders speaking to elders listening. You also talked about, laid emphasis on the fact that the Mother Earth has enough for everyone's need, but not everyone's greed. You talked about younger generation getting the blame of solving the problem, which has become a universal expectation, in which the elders create the problem and the young youth are expected to solve it, but that is something which is universal. And you talked about predicting the problem, which comes from prevention is better than cure. So if you predict the problem, a lot of these things would be solved in the first place. You talked about 5 trillion economy happening in future, having no doubts, but how fast can we do it? You talked about entrepreneurship being a catalyst in order to reach the $5 trillion economy. You also talked about that the ideas are born in the mind of a child. You talked about the example of Vande Bharat, which was initially appeared to be a stupid example, and it came out to be the most successful and well-known project in the railways. You talked about trusting in, you can say, young ventures like Infosys, when they were not Infosys as we know of, and building the most, you can say, best product when it comes to finances. You talked about focusing on not glamorous goals, but goals that creates an impact to the society. The goals which might not be AI-driven, they are basic fundamental goals or fundamental problems, but these are the problems which can be scaled, and it can be scaled profitably. You talked about these small problems, which are the universal truth, having zero CAC. Customers are already there, you just need to solve the problem, which is the ideal case for any entrepreneur. And you also talked about not only growing to the third, you can say, biggest economy with respect to GDP, but also trying to grow to the third biggest economy with respect to the per capita income, and also focused on the goal mean approach, in which if the district tried to focus on improving themselves by 5%, then eventually the overall goal of the GDP would, India's GDP would increase. These insights will undoubtedly serve as a guiding principle for all of us, and we navigate the complexity of leadership in a rapidly evolving world. In closing remark, I'd like to share a quote by Ralph Waldo Emerson. I have learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. People will never forget how you made them feel. Sir, I have been a fortunate beneficiary of your kindness when you took the time to understand what we are building and shared your encouraging word in a mentorship session at AIMA. And while you might not remember that moment, but it meant a lot to us. Your example of leadership, humility, and genuine care is what the nation needs in its mentors. Platforms like AIMA YLC, with more than 400 distinguished mentors, offer young leaders the opportunity to learn from the very best, and your contribution today has further enriched this ecosystem. Thank you once again, sir, for your time, wisdom, and inspiration. And thank you, everyone who joined us for this insightful session. Let's take these lessons we have learned today and strive to scale new heights in leadership and excellence. With these words, I rest my case. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Arun. Now, may I please request Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, to present a small memento to our special guest. A big round of applause for all our panelists and our special guest, Mr. Suresh Prabhu.
Now going to start with the next session immediately, so please remain seated. So our next session is a very special one on a very current trending industry, FinTech. FinTech frontiers navigating the future. So for this session, we have a poll question. Will digital currencies replace traditional flat currencies in the near future? Do you agree, disagree, or can't say? I'll just repeat the question. Will digital currencies replace the traditional flat currencies in the near future? We invite all of you to participate and share your opinion by scanning the QR code. So please join me in welcoming the moderator, Professor Anurag Singh, Director of Institute of Business Management, GLA University. And may I now invite our panelists, Biswajoy Chatterjee, Vice-Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management, Manoj Mohan, Executive Director of SPJIMR Vice-Tech, and Nitya Agarwal, Vice President of 314 Capital. May I request Professor Anurag Singh to take the session forward.
So very good afternoon to everyone, and my hearty thanks to AIMA, and especially the Young Leader Summit, the very first one, for giving us such a wonderful platform. And what more, that the topic. So thanks for the wonderful topic as well. The FinTech Frontiers, Navigating the Future. So I would start with some context setting. So by show of a hand, you can just simply tell me whether, how many of you still remember black and white movies, somehow gone into the rural setup? Okay, a lot of people at the back, I mean, youngsters, okay, fine. So just again, let's rewind. Black and white era movie set up in a rural setup. What was the common storyline? Black and white era movies with a setup in a rural India. What was the common storyline? Can I help you? Yeah. Okay, so there was a, say, protagonist, hero, always rich guy, smart, very wealthy, kind, generous, or other way around? Poor, not always basically deprived, not so privileged, right? And let's see who was basically the antithesis to this. Who was the rich guy in the village? Very kind person, money lender, very generous, very gracious, always helpful, indeed. Mind you, lot of credit or discredit you want to give to all the movie directors sitting at Mumbai or elsewhere across the globe. Story goes like this only. But probably we shall not discredit the very important role this money lender in the villages he was playing. In a thick and thins of a time when people were basically, the villagers, they were basically in the need of money, who was basically giving the money to them, who was lending money to them? It was this Seth or Sahukar or a money lender who has been painted like a villain in all the movies and the storyline. They were wicked probably, maybe. There must be a good reason. Because he was knowing every villager very well. He was knowing their financial standing also. He was basically a kind of a moving person who had all idea about their CIBIL score. It was not there, but he was knowing the financial standing of all these people. And there was a risk, because most of the people, they were dependent on the agriculture. Again, the vagaries of the monsoon, whether it would rain or not, or it would drought, or a kind of a lot of a flood. And accordingly, the interest rates were pretty high. And he was chasing everybody. He was basically resorting to all sides of a kind of a means and measure to get the money back. Let's do the fast forward. Now, this other money lender has gone, or they all have moved from the village and now have become bankers. Very sophisticated way of again lending the money. They will never be knocking at the mid of a night at your door that, well, where is my money? They will only be charging the interest rate. This is how the financial setup has changed. And let me tell you, the people who haven't gone through or experienced that era, probably they will not understand, but this is how the fintech industry has moved. Now the credit card, debit card, then the internet banking, then the mobile banking, digital banking, this is all basically the kind of innovation we see that has happened in the context or the ecosystem of fintech. So I was just going through I was having a discussion with one friend, and I said, see, when it really started, this technological innovation in the finance domain, and I searched for one thing, that whether we can call ATM mechanism as a very early stage, say the fintech thing, and Google Baba said no. ATM is not a fintech, because ATM was something kind of a subtle technology, which is basically automation of a process what the bankers were earlier doing. And of course, later on, of course, the internet and the mobile activity, they came up, and of course, the fintech we see around, that is basically a real one. And there are the three important drivers for the fintech, let me tell you. The very first one is basically the technological advancements that we have seen over the last, say, 30 years. and very exponential growth. Secondly, very important thing, what we have witnessed or we see every day, that is a regulator who is basically not playing much as a regulator, but as a facilitator. They are basically not only the regulating the entire market, but they are basically supporting the innovation so that the more value-added services could be brought into the spectrum. And the third very important driver for this is basically the consumer, our preferences, our expectations, that has also gone very different probably. We are not basically ready for what the banking system was offering to us. So in this context, I must tell you something here. We have three very important, the panelists with us. We have Professor Vishwajay Chatterjee. He is a Vice-Chancellor of the University of Engineering and Management at Jaipur. He's a co-founder of the university and has been recognized at the topmost educational institute, his university I'm talking about, in the North India. In the Institutional Innovation Council ranking given by the Ministry of Education, Government of India in the year, 2 successive years, back-to-back, 2021 and 2022. And Dr. Chatterjee, he specializes in the nanoscience and the nanotechnology spectrum. And his research interest extends to the computer vision and the speech processing. And he has made a significant contribution in the field of applied robotics. Another panelist is Mr. Manoj Mohan. Mr. Manoj is an executive director of Wise Innovation Studio for Emerging Technologies at the SPJIMR, which is well known as SPJN School of Management. And he was instrumental in setting up 2 startups accelerators at SPJIMR, Sunil Bhatia Startup Resource Hub, and also the entrepreneurship in the residence program. And he worked closely with 20 to 30 startups every year, helping founders with the product market fit, fundraising, and scaling. And then we have a lovely lady that has flown from Bangalore this morning itself, and she comes from the investment side. And the name of the organization she belongs to, that is 314, which is an early stage venture capital firm based in Bangalore, and which is involved in the thesis-driven pipeline for ground-up proprietary sourcing engine to discover the next set of our generational companies. I will be leaving more to Nitya to introduce herself, in fact, in case if I miss something very, very critical part. And something very interesting, let me tell you, the fintech at a global level, the CAGR which we have witnessed, that is of a 20% that is going on, and this will be continuing till 2028. And India is really a key player, third after US and UK, which has made a kind of a space for itself. And 9,900 fintech startups has been reported by the PwC till 2023. And Indian fintech market, the valuation goes up to around 689 billion in 2023, and likely to go up to 2.1 trillion in 2030. And the CAGR, which we are expecting, that is around 18%. And so I think enough of a context setting, you have a fair understanding. Nowadays, in fact, I hardly come across any person who has not been using the kind of a fintech kind of a application. And in India, I think the impetus came during the COVID time when the UPI become a kind of the flag bearer of this thing. So I think we can move here, and first round will be a kind of a question which I have already given to my panelists that well. They will be, in fact, reflecting upon their ideas about their outlook about the fintech as I say, the upcoming industry, and how they perceive it, what are the good things they are really buoyant about, and what are the challenges they see in this, say, emerging, say, the ecosystem. And then there will be a follow-up queries and some questions, and probably if you could spare some time, we'll be having some questions from the audience as well. So I think we are good to go, right? So your take on how you see the fintech as a kind of ecosystem that is evolving. You can reflect on even a global level also, or even at say the India level also.
Thank you, Anurag. I personally feel we are putting a lot more undue focus on fintech, primarily because, technology has disrupted all the industries we can see. Banking and financial services was the last bastion which actually remained relatively immune. If you look at the last 10 years and before that, forget the fintech development of the last 10 years, I think Reuters and Swift messaging was probably, apart from ATMs, the most significant real technology change. So all of what's happened is in the last 10, 15 years, and one begs to wonder what changed. Is it because people didn't feel there was enough potential in finance for technology to change? No. The real game changing was mobile telephony. So after mobile telephony is where the fintech has really disrupted, right? And it was long overdue. And I've been a career banker for almost 18 years. And even still, there are parts of my former world where we don't use technology. For example, if I have to lend $1 billion to any of the large corporates, I will still personally catch a flight, meet the promoter, eye in the eye, we will have the term sheet discussion, and there is no way I'm going to let technology run a $1 billion underwriting call. No way in hell, right? So if you look at what fintech has really achieved is, there was, going back to your movie analogy, the moneylender and the rich guy and the poor guy, there was a segment and there was a huge problem that banking and access to finance was the privilege of a chosen few, right? And it's been a problem that's not new. It's been a problem for hundreds of years that finance actually drives most of the things that we see around. And through mobile telephony, if you really ask me, the real game changer was the mobile telephony. Yeah. People figured out ways to now bring access to the common ground. And that's transformational. And that's what's leading to the entire fintech, 612 billion and all that. And if you personally ask me, we are still at the beginning phase of a massive fintech growth. So while I started saying that I'm not that excited because there's nothing new. It was not rocket science. This had to happen. But the way technology is going to change, with so many people still not having access to finance, fintech is going to play a very, very crucial role. Though the only last comment I would make is, most of us cannot fully foresee today how the technology is going to come and hit us. We are still caught up thinking that UPI and DPI is all what probably fintech is about. And that's something we would dwell more.
So very nice. I think the crux is this: the banking fundamentals they haven't changed. And probably it will not change, right? So very, very nicely put. So Nitya, your take on it, please.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very interesting view, Manoj. I come from the investment side of things. As Anurag mentioned, I lead investments for a VC fund based out of Bangalore. Today we manage over $500 million in AUM. And, as an early stage fund, we've been deploying very actively across many, many sectors, fintech being a core sector that we deploy out of. So we're investors in companies like Bank Open, LoanTap, VRise, Jupiter, to name a few. I think fintech has evolved by leaps and bounds over the last decade. And a lot of it has to do with just how our digital public infrastructure has evolved. You have about close to 1 billion bank accounts that, we're essentially estimating to be opened. I think in the next 3 to 5 years, we'll see about 200 million credit cards getting issued in this country. I think that's a humongous number. And I think for a lot of us, right, and, hate to use this word, but for a lot of Gen Zs, they've actually never gone to a bank. And one of the things that I always tell folks is that, in India, financial services has actually skipped a generation. So there is a part, given how fast we've come online, there is a good part of our country that actually has never gone to a bank to obtain a loan, to open an account, to get a credit line. So I think, especially on the consumer side of things, fintech has had a really large role to play, not only at the frontier of tech, but also kind of leveling the playing field with respect to opportunity and access. I think the next decade will be really defining in terms of how India interacts with financial services. Today, I feel we're at the tip of the iceberg. So yes, we have come online, and yes, we transact on UPI, and yes, we pay our local panwala through our GPay. But, I think every aspect of our lives, whether, it's essentially taking loan on Swiggy, for instance, right? Or, whether it's you're buying your insurance on a Zomato, I think all of that's becoming a reality. So I think fintech is crumbling not only well within the domains of financial services, but it's trickling down to every aspect of our life, how we interact with the digital infrastructure overall. And on that front, and I know this is the next question you're going to ask me, as to where we see the larger sort of pools of opportunities get created from an investor point of view, right? So for example, insurance is one sector. Today, while we've made leaps and bounds of progress in insurance penetration, but we still don't have as much insurance penetration as the rest of the world has. And I think that's going to play a very, very large role in the next decade to come. I think credit, again, we're at the tip of the iceberg. We really scratched the surface, I think. And to your analogy of, this rich guy, poor guy, I think lending is going to become very sophisticated. Everything that we know about lending today, and especially underwriting and collections, is going to change by leaps and bounds. And lastly, I think AI is going to play a very, very big role in just how our interaction with financial services evolves over a period of time. So I think the future would look like pretty much knowing what 5 credit cards I have and which 2 of them should I use on a platform like Zomato, right? And that's not 10 years out, that's a year out.
Thank you very much. So Professor Vishwajoy, please. Your take.
So am I audible out there, the learned audience? It's after lunch. It is very important that we get up, and it is always that we feel a little bit sleepy. So I thought a little bit of waking up was necessary. I am Bikhchandani Chatterjee. I'm the Vice-Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management, UEM Jaipur. And I'm very thankful to AIMA for inviting me in this Young Leaders Summit. And I believe my all these years of exercising and keeping myself fit had reached dividends today, that I have been called to speak in a Young Leaders Summit at not so young an age. So thank you so much. Now, already I have been introduced that I am absolutely a person from the field of AI and not from the field of finance or marketing or MBA. But I do use AI a lot in order to develop products of different domains. And definitely, finance is also one of them. So when you're talking about fintech, you know that you're talking about finance and you're talking about technology. So using technology in finance, it was present long back. Like when this feature was introduced that you can open a bank account without going to the bank, definitely we use technology to use finance, to do finance. It's not so. So fintech was already there. It's nothing new in that way if you look at it. But what has changed? I believe what has changed majorly is how technology, especially AI, has been used to help the users of finance or investors or those who want to purchase insurance, those who want to do banking, how they have been helped with their products using that AI. So in this, I am going to take the opportunity, when the next question comes to me definitely, to talk on the fact that how AI has really helped in banking, how it has really helped in us as a layman user, if I say, to purchase our insurance, how it has helped us to decide what sort of investment we are going to make, how AI has helped it. And that, I believe, is a very, very new component of fintech. And I'm going to take the opportunity to talk on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Vishwajoy. So Nitya, I would be asking one, because you come from the very important segment, that is the funding part, right? So my one query is there that, say, now everybody is in a race. It's not only the traditional banks or traditional institutions. even the new startups, because so the something with the legacy infrastructure as well as some startups, they all are basically wants a great funding, right? So to catch up with the kind of a change in the technology and have a captive market, right? So since you come from this industry, so my question to you is this, that what criteria you consider most critical when you basically look for the, say, investing into the early stage fintech companies?
No, I think that's a very fair question to ask. And every time I'm asked this question, I would like, I would essentially want you to take a step back and understand where we come in, right? So we come in when it's a paper stage, when it's an idea on the paper. And we primarily work with, the companies that we back to get these ideas to execution. So for us, obviously at that point in time, there are a lot of hard metrics. We definitely look at things like the market opportunity, the competition that exists, but we spend a lot of time understanding what is your right to win, right? And I think that's the biggest question that we look to answer, especially in a domain like financial services, right? So today, a lot of things and a lot of areas which used to be moats, right? About a decade ago when companies like, let's say, Paytm came into being, today are features, right? So it's essentially a feature on the platform. So I think for us, it's very critical to answer what's a feature and what's a moat in the business. I think specifically with respect to fintech, distribution is core. I think anybody who can crack distribution does have an enormous right to win in the segment. And lastly, depending on which segment you're going after, I think the founder market or the leadership market fit is very, very important. So if in the first year, you're learning how to hold the ropes, right? And somebody else is already climbing the ladder, it's a battle half won or a battle half lost, depending on who you back, right? So I think that's another aspect that we spend a lot of our time evaluating, apart from, just the meat of the business, as one would call it.
And what is the basically one question that how much the foreign investment is coming in, say, this spectrum, how much they are open for, and they are permitted even to invest into Indian market, especially in the say the fintech ecosystem?
Yeah, I think you'll be just surprised by how global investor outlook towards India is evolving. We spend a lot of our time meeting investors who are looking to invest in India, park a large portion of their portfolios in India. I think the Indian fintech opportunity is one of the largest that exists in the world, purely on the basis of the volumes that we have to offer. So, the media has had its own views, but what we're seeing actually on ground, some of the largest, and I don't even have to speak about like 2 years ago or 5 years ago, but even if you look at the kind of funding that flew in and that essentially came in the last 2 quarters, essentially a good 1/5 of that part went to fintech. There have been at least 3 companies, announced, unannounced, that have raised $100 million+ rounds. And I think that just further, and none of this has come from domestic capital, by the way. It's come from some of the marquee investors globally, endowment funds globally. As a fund, we've raised money from some of the largest funds, pension funds, endowment funds globally. And one thing that I've seen consistently across the board is just a lot of excitement, a lot of curiosity about what we've executed with UPI. And I think the world's kind of aligned to see that, it's still day zero for us.
Yeah, wonderful. So probably if I just put it into a nutshell, it's what the innovative services they are basically bringing in. And
Which other economy has about 900 million users online?
Okay, fine. Thank you. I will come back to you. So Mr. Manoj, I have a question to you, because you come from the, say, the sector which is basically doing a kind of hand-holding to the new set of entrepreneurs. So, and you have been a banker for almost 18 years, you said, right? 2 decades, in fact. So, what has been your experience with the startups, and when you go with the, say, fintech kind of a thing, so what are the most significant innovations you have seen in recent time, the startup you supported, and what potential you see into that?
Thanks, Anur. A lot of questions. So I'll go through. Break it down. I know. I'll go through a narrative which makes sense. Otherwise, step in if I've left something. So if you look at, let me start with, so we've been running Finovate Accelerator for about 2 years now. India doesn't have too many fintech-oriented accelerator programs. So in each of these accelerators, what I've said, give or take, maybe 500 fintech startups in the last 2 years. And first, to give you a lay of the land.
Sorry for interruption. For just the sake of the audience, in fact, what do you understand by this, the accelerators?
Yeah, so very interesting question. In the startup world, people are mostly familiar with incubator. And you will find literature where incubator, accelerator terms are interchangeably used. So let me give the definition of accelerators that I and a few of us in this sector understand. The OG of accelerator is Y Combinator, which many people will be familiar. So any startup which has got some revenue and some product, which I call as a 0 to 1 journey is over. If you have to go to 1 to 10 or 1 to 100 journey, you need a different skill set. It's no longer about an office space. It's no longer about some consultant. It's about deep sectoral support that you need, oriented around your business strategy, fundraising strategy, scaling up, go to market. So people who come in and spend 4-5 months with you to help you really navigate in the right direction so you can grow fast. So our accelerator programs are 5-month program. In 5 months, we take about 20 startups, or 10 to 20 startups in a cohort, and each of them get between 80 to 150 hours of personalized attention. And the people who give them attentions are, some of the banks are our corporate partners. We have VCs such as Nitya sitting here as our partners. We have many CXOs, former heads of banks as our mentors. So you sit with each fintech startup and say, okay, great, you've got a product, you've got some money. Now what can you do to go from 1 to 100, right? Versus an incubator wherein you're coming in with an idea, with some broad sketch, you spend 3 years with an incubator, get to that 0 to 1, which is the hardest journey, honestly. So that's what an accelerator do. But coming back to the question on fintech, and how do we look at fintech and where do we see the opportunity coming in? So first today, if you look at the fintech landscape, the sector has grown so much, just in terms of data ballpark. Out of the startups in India, probably 30% would be fintech, give or take as a sector. Yeah, but 30% would be fintech. That's a large number, right? Now, within fintech, now we've gone 10 years in this journey that we can see sectoral segments emerging. So wealth tech is a huge segment. Reg tech is coming as a new segment. Payment tech, everybody knows payment tech. Lending tech is another segment, right? But if you take a step back and move beyond all these fancy words which tech attached to it, and which comes back to my opening statement, finance and technology existed because finance historically was the privilege of a chosen few, right? And that's the lens when I look at fintech, right? The real purpose and excitement comes when you look at fintech, and if you're looking at as something you want to start, as anyone in the audience, if you're an investor in the audience, you are a founder yourself. For me, the lens that worked almost always with 500 startup is, fintech story is playing on singular axis, democratizing access to finance. So if I were to put it in simple, go back to a country which was under autocracy or a royalty rule all this while, maybe India pre-1947, right? Now suddenly you've decided to democratize. Now that's good, that's great. You know, more people will benefit and all of that, but democratization comes with its own set of problems, right? So the areas, if you look at all the large fintech companies today, all the unicorns today, they have actually democratized access to a certain part of finance which was not there. Look at the payment techs. Payment earlier was really messy, right? You really had to go to a branch to make a payment transfer, right? Come payment tech, you can do it from your phone, right? You want a SME loan, you have to go to a public sector banker or a private sector banker. You can choose between the two, but still you won't get a loan in under 30 to 60 days. Or SME lending platform can give it to you in 5 days with alternate data. All that they're doing is democratizing the access, number one. But with the democratization, it has opened up a new set of problems. So today you have UPI frauds happening, right? People, have been called randomly and said, I'm your, deep fakes actually mimicking your daughter or son's voice and taking money from you, right? So when I look at fintech as a space, I think the first wave of democratization in India is over. Right. Today, if some payment tech comes and approaches us for acceleration, I'm not going to be excited. It's going to be really tough to be excited about being a payment tech because that space has really been matured, right? Many of the fintech we see are wanting to be lending tech. I mean, lending tech is no rocket science, right? You're just a lender at the end of the day. The ones which we are really excited about is the first wave of democratization has led to a series of problems. Fraud, for example, right? How can you use AI and machine learning algorithm to solve the problems that these democratization has created, right? So when we look at it, we are now looking for what is a second wave of democratization going to come through? What are the pockets of finance which is still not being democratized? Maybe it is SME lending, maybe it's microfinance lending, maybe it's something else. And what are the problems who's solving these problems? So in a nutshell, when fintech, I think, like I said in the beginning, it's not rocket science. It's literally leveraging technology to solve problems. We are at the beginning of the phase. But if you have to look at two simpler lens, look at what area of finance is still not accessible. And that is opportunity you need to go and disrupt. And if you don't know what opportunity is getting disrupted, look for the problems that has been created by all the disruptions. Like we have this in our discussion or debate. Is UPI really a good thing? I mean, I'm a huge fan of UPI, don't get me wrong. But have you ever stopped and wondered, as government rolled out these DPIs and UPI measures, what about the fintech who are developing that? I had we've got gentlemen from Nepal here. We had a startup from Nepal who applied to our accelerator. He couldn't simply imagine operating in India because he could get paid for making a transfer. He can't get paid for making a transfer here. So his business model was not viable. So that's where I look at this.
Wonderful. So I would like to add, you said that the biggest advantage of a fintech application is basically democratization, but probably I will just add to it. You said whatever said, that is really very at the core of it, that probably it has helped towards the much wide important goal that is of a financial inclusion, right? And even I think Jan Dhan Aadhaar Yojana has played a very pivotal role here, which was basically supported by the payment gateway or the systems, whatever we created. Just for the audience, let me tell you, if you really go through some report of any report based on the fintech, you will come across such a new fancy words and the phrases that you can end up writing a dictionary altogether, so voluminous and very big and thick, right? So it's really a very emerging thing, and I think it's just a kind of a beginning. So very nicely you put now, Professor Chatterjee. So it is of course that, well, the market is very buoyant. We have just in a very initial phase of the fintech, and funding part we have just discussed, and Nitya, she very aptly reflected on that. Some kind of a support system is also there at place, and people are basically vetting the model you are proposing, and fine. But exactly, it is coming up as altogether a big industry. And you need a very talented people, right? So you being a Vice-Chancellor of a university, that too coming from the technology background, what are basically your initiatives as a university? How you are basically going to add and bring the workforce, which would be basically, because a lot of job opportunities also I see that it is going to happen. So how proactively you people, or say the educational institutions, they have tried to basically say, fill in the gap, or probably trying to proactively working to provide the workforce which would be basically working in these industry?
See, firstly, I need to analyze where the workforce is needed, why it is being created, where it is being created, what are the sectors. Now, as I was saying that AI in fintech, if I look into it a little bit, you see, nowadays, as we all of us, are using payments through phone. We are doing banking through phone. We are linking our bank account with the phone, and we are doing all sort of transactions and monitoring through phone. We are using our phone as a digital wallet. So first and foremost, I need to train our students that what are the pros and cons of it and how you do it. If I have to create manpower in banking. So fintech is definitely going to be integrated as a paper in our syllabus, including these things. Now, secondly, when you are talking about insurance, you see how insurance is being sold nowadays. Think about car insurance. The most important thing that has come into picture is something which is telematics based. Now, what is that? Very simple. I can have my phone tracking my movement, or I can have a black box fitted in the car. It is being done, fitted in my car, a black box being fitted. Or I have my phone with me which tracks my movement. And it tracks how much I drive, and how good I drive, the quality and quantity of my driving. And that is going to indicate that how much amount or what sort of a product I should purchase for my car insurance. Very simple. If I am a rash driver, then for certain reasons, for definite reasons, I need a sort of insurance which is different from somebody who doesn't drive much, or does not ride the car too much, or drives very, very safely. So this is one point we will have to keep track of. Next, if I talk about life insurance, how much I am traveling is going to determine my life insurance too. How much I am getting, how much travel I am doing is going to determine that what amount of life insurance I am going to purchase, again for definite reasons. So that is something I will have to teach my students how to do that, how you track and how you relate your travel with the life insurance. Not only travel, all your activities with the life insurance. How much time you give to family is also important. Or who are my family members? That is also going to determine my insurance, the type of insurances I purchase. Or even when I'm talking about investments. In investments also, what are the family members I am having? How many daughters I am having? How many kids I am having? That is going to determine what sort of investment I am going to make. So definitely from the data available, I have my data uploaded in social media. So from social media, those data can be tracked out, and I can always be suggested that depending on your family conditions, this is the amount of investment, or this is the type of investment you should be doing. So I should be teaching my students how to do that, how to do all those trackings, and how to relate. Is there a straightforward matrix which relates? Is there a mathematics? If there is, I will have to teach that to the students. Now, most important thing in investment. When I go out as a management, maybe a management student, I pass out and go to a company. The company owner is an investor. He will ask my opinion, will I invest in this sector? If I invest, will I invest in Mumbai or will I invest in Delhi? Straightforward, my owner of the company asks me this question and I am a pass-out student. How am I going to answer? Very simple. If I am going to do a legwork-based tracking, if I start finding out, if I just go to internet and start finding out also, forget legwork, I just find from internet, okay, these are the companies which have invested in these sectors, and these places they have invested in, and they have done profit in 5 years or 10 years or this, and on basis of that, I create a data and provide that information to the owner of my company. I am going to take, say, 2 months or 2.5 months of time. That is not allowed. I am not going to be selected as a student. When I am a teacher, I will have to understand that my student, if they do it this way, they are not going to get selected by the company. The company owner wants that by the click, just the click of a mouse, he is going to find out that whether this investment is proper and in how many days this investment will bring in profit to me. How that can be done? For that, I will have to teach things like data rails to my students. Use of data rails. How you can use data rails to get this information in with you within, say, 10 minutes, 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Not only that, he comes up with the data, provides that data on table to the owner of the company. The owner of the company is going to ask him or her one simple question: what if this? You have assumed this. What if that? Then the answer will have to be given. For this, there are several financial planning analysis, FP&A as we call it, financial planning and analysis tools that have been integrated into these data rails nowadays. I cannot avoid that. I will have to teach that to my students. If I have to create a proper manpower, I will have to Teach him the FP&A tools so that he knows how to quickly find the answer to those what ifs and immediately produce that with the help of graphs in front on the table to the owner of the company. And that is also possible by a concept called storyboards. And those storyboards will have to be taught. I need to teach those things to my students. And last but not the least, if my student he goes into the accounts part of it, say my student becomes accountant or a chief accountant of a company. Now, question that comes over here is month-end closing. For month-end closing, he can do all sort of learnings from all these bills he can go through, invoices he can go through and prepare the month-end closing. But there are so many tools nowadays which can do I will close it in just 30 seconds. And he can do, those software are there, those apps are there, which can very easily find those from the different invoices, scan those invoices and quickly map that, okay, this is the month-end closing, because the month-end closing has been auto-generated by scanning all those invoices and bills. And there are so many tools for it. To name 3, Bookie, Nanonets, Stamply. I need to teach those to my students, which I am trying to do. And I have moderated my syllabus in such a way, modified my syllabus in such a way that all these things are now incorporated into my syllabus so that proper manpower is created in the fintech domain.
Thank you, Professor. So time is really on run, and there are a couple of important questions from my side as well as some audience questions that have popped up. So Nitya, this question goes to you as we see that, well, there's a lot of attraction towards the fintech, and it sounds like a very fancy word, and lot of people, they are trying to get into it. But the data and the statistics, I mean, they are really not so heartening, I would say. Let me tell you, as far as the fintech payment fintechs are concerned, there has been a drop of our investment by 87% if I compare it from 22 to 2023. And in terms of our digital financial services, again, from 306 million investment in 2021, it has reduced to 119 million. In wealth tech, again, from 957 million, it has come down to drastically low at a 23 million only. Now, why, I mean, this trend we are seeing that, well, 2021 was really a golden year for all the fintech thing. A lot of investment and the money was moving in. And now all of a sudden it is just a get crashing. So what is, I mean, as a say, investor and into the venture funding, I mean, do you really observe this, or all these reports are really not correct?
So, you know, we can choose to agree or disagree over data here. But, you know, like kind of plugging in what Manoj was also saying, you have to see that fintech funding always changes paths every 5 years, right? And fintech 1.0 was very real. You know, we had to come in. Everything that was built on top of DPI, you know, we had to leverage that infrastructure to create products and services that created value for customers. And earlier in this conversation, you know, we were discussing how we're still at the tip of the iceberg. So yes, you know, maybe let's say funding has gone down in payments, but a lot of funding is now, let's say, flowing into NBFCs and lending. I see a lot of funding flowing into insurance as a sector, for instance, right? We see a lot of funding coming into segments and the banking infrastructure per se, right? So again, you know, we're seeing a lot more startups, we're seeing a lot of more global interest kind of come in global banking infrastructures as well. So while of course there are some sectors that may seem like they're sunsetting in terms of raising funding, there are other sectors that are gaining a lot of momentum just purely from a data standpoint, right? So, and if my memory serves me right, I think we're already sitting in December. Fintechs in this country have again raised close to $1 billion already, right? So I don't think the investor interest in fintech is going down. Of course, where this interest comes in is always evolving. So a lot more larger rounds today as compared to seed rounds are happening. 2021, 2022, when I was probably 3 or 4 years into my venture career, there was a lot more activity both at the early stages and growth stages. Today we see a lot more activity at the growth stage, and on the early stage side of things, we are seeing a lot more money get pumped into models that are now at the new frontier of fintech, right? So Manoj talked about, for example, fraud. We're spending a lot of time kind of understanding how cybersecurity is going to play a role in the next generation of fintech products and services. So, I would kind of argue that to say that funding has not gone down, interest has not dried up. It's kind of moved into the next frontier of fintech, and that's how the case should be, right?
So there is a follow-up question has come from the
Anurag,
audience.
One small
yeah,
anecdote.
please.
I mean, this is really confusing for even people inside. So, audience, if you're not, it's natural. I want to talk about Alaska gold rush or California when all those gold rush happened, right? The first set of people who made money were the people who found gold. The second set of people who made money were selling equipment to the people who are going to find the golds, right? So that's the simplest way to look at fintech. So the first set of people, the Paytms of the world, the phone pays of the world.
There was a follow-up story about the oil also over there.
Correct. So they've all been done. So if you're a founder, if you're a person going to find the next payment app, sorry, you've missed the bus, right? Now you need to, like I said, solve the problems or solve the problems for these guys. So one important area we probably didn't get time is there is something called as TechFin. Fintech is how to use technology to deliver financial services. And then as you do it, TechFin steps in where is technology for financial service providers. And that's an exciting area, right?
Great, thank you. So Nitya, one question has come from Professor Sanjay Mehta, and he is asking that, well, web-based unsecured lending by the startups, and what is the percentage of non-performing assets and how they manage their cash flow?
I think it's a very good question to ask.
Yeah. I think a lot of people in audience, they may be interested because we have come across such lot of stories where people, they borrowed the money and later on to their, say, horror, in fact,
no, 100%.
People, they started, say,
as
using different means.
Yeah, no. Yeah. And as an investor, I always tell a lending startup that walks in through the door that, business in lending is actually not about acquisition or distribution, it's about collection. So if you look at some of the investments that we've done, we've actually been thoroughly focused on collection rather than acquisition. So I'm okay if you acquire, let's say, hypothetically 1,000 users less a month, but as long as your users are coming back to you in time to pay, I think that's where the meat of lending lies. Consumer lending is a very hard business, having said that. NPAs I've seen range from anywhere between 2% to 20% in a lot of businesses. No surprises there that NPAs were 20% eventually shut shop. A lot of these businesses have come from, I would say, sources of capital that were not very well regulated. And, and I'm sure more than me, you would have seen in the news how regulators now coming after a lot of entities, they're trying to regulate these products, and hopefully, these NPAs should come down. These business models will become sustainable. But, while I kind of complete that thought, I think a lot of our time, as an investor is being spent on understanding how we can underwrite both consumer lending as well as consumer collection better, right? And how AI is going to play a role in that. So it's not just your bureau data, your credit score of 750 that's going to play a role, but it's essentially how you interact with every commerce app, whether you pay your bills on time, whether you pay your electricity bill on time, etc. or not. I think all of that is going to get woven into the fabric of just lending. And I think that's going to play a very large role.
Yeah, we are totally out of time. Just one quick say 2 words response from each of the panelists. For one thing, you are very buoyant about the fintech industry, and one thing which is really bothering you. Tough one. Yeah, each one has to take a turn.
What I'm excited is, I'm excited for how the problems are going. Like I said before, I'm excited at all those solutions we are going to solve the problems left by the first wave. So that's fraud, for example, the clearest win. And I think we are underestimating the problem. And my concern is too many founders not realizing the first wave is over. And to the point that we are looking to actually reduce the intake in our fintech accelerator simply because we're not finding the quality that we want to find.
Okay. Great. I mean, this is really very eye-opening, let me tell you. Yeah, Nitya, you?
I think I'm very excited to see how the next frontier of fintech kind of evolves from here. Now that you have the infrastructure laid out, you have the right rails built on top, and for even existing platforms to innovate. I think nobody can take timely success as long-term success, and how some of these platforms also innovate is something that I'm very excited to see. I think one of the things that I'm concerned about is that today, about a decade ago, if you started a business in fintech, there was a very high barrier to entry because the tech costs were really high. Today, democratization of tech has happened, with the invent of AI, people like, I have a 15-year-old nephew who's pretty much built an app, right? So it's becoming easier and easier to create technology, and I think that's where the lines, and which is what I was referring to earlier, right? The lines between a feature and a moat are blurring. So I think just knowing where the core fundamental of a business is within fintech, I think that's something that really concerns me when I see a lot of young entrepreneurs trying to solve some really hard problems, but maybe missing the bullseye on what essentially is important for the segment.
Yeah, Professor Chatterjee, quickly, 2 words thing.
Quickly is a very difficult thing for professors. And again, I'm a professor and I'm going to do a little bit bookish answer to this. So very quick, 4 points that are good about fintech. I had noted it down. Number 1, speed and convenience. We can very easily do the things without doing legwork. Number 1. Number 2, greater choice, because it is not dependent on my location. I get the facilities of anywhere in the world. If that facility exists, I can access that. Number 3, cheaper deals I can get because infrastructure costs reduces. So maybe I can get a better deal as far as cost is concerned. And we can get more personalized products because my data is being tracked and the products are given. Bad points, number 1, I would say making a rash decision because I'm doing it in a hurry. I may make a rash decision. Number 2, technology-based risks, because I may not know the technology and I suddenly do a thing and in the process I can make a mistake. And last but not least is the financial exclusion. Yes, it is being done, but there are many people who are not that accustomed in using a computer or even an internet. And we are expecting them to do many things over the computer and internet, which I believe is a little bit of problem, and IT literacy has to play a role over here.
Thank you, wonderful. So we are done with the whole discussion. And let me tell you, it's a really very, very, say, upcoming field, and whatever we discuss, it's just a drop in the ocean. And in a good old days, it was said that ignorance is a bliss, which is no longer as far as the money is concerned. If we are ignorant, we are just going to squander all the hard-earned money. So it's not only the financial literacy, it has to be a literacy in terms of the technology, which is basically using, the different platforms which are coming up. So be very careful and be very aware. That is the way you can take the maximum advantage of all these new innovations that is happening. Recently, Prime Minister, he spoke about something happened, digital arrest, right? So that is again a kind of a offshoot of say the fintech thing only, of course, for the negative reasons. So I think more aware you are, probably more safe you would be. Thank you everybody for joining us, and thank you all the panelists for giving your precious time and sharing your ideas. Thank you. Bye-bye.
A big thank you to our moderator and panelists for this very interesting session. May I now request Darshan Kasrawali, AIMA YLC Executive Board Member and founder of Green Tech, to present mementos to the speakers. A big round of applause, everyone. We're shortly going to start with our next session. And before that, we're going to announce the winners for our startup pitchathon.
As you all know that we had conducted a very interesting, a unique competition, the Pitchathon 2024. We already have the names with us, the winners, and we have some special guests to introduce and talk about the Pitchathon. I would now invite Mr. Santosh Kumar, our National Chairman, YLC AIMA, to brief us about the Startup Pitchathon.
Good evening, everyone. I hope the excitement is high and there's palpable heartbeats with the startups today that we're going to have top 3 winners will be announced now. So a bit about Pitchathon, what we did. So this was announced about 2 months back. We floated application requests across social media platforms, and we had about 50 applicants from different sectors and different parts of the country. If you look at every session today, right, there's one common takeaway that came through. What was that one common takeaway? It was all about entrepreneurship and startups. When we talk about young leaders, including the government officials who were there, we had Mansukh Mandaviya, who was our union minister. He also spoke about entrepreneurship, right? We had Suresh Prabhuji, who was an ex-cabinet minister. He spoke about entrepreneurship. In the AI session, it was all about startups. In the innovation session, again, the larger theme was about startups. So we thought when we have these kind of discussions, we should also recognize some of our talented innovators within the community, outside the community, across the community, right? And hence we had our first SPJMR AIMA Startup Pitchathon, right? This was done in partnership with SPJMR Vice-Tech. And out of the 50 applicants today, we had invited or shortlisted 9 of them who came in for a jury panel. So they came in and presented their ideas, they presented their startup business progress, and then the jury voted for the top 3. I would like to take a moment to thank our jury. Our jury included Mr. Chandrasekhar from Peaceful Progress VC. May I request you to please stand up so that people know. Thank you so much, Chandrasekhar ji. We also had Mr. Manoj Mohan from SPJMR Vice-Tech as part of the jury. We had Mr. Aditya Prasad from IIM Lucknow EIC. He was also part of the jury. We had Dr. Biswajoy Chatterjee from UEM as part of the jury as well. So we had an academician, we had a VC, we had an incubator, we had an accelerator in the VC. So there's a rounded jury panel that was there. Without much further ado, can I request Anupriya to announce...
May I now please invite Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, founder and Executive Vice Chairperson, InfoEdge India Limited, Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, and Mr. Pranjal Sharma on the stage to join us to give away the awards to the winners. The second runner-up is Connecting Dot, Mr. Praloy Majumdar and Soumya Das Gupta. A huge round of applause to the second runner-ups. Mr. Praloy and Soumya Das Gupta, Connecting Dot. I think we should keep clapping just to encourage all the startups, everybody who's here present, working and strengthening the startup ecosystem. Congratulations. The first runner-ups to nanotechnologies, Dr. Harsh V. Sethi. A huge round of applause. And to announce the first prize, the winner for the Startup Pitchathon, Shunya Fodder and Forage, Mr. Vijay Singh. A huge round of applause. Congratulations to all 3 winners and also all the other participants. Thank you so much to all our dignitaries to do the honors. Thank you so much. Our next session and the last session of the day is a fireside chat with a very special personality, Mr. Sanjeev, founder and executive vice chairperson, InfoEdge India Limited, moderated by Mr. Pranjal Sharma. Mr. Pranjal Sharma is an economic analyst, advisor, and author. Please welcome both the panelists with a big round of applause. Pranjal sir, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I can see that you've had a very invigorating set of sessions all through the day. And I think the finale with Sanjeev couldn't have been better planned. So I'm going to request Sanjeev to talk a little bit about his own entrepreneurial journey. And I'll take a couple of questions with him. But I think the great value for all of you would be to ask some questions about his journey, about his learnings, which may apply to your life as you're planning ahead. Sanjeev, the first question which I think this audience would love to know about is, from a professional journey to an entrepreneurship journey, what were the impulses that helped you cross over? Because usually that bridge is a very difficult one to cross.
Yeah, so look, I grew up in a family. My father was a doctor. My father was a doctor in the government. My mom was a homemaker. So essentially, fairly typical Delhi middle class government officers family. Right? Now, what does that mean? It means you are not brought up to be risk averse. You're not brought up to take risks. You're brought up to be risk averse. You're brought up to study hard. You're brought up to get a good job at the end of studying hard. And I think we were all either consciously or subconsciously conditioned for that. Right? But somewhere along the way, I kind of figured that in school itself that maybe that's not what I want to do at some point in time. But it was a fuzzy kind of dream, a fuzzy kind of goal, until I actually, I went to college. Post that, I worked for 3 years, then did my MBA, Management Education, and then worked for 2 years more. But it took me 5 years of working to really convince myself that this is not what I wanted to do. And why don't I try something different, which is, leave my job. And I had no big idea. I had a couple of small ideas. But essentially, I figured, and this is early 90s, this is pre-internet. For 7 years, we drifted and did small stuff, working out of a servant quarter above the garage. Somehow, surviving, struggling to survive. I used to teach at business schools on weekends as visiting faculty to get some pocket money. I was a part-time journalist for a while, so I was of your fraternity. Yeah, and, so I did about 20 small things to survive. And then, quite by accident, we launched Naukri. So 7 years of drift, and then we launched Naukri as the 21st small thing. At that time, there were only 14,000 internet accounts in the country. We had a small idea, but it turned out to be a big idea, quite by accident. So, I think it's okay to drift and keep looking until you find something that you really want to do. And then when you find it, just get fully behind it. And that's what happened to us.
That's a very profound statement, Sanjeev, that it's okay to drift. Let me first get a check from all of you. How many of you are already entrepreneurs? Okay, that's about 30%. How many of you want to be entrepreneurs? Excellent. So this gives you a sense that nearly 50% of the hall are either entrepreneurs or want to be entrepreneurs. But I think what I want to ask you, you started at a time when internet was virtually unknown, just a few thousand internet connections. The concept of .com was very, very crazy. And then, of course, it went through its hype cycle and there was a .com bust as well. But today, it's not just mainstream, it's at a hyper level, being having your own startup, starting your own company, being an entrepreneur is the default. It didn't used to be the default. First default in our era, I would say, was to have a job and a salaried job. But today there is also this hyper expectation that I can go from zero to unicorn in 2 years. Now, do you see a big shift in the way and the mindset has shifted over the last 30 years?
So, yes, there's a huge shift. In 1990, when I quit my job, there was no venture capital. You had to break even to survive, and break even on revenue and costs, right? Which means that you pursued some ideas and you did not pursue some other ideas. Whatever you pursued in a certain manner or not in that manner. You essentially were running your business on customer money. So our first product was a salary survey, where we said, you pay us the money in advance and then we'll give you a copy. So we were getting money in advance and then shipping a copy out. So we were running on customer money. We had no capital of our own. We started the company with 2,000 rupees. Okay? In a 7-quarter above the garage, we didn't have a computer. I used to go to a friend's office at night. I'd taken a duplicate key and use his office computer we go at 10 at night and come out at 3 in the morning so that nobody else knew about it. Because computers are really expensive and we needed one. We couldn't afford it. So you scrounge, you get by, you bootstrap. I mean, that's bootstrapping.
People, I think the reason I asked you that question was it was linked to the point about drifting for 7 years. All of us get some thought at some point in our life that we are drifting, we don't know where we are headed, and there's confusion and chaos, we don't know which direction to go in. And that leads to impatience. But how critical is that drift and to have patience to find the direction that you want to go in?
So look, in hindsight, I was drifting. But at every point of time in those 7 years, I was clear what I want to do right now. I had an idea. Small idea, but I had an idea. So when I was doing a salary survey, I was doing a salary survey. And ये data लाना है, report लिखनी है, prospective clients को चिट्ठियाँ भेजनी है, right? And then shipping the report out, and then repeat it, for the next report. So at any point in time, we were clear. But I knew I didn't have big ambitions. I didn't want to build a large company. I was very happy running a small company, making a small profit. I couldn't take out a salary, mostly. The company couldn't afford to pay me, but I used to teach on weekends and I was okay.
So, Sanjeev, very interesting journey, and you are perhaps one of the few unique examples and personalities in the country. You started as an entrepreneur at a time when entrepreneurship was not very highly regarded. Please remember, in the 90s, it was very difficult to be in business. Forget being a startup, an entrepreneur, even legacy companies had a very difficult time because we were in the era of license Raj. But today, in the second phase of your career, perhaps the third phase, Sanjeev, because if I count your professional career, then your entrepreneur career, the third phase broadly would be as an investor, where you became a venture capitalist, you became an investor, you started encouraging a lot of young startups. How did that conversion happen? How did you have to change the way you thought, the way you approached life to be able to now see how to encourage other entrepreneurs?
When you phrase it like that, it sounds like it was all planned and it's a strategy. Okay? It wasn't. You see, actually my career, my life has been a series of, I would say, fortunate accidents, maybe serendipity. Now, how did you become investors?
So you want to be an accidental entrepreneur?
Maybe I am that, right? So we were going to list the company. We listed in 2006. So 2005 में, we'd hired the bankers and we were sitting around and we were working on the DRHP, the draft red herring prospectus. तो उसमें एक section होता है saying objects of the issue. IPO क्यों कर रहे हो आप? Now, I was deeply involved in drafting the prospectus. So I was knee deep in it. So I wrote that section myself. Okay? And I said, okay, we want to give the VC an exit. We want the ESOP to have value. We want our stock to have currency. We want to be in a different strategic space as compared to our competition. We want perpetual access to capital. ये 5 कारण थे. हम IPO कर रहे थे. तो जब मैंने वो लिखा, और मैंने banker ने बोला, boss, this will never get cleared by SEBI. I said, क्यों? He says, nobody will give you permission to do an IPO for these reasons. I said, लेकिन हकीकत तो ये है. So, never mind that. We will come back. There's only 4 or 5 reasons to do an IPO. इस cookie cutter हम cut paste करेंगे और वो आप लिखेंगे. I said, sure. So it was organic growth, inorganic growth, general corporate purposes, दो और से, I forget. Right? So that went in, that got cleared. But the truth is, we didn't need the money for that because we were profitable. There was money in the bank, more money is coming in, और IPO का पैसा भी आ गया. So every quarter, the auditors, Pricewaterhouse, would come and present to the board and say, use of IPO proceeds nil. So after 3 quarters...
You had a problem of plenty.
No, the board got mad at me. I said, what is going on? You've raised money from the market, and you're not using it for the reasons you said. You better well use it, yeah? Because otherwise SEBI will be after you. So then we said, okay, so what do we do? So general corporate purposes meant you can buy land and building. We didn't want to do that. Inorganic growth meant acquire a company. There was no company to acquire. We're not interested. Organic growth के लिए पैसे जरूरत नहीं थी because company is profitable. Then we said, there are lots of startups coming, and there's not enough venture capital. This is 2007. If we invest behind them, we can, it can also be classified inorganic growth. So we went to the board and said, listen, what if you invest in startups? Are you okay? They said, yes, good idea. Invest in startups. So we actually began to invest not as a matter of strategy and, it was a need for compliance.
It was literally you were forced to spend that money and you thought the best way...
Kuch to karo, haan.
Kuch to karna padega.
That's how we began to invest. Now, so the board said you can invest up to 160 crores next 5 years. Next 5 years, we invested a little over 200 crores. Okay? And we invested in 8 or 9 companies between 2007 and 2012. We listed in 2006, right? हमने 10-12 कंपनियां कर ली थी. उसमें से 2 थी Zomato और Policy Bazaar. Right? And then, by 2012, it didn't look like anything would succeed. एक दो blow up हो गई थी, and it was too early to call Zomato and Policy Bazaar successes. Time लगता है. So everybody got concerned, saying, you spent 200 crores, what do you have to show for it? So अभी बंद कर दो थोड़ा. So next 3 years, we did not invest in new companies. We supported the old company, did not invest in new companies.
But you spent 200 crores on several startups over 5 years, and then you found that there was no return coming.
Time लगता है. You see, unfortunately, early stage investing is a business where the lemons ripen early. जिस कंपनी को blow up करना है ना, पहले blow up हो जाती है. जो कंपनी कामयाब होगी 10 साल लगेगी. Right? That is our observation.
So again, I think the factor of the word of patience comes in, where nothing happens in an instant. 7 years of trying as a professional, several years of trying as an entrepreneur, even as an investor, there is a very strong element of patience, which is important. I'm stressing this now because I see this around all public chatter of instant success like noodles. But that's not something...
Instant success takes 10 years minimum.
So there's a very interesting joke that, overnight success story took 10 years to develop. So there's no such thing as an overnight success. We don't see what was happening in the dark. It's only when somebody comes on the stage, on the platform, in the limelight, you see what has happened. But Sanjeev, has your perspective on entrepreneurship changed after having worn both the hats as an entrepreneur and as an investor? How has your learning and understanding of entrepreneurship changed?
I think कई चीजें बदली हैं हिंदुस्तान में. There's a new kind of entrepreneur. In 1990, when I quit my job, if you were qualified, IIT, IIM, whatever, right? Very low probability of becoming an entrepreneur because you were getting great jobs and it was difficult to be an entrepreneur. And very few were done before you. There were not enough role models, success stories. Right? There was no support system. There was no funding. Market was small compared to today. I remember in my class at IMA, there was 175 of us, or maybe 171 who graduated, 171 of us, right? There was a course called Laboratory in Entrepreneurial Motivation. 15-20 लोगों ने लिया था, 10% of the class. If you had polled the class and said how many of you would like to be entrepreneurs, maybe 15-20 would have put their hands up. At some point in time in the career, I'll be an entrepreneur. That has changed. Today, if you go to an IIM class, any IIM, say how many of you want to be entrepreneurs, 30 to 40% will go up.
And the other thing is also that...
So it's become a mainstream career aspiration.
And also not necessarily from the so-called elite schools, but from every category of education institution.
Absolutely.
And tier 2, tier 3 cities as well.
Absolutely. The kind of proposals we get for investment, we've invested in a company from Kota, we've invested in 2 companies from Rajasthan, Jaipur has emerged as a big center, Indore has emerged as a big center, Lucknow, there are many, it's become a mainstream career aspiration down the economic strata, down the pop strata, down the SEC strata.
But is that, in some ways, I'm going to ask you a macro question here. In some ways, is it also unlocking of India's roots? Because 1,000 years ago, India was one of the world's leading economies and a trading nation. It seems to me that now, in the last 30 years, this green shoots of entrepreneurship have been, they have been irrigated by entrepreneurs like you. They have been irrigated by an open ecosystem. And now I think, do you see a groundswell of shift of entrepreneurship going to absolutely the grassroots?
So yes, but here's the thing. India was always an entrepreneurial country, always. It's just that 200 years of British rule meant that we were not just a colony, we were an economic colony. So it is very hard in those 200 years to be in industry, because most stuff was imported. And the government encouraged that.
And we were, in some ways, many ways, we were physically and fiscally destroyed.
Absolutely. And then post-independence for 50 years, maybe 40 years, there was license permit Raj. So if entrepreneurship happened, it was in spite of the government, not enabled by the government.
But do you see now in the new era a better collaboration coming across?
However, post-independence, the government invested massively in higher education in the country. It built engineering colleges, business schools, and then there were private sector engineering college, business schools that came up. But, and therefore this very large middle class, educated middle class was created. But this educated middle class was not conditioned to be entrepreneurial. It was conditioned to be employees. What happened post-91 is that increasingly young people from this middle class began to aspire to be entrepreneurs. So now you have a large number of entrepreneurs who are first generation entrepreneurs, who are highly educated, who have a choice, but still decided to become entrepreneurs. And when you see venture capital funding, most of it goes to entrepreneurs of this profile. Usually first generation, usually educated. Okay. And so there's a new kind of entrepreneur. India was always entrepreneur, but now there's a new kind of entrepreneur.
Which is very encouraging. We've got some questions from the audience, so I'm going to include them in our conversation, Sanjeev. One of the thoughts about innovation today is, this question is from Sakshi Jha, is about innovation with sustainability. Now, is that in some quarters sustainability is seen as a break on innovation? In some places it is seen as an innovating or as an opportunity. So some people say that, by putting issues of sustainability, social impact, you are holding back innovation and entrepreneurship because you're adding the burden of these things to young entrepreneurs, which is actually the problem created by others and the legacy companies. How do you see it?
So I'll give you one example. Let's take Zomato. Okay?
Keep close.
Let's take Zomato. They need not chase sustainability. But they have decided to do their business, that we'll do our business, but we'll do it in as sustainable a manner as possible. So today, 35 to 40% of deliveries of Zomato are happening using electric vehicles. You have the option of saying, I don't want cutlery. Zomato is doing its best to make sure the packaging they deliver in is more sustainable, right? So it's about doing everything you're doing in perhaps a slightly more sustainable manner, right? And that is also sustainability.
The other question that is from Ayush is about using artificial intelligence for, again, innovation and organizational growth. Again, AI is now as mainstream. People just say AI without even thinking about it. When we were growing up, AI was only Air India. But now AI is so much more. So in your view, Sanjeev, is it necessary now for every entrepreneur or anybody wanting to be an entrepreneur to say, well, I must have AI inside, otherwise, I'm going to be a failed entrepreneur?
So I think until about 6 months ago, 8 months ago, when somebody asked me what will the impact of AI be in India, I used to say, let's wait and watch. We're not sure yet. Today, when somebody asks me this question, it's pretty obvious to me that AI will go everywhere, everywhere. And this change in my perspective has happened in 6 months or 9 months. So it's moving quite fast.
So what happened in the last 6 months that changed your views?
Adoption, new apps came out. So in Naukri itself, we've launched in the last 2 years 22 different products or features of, using AI to make Naukri work better. Okay. We have a 100-strong team which is working on AI, data analytics, data science, machine learning. And they are continuously working on newer and newer projects. So the possibilities are immense. The kind of work that is happening in India is, look, it's very expensive to do these foundational models, LLMs. So very few people in India will probably end up, developing LLMs. The compute required, the costs, the resources is way too high. And let's understand, the West is streets ahead of us. The US. China also, I guess. But what India has got, two things. One is, India has got 1.4 billion people and maybe 1 billion smartphones. So there is massive, massive, massive data being churned out in India. And that is unique in the world, the kind of data we produce. And while for AI you need the platforms and the software and the hardware, you also need data to train your models on. And I think that is unique for India. Therefore, India can leverage that data, that we have to build a unique position in the world of AI globally. And related to that is vertical LLMs.
AI is as good as the data you put in and the design that you create. Because if you want to solve for India...
it is that, and of course it is hardware, software, all those things. So
True.
You need both.
No, but for example, if you're solving for employment in India, you have to have data from India for it. You cannot be using North European data for that.
That is correct. That is correct. So therefore, we have that. And that can be our moat, that can be our capability, that can be what we work on. The AI platforms that have been developed and are now coming out are fairly user-friendly, right? I'll give you two little small experiments done in-house. So people keep telling me, write a book, write a book, write a book. And I'm very lazy, I don't write a book. Okay. So
don't look at me.
No, you written two already, right? Right? So I requested a colleague, a younger colleague, and I said, I have done 20, 30 long-form interviews with podcasts. I have done, I've spoken enough places. There are enough recordings of what I have said on YouTube. Usually about other conversations like this, for example, right? I said, why don't you put all the videos of mine from YouTube onto a platform and see what you can take out? So he put it on one of the platforms. Okay, was it Perplexity or was it? No, it was Notebook LM. Notebook LM. He put those videos there and he began to ask it questions. Right? some 50 videos, 30 videos, 40 videos he put. So maybe 1 hour, 40 hours of programming. And he put it there and he began to ask me questions and the answers were pretty decent. So he produced a manual which says the InfoEdge Guide to Entrepreneurship. And it's a 40-page, 50-page manual which we haven't...
Based on your talks, which the Gen AI
so
bot created.
ask a question. No, so ask a question, it'll give an answer. And I actually said those things. It reflects my thoughts. So when I read it, it's pretty good.
You like what you said about yourself.
It's not about myself, about entrepreneurship. But I'll tell you one more example. Now we've not gone public with it. We did one more thing. So I was asked by a friend to write an article for a coffee table book on entrepreneurship in India. And I said yes. I say yes easily, but I don't do it, when it comes down to it. So he kept chasing me. So I told this colleague, yeah, make an article, 800 word ka. Ask me 2-3 questions and come out with something. He came out with something pretty decent. I didn't have to change a word. I sent it to him. It's got published. I did not explain that it was AI generated.
That's brilliant. Are there any mics in the hall if anybody wants to ask questions?
The one example too.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So we have quarterly analyst.
But you promise that next time you'll also be here in person. You will not send a Gen AI generated question answer session.
So we have quarterly analyst calls. We are publicly listed. So हर quarter result आते हैं. We have to do an analyst call. तो उसके transcript जो है analyst call के they go on to our website. They are publicly accessible. So since 2006, since we listed, there was 72 or 73 analyst calls. I mean, big fat 40-50 page documents on our website. Each annual report of ours is about 200-300 pages long. So we uploaded all of that, all public data, onto Perplexity and asked it questions. And it gave some pretty good answers. What does the management feel about competing with LinkedIn? Jeevan Sati is number 3. Bharat Matrimony and Shadi are bigger. How does InfoEdge management want to look at the future of Jeevan Sati? You can ask it reasonably intelligent questions and get answers of what we have said in the past as good summary. Fairly useful.
It's making your life easier.
No, this is stuff we'd never have done.
Right.
This is stuff we'd never have done. Right? But now we can do it, and and we're doing it.
Great. So let's take a couple of questions from the audience. Introduce yourself, and since you want to be a young leader, please be very crisp, and your question is going to be judged against how articulate you are.
Sure. Hello, sir. My name is Ansh. I'm from Indore, and I have the privilege to, get to ask your question for the second time. You were at a conference earlier this year, and I was able to do the same thing. My question this time is different. And since you
Thank God. I may not do the same answer.
So, sir, since Naukri is, one of the biggest parts of your portfolio, you're into employment, you're also into investing into other companies. So talent is something that you're very familiar with, what people look for in companies that you invest in and what employers are looking for in employees that they're hiring. So, as you just mentioned, that artificial intelligence is, bringing on things that were never possible before. And a lot of skills are becoming redundant because of that. So I want to know from you, at this stage, with where technology is currently and where you see it advancing, what are the skills that as a business owner, you really value in the employees that you're hiring, and also skills that you value having yourself that will not go redundant regardless of how technology continues to develop in this direction?
Thank you.
The most truthful answer to that question is, I don't know. Okay, largely because technology is evolving so fast that you don't know what it'll do tomorrow. Right? And there are always strategic choices to be made, even with the use of current technology. So, मैं उदाहरण देता हूँ. We have an optional service in Naukri, which is resume writing. Roughly 1% of our candidates, it's a paid service, right? Roughly 1% of our candidates opt for it, that we will help you write your resume. Now, we've got about 100 people inside the company who are helping people write resumes. We had 180 freelancers who were doing job work, largely women. They're happy to work from home, and they will do 2 resumes a day kind of thingy. And they'll make some money. Now, when we began to use Gen AI, we realized that we can do the same number of CVs, resumes, without these 180 freelancers. So has the headcount gone down? No. But will 180 people's livelihoods be affected? Yes. Now we have a strategic choice. We can tell them, sorry, your service is no longer required. Or we can tinker with the price of the service and say, if we reduce the price, will demand go up? And then can these 180 people still be employed?
Or they could be redeployed into some other activity.
Yeah, it's very hard because they are in the business of writing. They're creating content, right? They're telling people how to write.
Yeah.
What else can we do in our company which will employ them elsewhere?
Let me add to his question. I think the question is very valid, but you're interpreting it only from a specific skill. Skills will change. What you're doing today was not what was being done 20 years ago. So question, Sanjeev, is there a certain attitude, approach, or temperament that you think is going to be relevant in the future, which is in some ways universal? For example, there's a question here about perseverance. Is perseverance important? There's a question about how much do you sleep, how much do you rest, how do you keep yourself engaged? So are there these softer elements of our personality which are going to be the key skills, if I can use that word, which will help us survive?
I think if I look at what's required today to deal with a situation where your job may be threatened by AI or technology, adaptability, learnability, and actually going out and learning, some amount of enterprise, some amount of initiative, some amount of figuring out what else can I do, how do I make myself useful, and how do I convert this into an opportunity rather than a threat. But there are no guarantees. But it can be an opportunity.
So I think one has to be constantly on alert.
And all the old skills are still relevant. Yeah. It's not that I have these 5 skills now, I can do nothing else, but I'm okay.
Yeah, that's true. So any more questions and thoughts? Yes, I'll come to the lady in the front. Can we have a mic for her, please? Please keep your hand raised so that they see you. Yeah, lady in the front, please. Thank you. I'll collect a couple of questions and I'll come to Sanjeev. Please go ahead, sir. Ma'am, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Anuja. I work with AIMA itself. I have a question for sir. So I think 2 of your businesses which you have created are solving major problem. Naukri was a major problem solver platform, and the other one on the Metro Money was also on the problem solving thing. So can you share some ideas where we believe that there could be businesses which are triggered towards solving larger.
See, if you're asking him to give you ideas, then it's not fair, because ideas are worth millions of dollars.
I'll tell you something here. I get asked this question often, what idea should I pursue? And my answer is, I don't know, yaar. But it should be your idea. It should be something you have observed, you have witnessed, you have experienced. And the way to do it is to focus on customers and prospective customers and try and get some customer insight by observing them. Perhaps you're a customer yourself, and say, what are the pain points? And can I resolve that pain point? So I'll tell you, where did the idea of Naukri come from? In 1990, in my last job in a company that was then called HMM, it's a company that manufactured Horlicks, I was in the marketing department. And there would be 8-9 of us junior marketing executives sitting in an open hall. And I made a very simple observation, that when the office copy of Business India would come in and go from desk to desk, everybody would read it from the back, because there were 35 to 40 pages of appointment ads at the back of the magazine. And that gave me the insight that jobs are a high interest category of information. So when I saw the internet 7 years later, I said, this is what I need to do. I'll just get all appointment ads from all over the country and then put them up on the net. And traffic will come without advertising because people want to see jobs. And that's exactly what happened. It was that one insight, that one observation. where did the idea of Zomato come from to Dipinder? He was working in Bain Consulting in Gurgaon, 1 year out of IIT. And Bain Consulting was this, maybe 55, 60 people working there, mostly young, mostly male, mostly single, many living away from the hometowns. What that meant was they would not get lunch from home. Office hours were long, you ended up having lunch and dinner both in the office. Office had a cafeteria which would not serve food. But you could order your own food, get your own food and eat it there. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collated the menu cards, the delivery menu cards of some 80 restaurants that would deliver to that location and put them in 2 file folders. And Dipinder said, "Yaar, 1 o'clock, I'm hungry, I'm tired, I worked late last night, I've come early in the morning, I've got deadlines to meet, my boss is standing on my head, and to have lunch, I have to go to the cafeteria, stand in line to see the file, because the others coming at 1 o'clock also. I get it for 2 minutes, I decide what I want to eat, I call up the restaurant delivers after 1 hour, I come and pay, then I eat." Huge pain. So one weekend he came in and he scanned all those menu cards, both the files, and uploaded them on his personal page on the office intranet. 3 days later, the office IT guy came to him and said, "Man, what have you done? Why is 98% of internal traffic going to your page?" Right? Penny dropped. The customer has spoken. That's the insight. Aggregation of menu cards has got value.
And that's how Zomato was born.
And he went on weekends on his motorcycle, crisscrossing
It was
Delhi.
still hard work. It was hard work. It was not just a flash of an idea. He had to build it over the years.
तो 800 रेस्टोरेंट गए, जब 800 मेन्यू कार्ड आए उसके पास, तब उसने साइट लॉन्च की, और ट्रैफिक आने लगा.
But also, I think people should remember that we see Zomato as a success, but even when it became popular, there were 100 other companies which were offering the same service.
But they didn't have menu cards. None of them had menu cards, and that was the difference.
That was the difference.
He had the customer insight.
So, a quick question from you.
Even today, none of the others have the menu cards.
That remains the USP.
No, but others could have done it, they have not.
They could have, yeah.
It's an execution game also.
Good evening, sir. My name is Arun Pandit, and I'm the co-founder of Hyphen, India's biggest warehousing and fulfillment platform. My question is, how is your experience as an operator helped you evaluate startups and also mentor your portfolio companies?
I mean, I don't have a checklist which says that these 7 ways has helped me, but जो लोगों की पहचान होती है ना, because you actually done business, because been out in the market, because you made sales calls, because you actually built product, because you observed customers, जो लोगों की पहचान है ना, it improves that. And ultimately, you're backing founders early on. And you still get it wrong. ऐसी बात नहीं है. But we've got 2 very big ones right, and we are grateful for that, but लोगों की पहचान में फर्क आता है.
So, we are at the Young Leaders Summit here. So, since all of you are leaders, I have a question to ask. Please be ready with your response. How many of you over here want to be followers? All of you want to be leaders, but how many want to be followers?
One at the back,
2,
1 here.
Okay, so maybe 4 or 5%. So my question to you, Sanjeev, is if everybody is a leader, who are they leading? And the whole expectation that I will lead, but I'm linking it to what you said, very critical word you use, which people may have neglected, about execution. Now, how do you connect leadership to execution? How do you connect the fact that you want to be an overnight unicorn, you want to be a leader, you don't sometimes look at what's happening on the ground? How do you make these connections, and what advice do you have for everybody here?
देखो, can you be a good national sales manager without having had past experience in sales at the frontline sales level, as a sales executive, as an area manager, as a branch manager, as a regional manager? Right? You will get experience at each level before you can become a great national sales manager. Right? And that, I think, is really important. To be a good leader, you must also first be a good follower. पहले followership सीखो, तब जाके leader बनोगे.
And be part of a team.
Be part of a team. Now, there's also one more angle. There's a pyramid of leadership. An area sales manager is also a leader in his area. A branch manager is also a leader in his branch. He's also a follower when it comes to regional manager. So along the way, you are learning leadership qualities, abilities, imbibing them, but you're also following and executing. And it's an apprenticeship. It's learning on the job. And that's how you become a leader over time.
People see you as an entrepreneurial leader. Who do you follow?
I follow the customer. If you follow the customer, you'll be all right.
So the point is that while we all want to be leaders, young, old, lady or gentleman, as a child entrepreneur or as a retired entrepreneur, the fact is that unless we learn how to do things ourselves and follow, I think leadership will not happen.
I'll give you one more example on this.
Sure.
हमने नौकरी लॉन्च की 1997 में. It was my idea. Next 2-3 years, most of the ideas we did were mine. We were bootstrapping. We raised venture capital in the year 2000, and we hired a sales team and we opened branches. Earlier we were selling on direct mail. Now we had face-to-face contact with our clients. I did a simple thing. I started a Yahoo group. In those days there was no WhatsApp. I started a Yahoo group. All the salespeople, 80 of them, the marketing and product people, the technology people, the senior managers in one Yahoo group. And
sorry, does anybody know what is a Yahoo group? Okay, see, only 5 people
they're
know.
They're not that young. And we told the salespeople that you're making 3 sales calls a day. That's 240 sales calls a day across the company. जो कुछ भी आपका कस्टमर बोलता है या prospective customer बोलता है, वो come and puke it out over here.
Put it on the group.
Put it on the group. Right? And we began to get feedback. Now we were getting feedback from 200, 250 clients every day, or prospective clients. This is working, this is not working, competition is doing this, how about this, have you thought of this? I have this pain point. For the next 5 years, the Naukri innovation agenda was completely customer-led. I didn't have to think. तो पहले जो ideas होते थे हमारे, जो हम कर रहे हैं, now वो customer का idea थे.
So actually you created the structure.
So now, of course, we would not implement every idea. We would wait, collate, aggregate. Okay, 7 customers said this might make sense. Hey, this looks interesting, let's pursue this. Because we had broken, we had unlocked the voice of the customer.
And you were following the customer.
Yes, we were. So our innovation was led by the customer. And that's what made Naukri market leader.
See, that's again very important, because sometimes when you become a very successful entrepreneur, your valuation is $1 billion, $2 billion, you feel that you know everything. And I think that's also sometimes the beginning of the downfall of entrepreneurship and companies, when the leaders think that they know everything.
So you got to pick up signals early. What the customer wants and is not getting, what the customer is happy about, what is unhappy about, what unmet needs are, what competition is doing well, and better than us, and therefore where we need to pull up our socks. And customers keep you honest, customers keep you on your toes. You got to keep listening to them.
That's a very key. I mean, that's one aspect of entrepreneurship, whether it's technology or AI or Gen AI or whatever other new technology comes. I think this is a fundamental which will not go away. If you are in the market, you have to follow the customer. That technology will not change. Technology can help you on that front, but it will not change that fundamentally. Any other questions? Any backbenchers who are interested in asking questions? No backbenchers? Okay, I see one gentleman at the back over there. At the back. This round is for backbenchers. Give me a second. There's a mic at the back. We'll have to put some spotlights there because I think everybody is on the phone. I hope not.
I am truly a backbencher in school and college as well.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please? Yeah.
I'm truly a backbencher in school and college as well.
Sure.
Okay. Hi, Sanjeev. I'm Sai Krishna from Superblog. It's a blazing fast and AI-powered blogging platform. I'm trying to compete with WordPress and capture 40% of the entire internet. Some of the biggest brands in India use my product, like Swiggy, and Aisle. I really wish some of your portfolio companies use my product.
Okay, no, Aisle is us. Aisle is us.
Awesome.
Maybe you and Aisle.
So yeah, thanks for that. So here is my question. What it takes to build a deep tech product from India, especially with support of venture capital, something like, Cloudflare or Versal. That's my question.
So look, I'll be quite honest with you. I don't know everything. In fact, I know very little, right? But as long as, I'm aware of that, I will get people in the company and organization who will hopefully know some of that, right? So one of our big programs is startup investing. We've invested about 120 startups in the last 15 years. We see and meet maybe 1,000 startups a quarter.
In every 3 months, you're meeting 1,000 startups.
We see or meet. See means check the deck, check the product, check whatever, evaluate, do some secondary research.
Again, that's a lot of hard work.
There are 15 people doing it. Okay, so 1,000 divided by 15 is, on a per day basis. If you do 3, you've done 15. You've done 1,000. Okay, and that is what teaches us. And we've realized that, look, we can't be limited by our imagination. We have to harness the imagination of the lakhs of startups out there that are trying. Because the collective power of everyone's brains and imagination is much more than ours. Okay, so deep tech startups, we have got a deep tech fund. We've got 3 people looking at deep tech. We've done about 20 investments in deep tech. Now, deep tech is hard because deep tech is not tomorrow's technology, it's day after tomorrow's technology. And the ability to predict, this will work, this will not work, this has potential, this guy can do it, that guy can't. Those are very often we get it wrong. But at least we are in the game. One of the challenges of deep tech is, of course, very often markets are overseas. Second is capital is not easily available in India for follow-ons. Third is if you've got Indian clients, which is in defense and space, aerospace, very often the biggest client is the government. So there isn't a private sector market. Now, all of these create unique challenges, but phir bhi, we have faith that some companies will come through, and we keep on investing. Now, you ask me to predict, I find it hard. We don't know.
But it is a huge opportunity and an important step for India to keep investing in deep tech as a strategic.
See, as a country, yes, but for an individual entrepreneur to put his life on the line, it's a big call. For an individual investor to make an individual investment, it's a big call.
But as an investor, would you encourage deep tech?
Yes. Yes, because no, we have already invested in 20 companies in deep tech. We know. Now we have filters. We have people going doing deep dives, and then we take a leap of faith after we get some confidence. But here's this: of the 18 that we have done, 9 have got external follow-on rounds from other investors. That's some validation. Of the 18 that we have invested in, only 1 has died. 17 are still there. That gives us confidence. So yes, I think there is a future in deep tech. It'll take a little time, but it'll emerge.
Thanks for the leap of faith.
Thank you. So I'm going to, we have 5 minutes left. I want to take the last question, Sanjeev. Okay, you have the mic. So, 30 seconds for your question.
Sure. First of all, sir, it's a great honor to listen to you live in person. And Pranjal, sir, thank you so much for
this is a hologram. I'm not actually here. Okay.
My name is Shivam Mulchandani. I'm from Indore as well. My first question and my last question would be, what are the few guiding principles that have shaped you into the person that you are? Other than just taking the guidance from the customer, which is always there, what are the few select ones that fundamentally changed the path for you?
I think one thing that happened to me, so in the 90s, right, if you quit your job in a large multinational and went into business, effectively it was a dead end for your career. There was no coming back. Because if you spent 3-4 years doing your own company and wanted to come back, you were condemned to a glass ceiling of middle management. Because entrepreneurial experience in corporate India was not valued. And you were branded a failed entrepreneur. And that meant that you had to go to Africa or Middle East if you wanted to pursue a career as a corporate employee. Or join a smaller Indian company and hope for the best. Okay. I think that has changed today, where entrepreneurial experience is valued even in the largest corporations. So the fact that I had burnt my bridges, that I said there was no going back, meant I didn't have a choice but to keep persisting and until I succeeded. And I think, therefore, persistence is one of the most underrated qualities of a successful entrepreneur. You keep persisting.
But there is a point where you also need to know when to give up. That was a question from one of the audience members. At one point, do you give up and realize that you have to move on to something new because this is not working?
So, we did 20 things between 1997. We gave them all up when something began to work, like Naukri. So you give up, in our case, you give up something when something else starts working.
When something else?
Starts working. When Naukri began to work, we gave up everything else.
But that means you were saying you have to try several things together.
In sequence, maybe, so one thing that continued for 6-7 years was the salary survey, but that was seasonal. And then we did other stuff next 9 months, other 9 months of the year. And Naukri began to work, and we launched Naukri in April 97. By October 98, 1.5 years, we said, hey, this is the only thing we'll do. We are now an internet company.
So I think just to clarify and qualify, within the employment space, you were trying several initiatives.
Some in the employment space, some outside the employment space. But in the information space.
So, Sanjeev, I'm going to close on this because we've run out of time. I could ask you 20 more questions, and I'm sure the audience has 100 more. But I think what we can close on is the fact that certain approaches and temperament towards entrepreneurship in life will not go out of fashion. They remain the foundations. I think you can make sure that you are relevant by following these fundamental principles of also being a follower, following the customer, having the right approach, and making sure that you work hard as you want to succeed, because there is no such thing as overnight success. Please join me in thanking Sanjeev for sharing his thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, for being here with us today and for sharing your views. Thank you, Mr. Pranjal Sharma, for a lively interactive session. May I now request Ms. Anupriya Agarwal, AIMA YLC Executive Board Member, to present a memento to the esteemed speakers. For those who don't know, Mr. Bikhchandani is also a Padma Shri awardee and the co-founder of Ashoka University, one of the premier educational institutes of India. Thank you for the enlightening and enriching session today. A big round of applause once again for us for this wonderful session. May I now invite Mr. Anup Agarwal on the stage for setting up the first international chapter, AIMA YLC Nepal. Can we have Mr. Santosh Kumar to present a memento to Mr. Anup for this wonderful new initiative? A big round of applause, everyone. Mr. Anup will also like to felicitate the National Chairman for AIMA YLC, Mr. Santosh Kumar, with a very sweet memento. May I now have Dr. Sarthak Bakshi also on stage. We would like to present a memento to Dr. Sarthak Bakshi. For helping set up AIMA YLC Nepal. We look forward to wonderful things. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the end of the first AIMA Young Leaders Summit. We once again thank our sponsors most sincerely for their support. Our co-sponsor, Transport Corporation of India Limited, associate sponsors, GLA University, ICF Hubs Network, SPJMR, Wise Tech, and UEM University of Engineering and Management. We would also like to thank our corporate contributors, Anova Corporate Services, Beacon Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Concart Infratech Private Limited, Gainwell and MEPSC, Management and Entrepreneurship and Professional Skills Council. Thank you all for joining the AIMA Young Leaders Summit and being with us for the day. We hope you enjoyed the summit and taking back some learnings. We would also like to thank the YLC Secretariat and the Executive Board members for making this event so successful. A big round of applause, everyone, for the YLC Secretariat.
Hello.
Tea and snacks are being served at the backside. Please have them before you leave. And for any other questions?
And I would also like to give a big round of applause to Sakshi and Anupriya. They are not professional MCs. They are part of the executive board of AIMA only. So the entire show has been run by the AIMA team and there is no other professionals which are required. So big round of applause to Sakshi and Anupriya for doing a wonderful job. Special memento from the National Chair Santosh for Sakshi and Anupriya for doing a wonderful job throughout the day and doing it better than professionals. Please give a big round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, please join us for tea and snacks at the backside. Thank you once again for joining us.